Good morning. It's June 13th, and we're starting the planning board meeting. The first item is adoption of resolutions. We have two this morning. Saddle Ridge Administrative Subdivision number 6202400040, MCPB number 24-052, and Saddle Ridge Forest Conservation Plan number F20240100, MCPB number 24-053. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the resolutions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. The next item is approval of minutes. We have one, May 30th, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the minutes from May 30th, 2024.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. The next item, item 2, is record plats. We have two this morning. The first is subdivision plat number 220210830, Garrett Park, Academy of the Holy Cross, where staff is recommending approval. And the second is subdivision plat number 220221060, 220221070, 220230330, and 220230350, Bloom, Montgomery Village, which staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the subdivision plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Next item is item number 4, the Growth and Infrastructure Policy Update, work session number 3 on impact taxes, where staff is recommending provide policy direction to the Planning Department staff. So this morning, we also have representatives of the Finance Department from Montgomery County, and we also have, is it from DOT? Yeah, we have a representative from DOT. So before we get into the recommendations from staff, we'll have the Finance Department and the representatives of DOT give a 16-minute presentation. Followed after their presentation, Darcy Buckley will come up to walk us through her recommendation. She will present each recommendation and pause afterwards for any discussion. Thank you in advance to all present for waiting for her to complete her presentation on each recommendation before asking any questions or raising any concerns. With that, I'll turn it over to our colleagues from the Finance Department.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Dennis Hetman. I am a finance manager with the Department of Finance at Montgomery County. I work on the revenue projection team. The analysis I'm about to present was formulated through some fantastic work by a senior analyst on my team, Todd Foley-King. Prior to joining finance, Todd was the real estate specialist for Montgomery County Planning Department for 2 years on the research team. I understand the board has a lot to cover today. Before we get right into this, I just wanted to publicly thank Lisa Govoni, Darcy Buckley, and the team lead, David Anspacher, for their instrumental help in sourcing aspects of this evaluation. We cannot speak more highly of them. They're so incredibly helpful, and we couldn't be more appreciative for that. So in terms of what we are analyzing today, if we could bring up the slides. Yep, okay. Okay, so for some context, what we are analyzing, this table presents the 4 elements of the GIP and their potential impact on impact taxes. In terms of that, specifically, we looked at how the proposed school and transportation boundary changes are anticipated to affect impact taxes, namely policy 2.1 and 3.1. We also looked at the proposed discount for small houses. That's policy 4.3. And lastly, we looked at exempting 3-bedroom or larger units from impact taxes. That's policy 4.5. What we are not analyzing, and these elements do still intersect with impact taxes, but we're not looking at them for various reasons, are the desired growth and investment area discount, Also, the exemption of office to residential projects. We are continuing to explore if there really is a viable way to quantify that potential impact because it's very difficult to discern those projects that are likely to convert in that way. The remainder is either they do not affect impact taxes or they are recommendations to continue an existing practice and thus are already accounted for in the forecast. As you are acutely aware, development is highly volatile. The slide provides some additional context supporting the approach we take to forecast impact taxes. We have tried multiple models. We have made every mistake you possibly can, and we've learned from all of them. We have tried to do this based on permits and pipeline, and it always ends up less accurate in some respect. But in terms of those lessons learned, what we have done is have a development when, their use, and what intensity is what we're trying to quantify. We also have stochastic simulation models that we apply to our larger tax revenue bases, where we can kind of get them within a couple of % of accuracy. Those simply don't apply with development because of the fact that there are these exogenous macroeconomic variables that play into development, both at the high level and then the uniquely specific drivers that take place at a more micro level. The result of this volatility is that we forecast the future impact taxes based on a 10-year history of past receipts. This is quite simply the most accurate method we have after coming up with multiple ones for multiple approaches. We then adjust the impact of recent policies, like the GIP. We then account for the upcoming biennial rate adjustment and the increase in inflation and also the new cap carryover system. Lastly, we take into account the current economic conditions, and we may increase the estimate if construction is booming or decrease it if we are in either a mild or more severe recession. Just want to revisit part 2 of this. So this element is where the impact from the 2024 GIP will be accounted for. The estimate will be entered directly into the model for impact taxes, and it will directly impact the forecasted results. This is not a hypothetical or theoretical. For us, it is very tangible, and we will generate in our model these values that will directly reduce the budget for the CIP. So how can we predict future development? This is a very difficult question to answer. The analysis is based we believe our best and most accurate predictor of future development that we can reasonably assess is to look at our existing development pattern. And this is sort of the raw data that provides a proxy for us of what the future development use, intensity, and location will be across years of development in which a lot occurs or which not that much does. This table, sort of the graphic here shows the raw projections that we've worked with DPS and to make sure that we can satisfy the variables at play in our equation for the impact tax calculations. You can see this table converts these entries into those variables, and we have roughly 7 million square feet of commercial development or 21,600 market rate units. That is the landscape of analysis, if you will, for these totals. There are not that many 3-bedroom. There are also very few small houses. You can see that value is below 70. But this table we've formulated what we believe to be the most comprehensive, reasonable proxy of what future development in the county would look like. And again, in terms of those 3 pivot variables for us, which is use, intensity, and location. This takes us now to the GIP analysis calculation. And again, we don't have a policy perspective. That is out of our purview. This is rote math. And in terms of differentials of what would have been paid under the prior policy rates versus what would be under the new ones, we take that 10-year average and divide it by 10 to ensure that we can get it for annual values. And in terms of that we took a look, you essentially subtract the old from the new. So the new value of what would the policy rates be for the 2024 minus the 2020, and that gives us the proxy. In terms of before we get to the totals, I just want to know that we did meet with planning staff on Monday. We've gone through this with OMB as well. We are more than happy to discuss the methodology and the more granular calculations that are formulated as part of this, but in the interest of time, we just wanted to jump to the totals, and we appreciate that. So in terms of the transportation impact, the one-year total change is expected is $2.3 million, or roughly $14 million over 6 years. In terms of the policies themselves, we are applying them and analyzing them simultaneously, so they influence each other. It's difficult to assign a specific dollar amount to each, given there are elasticity effects in the larger equation. So in terms of the composition of that total, roughly 90 to 95% is based on that update of the policy area classification, moving zones. Another 5% is the 3-bedroom and exemption, and then the remainder, that small house discount, is less than 2% of the total. For schools, the value is smaller, and this is interesting because school impact taxes typically on average are twice what transportation impact taxes are. We'll get to that in 1 minute. The one-year total for that is roughly $800,000, or a reduction of $4.8 million over the 6 years. And in terms of that composition, the area classification, roughly 60%, comes from that main driver of the area classifications, and the smaller amounts from the 3-bedroom and the small house discount. So generally, the smaller geography is changing in the school area, so less development is anticipated to be charged lower impact taxes as a result. There was some movement from infill to turnover as a result of higher rates, so schools are kind of getting offset by that plus up because some will be charged more. But those are our totals. We have one additional slide here for this is with respect from the Department of Transportation. We will be formulating a fiscal impact statement for this, and we just wanted to, as a courtesy to you, make you aware of these values as you make the decisions that accompany this plan. Thank you.
Can I ask? Thank you so much for the presentation. Really good. And this is information that we really need, and it helps us in decision making that where to go. I have 2 questions. Number one is that in your calculations, you used existing development. In my opinion, Montgomery County, and it was said also with the planning staff, that is one of the highest impact tax around here, or counties in Maryland. That's what was in the report, the highest impact tax. And I do not know exactly how we compare with the other jurisdictions. I believe that we are higher with our neighboring states. And it's something that I believe, and I have heard from developers that have stopped them to come to Montgomery County, because it's not just impact tax. It's the fees that in general they have to pay, and impact tax is one of those fees, okay? So one reason that we are looking into revising this impact tax is to encourage development to come in the county. So we are hoping that this reduction that is based on the existing development could be less and maybe even be neutral by getting more development to come to Montgomery County. And I didn't see that in your calculations. That's a hope that we have. I would like somehow to see that, how we're going to put into calculations. That's the hope. And that's why we want to get more housing. That's the only way that we can get more developers to come here. I don't know, maybe the reason someone can tell me, maybe this is planning department. You said that for the transportation, 95% of reduction is due to the policy change area. Why is that? What is the underlying reason of changing the policy area? Is it more waivers by changing the policy area?
Hi, Darcy Buckley, for the record. For transportation impact taxes and school impact taxes, is this from finance's estimate?
That is
Yes.
correct, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
then this is based on the change in the impact tax rates. They're lower in red and orange policy areas than they are in yellow policy areas.
So by changing the policy area, we are adding more the red and orange that has more discount in the impact tax area. That's the thing. And I think that's a good thing, in my opinion. I understand that it's going to reduce some of the payments that would go to the county, but I'm hoping that it would be neutralized by attracting more development. So we're going to get more money. And I would like to see that, how you can incorporate that into your calculations.
That's a great point. When we do our analyses, when the journal, you're like, how does it affect me, right? But in your transportation, but as Vice Chair Pedwin said, there's two things going on. We have a huge housing shortage, and you're going to hear us talking more about that. And we're developing policies to reduce that housing shortage. So we want more building, but in sensitive ways, right, near our major transportation arterials in our growth areas, and you'll hear us talk more about that. So it's how do we work together to figure out if we get this development, as Commissioner Pedalman is saying, we get more property tax revenue, you may start getting more transfer tax revenue. How do you figure that into your equation? So it's like one bucket, right? Not just my bucket or your bucket, it's one bucket. So we'd like, if you would like to talk more about that, who is doing this overall analysis of if we get this growth, we get this additional revenue, and how does it, so could you respond to that?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. And, basic economic theory, supply and demand, states that if you alter a rate or a cost, that should dictate behavior and drive, folks to the zones that they're being pushed toward. However, that correlation isn't necessarily causation. And in what we are analyzing, smaller amounts in these minor tweaks with respect to the rates, we did not have a study that we could cite whereby there was a profound impact on the movement of development based on alterations of that. So if we can cite that, and we will do further research on it as well, but we are rolling these up into an aggregate total, accounting for the fact that there may be movement on the margins and certainly growth in those areas that are driven toward. But until those rates are substantively different, that won't swing the calcs from a negative to a positive value necessarily.
Okay, thank you. So, but also the big policy of we need more housing, right? We need more housing, okay?
Right.
And sometimes you have to make some trade-offs to get that in. And staff has also put in their policy recommendations is that we do need to study, are there additional ways to get funding for infrastructure? We believe their infrastructure improvements are needed for schools and stuff. But right now, it's all about the impact tax. So we're going to recommend that there additional collaboration with the executive branch and with the council to look at other ways to get funding to pay for these improvements, okay? But we really appreciate you doing this analysis and bring it to us, right? It's important to know, okay?
Right, and this is Rachel Silberman with the Office of Management and Budget, and I did just want to underscore your interest in affordable housing, and of course, that is a huge priority of the county executives as well, and he's excited to collaborate on opportunities to increase support for that and for other priorities of the county. One area of concern that we do have, though, is that impact taxes are one of the few revenue sources that are directed to support capital infrastructure. So, of course, property taxes help the county's bottom line, but they are distributed among all of the county's priorities. And so we do have concern around reducing this dedicated revenue source to support the infrastructure that makes all of the housing and road connections and pedestrian connections work for our residents.
Yeah, I agree with you. We're going to make some recommendations to study what are there other models to help create funding in addition to impact taxes for infrastructure improvements, okay? So plus there'll be increased, revenue from property tax, but are there any other models that would give a dedicated source of funding for infrastructure improvements, okay?
Can you just answer one more thing, is that in your calculations, you just consider the impact tax, but the GIP is recommending a lot of other policy changes that is going to bring development to the county. And I think that it is important that we get out of just impact tax when you do your analysis and look at all the zoning changes and all the other things that the GIP is being recommending to do to help development to bring in here. So what happens that if we have more housing, we have more property tax, at the same time, we're gonna have a much better and viable economy that is coming to Montgomery County. So in my opinion, that's a small cost to pay while you're increasing and bringing prosperity to other aspects of the county. And that's extremely important. And I'm sure that OMB is very smart. I have been in OMB. I know that you have amazing staff, that they can find ways with those economic viability to add other alternatives to fund the transportation, as Chair mentioned. Thank you.
Yep, so we're about 15 minutes now. Is there, are you, there's someone from DOT wanted to have a minute, but we really appreciate what you presented, and we're looking forward to further collaboration to. Please.
Sorry, I may have missed the question. Sorry about that.
Do you have any additional information you want to present from the DOT perspective?
Oh, thank you. So Andrew Bossi, Montgomery County DOT. I would just caution that if we rely on taxes from new development and property taxes and so forth, that of course will come over a longer time frame when you may have those infrastructure needs at that moment as the new development happens. Not trying to necessarily say no to anything, but just there's that caution of there is this lag between when you get that infrastructure. Blessing.
I agree that is the case, and that's why we're also recommending studying models to develop funding specifically for infrastructure improvements. There are other jurisdictions, or there may be best practices. So what are some other jurisdictions doing? And on top of the normal impact tax, what we're doing. So maybe there are other models. We want more funding for infrastructure improvements, right? And right now, we also need to have more housing, right? And incentivize housing. That's keeping people, that's helping us to lose. Our lack of available housing is causing us to lose property tax because we can't grow that. We're losing our middle income families because they can't afford to buy a home in Montgomery County. Right? So that is very, very important to the well-being of the county, to that people can afford to live near where they work. And Mike, as I said, so we're going to talk more about it. We're going to make recommendations, but we appreciate what you're saying. Okay, so we can now have, thank you so much, and we can have staff start their presentation. Thank you.
For the record, Lisa Gavoning with Countywide Planning and Policy. Today I'm going to walk through the impact tax recommendations with the board. We're not going to spend a lot of, well, first I want to thank Dennis and Todd at Finance and Veronica and Rachel at OMB and Gail at DPS. They've been all such willing partners with us on this, and we really appreciate the collaboration, and we want to work with them to find, committed revenue sources for infrastructure. I'm not going to spend a lot of time discussing what we just saw. I think the board did a really great job of explaining some of the concerns that we have. 2 points that we do want to make is that we think that the expected impact may be less than shown, as the assessment does not account for the removal of the desired growth and investment area exemption, or the impact that the recommendations may have on new development, which the board brought up. We are, as a reminder, recommending to get rid of the desired growth and investment area exemption, so we think that could have an impact on the assessment. And we also think that the reductions that were shown were reasonable, given the policy objectives. We've made it very clear that one of the main objectives that we wanted to do with this policy is to better align the policy with existing county policies, county goals like housing, economic competitiveness, racial equity, and we think that policy does this, and we think that these are reasonable trade-offs to help create a policy that helps advance those priorities in the county. So I'll start with this slide that I've shown before, and Finance did a great job of highlighting the volatile nature of impact taxes. They're cyclical. We see that, like was said, they are dependent on new development in the county, and when we don't get new development, we don't get impact taxes. And I think that's a really important point, that if we make it easier to build in this county by reducing the impact taxes, we're hopefully going to get more new development in the county. And, the final thoughts on our response to the preliminary assessment on impact taxes is, again, like I said, we think that these are really reasonable trade-offs. The estimated reduction on the school side on the total capital budget is 0.12% based on the numbers that were given to us by Finance previously, and the estimated reduction in the total impact taxes for transportation is 0.32%. So neither one of those is an entire percent of the total schools and transportation budget. But, it's important, those numbers, we totally understand that if you take it out, you have to find a way to replace. Like, even though they're a small amount of the capital budget, they are still an important part, and it's important to get infrastructure, which is why we're willing to work with the executive branch to hopefully find more sustainable ways to fund our infrastructure. So jumping right into the recommendations on impact taxes. Impact taxes, we've said it many times before, they're not necessarily part of the growth and infrastructure policy, but they're closely related, and we make recommendations that we feel will help advance the policy and the goals of the schools element and the transportation element too. I did very quickly wanted to go over all of the impact tax exemptions and discounts as they currently exist. We're not really going to talk about them if we're recommending to maintain that exemption. But I did want to make sure that the board is aware of all the exemptions and discounts that exist. The first three have to do with affordable housing, MPDUs, affordable units that are affordable to households earning 60% less or AMI, our personal living quarters, which are kind of like Montgomery County's version of SROs. They're exempt from impact taxes, and we're recommending to maintain that exemption. And again, any dwelling unit in a housing opportunity housing project. We don't really have these anymore. They're an HOC type of unit, but that is an exemption that will be maintained. Any dwelling unit that was built by high school students under a program operated by the Board of Education are exempt. Any farm town dwelling. Any dwelling unit in a development that is age restricted for seniors 55 and older, they're technically not exempt, but the rate's set to 0 for schools, and they're not exempt for transportation. And then single family or detached structures smaller than 1,500. They're not exempt currently, but we're recommending to introduce that discount. And then any development in an opportunity zone is currently exempt from impact taxes. We're recommending to maintain that exemption. Same for enterprise zones. We're recommending to maintain that exemption. We are recommending to remove the desired growth and investment area exemption that we feel is covered by the change in policy areas colors. Any building that will be located within 1/2 mile of MARC stations, certain MARC stations, that you get, you're not exempt from school, but you get a discount on the transportation side. We're recommending to maintain that. Developments with 25% MPDUs, you either get an exemption or a discount depending on your policy area in your school impact area. We are recommending to maintain that exemption. Multifamily units with 3 or more bedrooms, currently it's a discount for infill school impact areas, not exempt on the transportation side, and we're recommending to expand that exemption for schools and introduce it for transportation. And then finally, office to residential and bioscience, they're currently, office to residential is currently not exempt. We're going to introduce that exemption. And for bioscience, they do not pay transportation impact taxes, but the rate is currently set to 0, and we want to maintain that exemption and add it to code. So I'm just gonna, if the board's good, I'm just gonna move into the recommendations. So the first recommendation has to do with the calculation of school impact taxes. Before 2016, the school impact taxes, they were calculated at 90% of the cost of the seat, and at the time, they were school facility payments. And in 2016, with the removal of school facility payments, impact taxes were then calculated at 120% at the cost of the seat. And then back in 2020, with the introduction of the utilization premium payments, the 120% of the cost of a seat calculation was lowered to 100%. Currently, our staff's current recommendation with continued use of the utilization premium payments for schools identified as overcrowded, we are recommending the calculation should remain at 100% the cost of the seat. We did receive some correspondence from Miles and Stockbridge that noted that MCPS receives funding from the state for construction costs associated with the student seat, which thereby lowers the cost to MCPS. Therefore, impact taxes should be recalibrated to reflect the actual cost to MCPS, that county portion of the funding that doesn't include state aid. Staff is evaluating this issue. We think this is a good point. We're going to discuss the findings with the planning board at the next work session. We are currently researching the amount of state aid given to projects in the CIP. So with that, we will revisit this recommendation at the next work session with the board. So we're recommending to pause on this recommendation.
Can we say something
Yes.
while you're doing that? I totally support this recommendation, and I'm very happy that you're going to look into it and see how it is, because if it is grants or other things that school doesn't pay, so why should we charge the developers?
Right. And
That's
I think
a good point.
I think we agree. I'm sorry for interrupting you. We think that we agree that's a really good point. Just preliminary research, Ms. Beck had seen that around it could be 20% of the state aid. We think that might actually be more because some of that money goes for things like HVAC that necessarily impact taxes wouldn't go to. So we're going to research each school, and we're going to figure out the average cost of state aid, and then we'll be back with that next work session. The next recommendation has to do with the cap and carryover system. In 2023, a bill was passed in response to anticipated higher than usual biannual impact tax adjustments. For both transportation and schools, the tax rate adjustment cannot exceed 20%. If it does exceed 20%, then the excess dollar amount must be carried over and added to the tax rate before calculating the next update. We did not, our recommendation is to keep this system. It's relatively new. It was only implemented in November. We think that it does do a good job of helping soften any anticipated high adjustments upward. And we did not receive any testimony on this recommendation. Therefore, our recommendation has not changed. We want to keep the cap and carryover system as its implementation is relatively new. So this was fun one that we've received a lot of testimony about, and I had a lot of fun researching the numbers on this. The county has recently prioritized the production of smaller homes. We just Today, finally, we're approving attainable housing strategies where we talked a lot about the size. Hopefully, knock on wood, we talked a lot about the impact that size has on affordability. And planning staff had made a recommendation to align the recommendations of attainable housing strategy with our impact tax policy, and to offer a 50% transportation and school impact tax discount to single-family attached and detached units that are 1,500 square feet or smaller. We received a decent amount of correspondence on this issue. First, there were concern that small units, that the APF and the impact tax system, the APF focuses on large-scale development and excludes small-scale, and that compounding effect that we had talked about during the AHS work sessions. Mr. Barnes had said that, if this becomes more common, more regular, that we see a lot of more conversions of homes to duplexes and triplexes, the GIP should incorporate infrastructure assessment of attainable housing units. I think that's a little premature. We do not know yet the impact of attainable housing strategies on the infrastructure or how many are going to be built. And then also small-scale attainable housing, they will pay both transportation and school impact payments, as well as UPP fees if they're necessary. But it is important to note that small-scale attainable housing units are unlikely to be required to contribute to off-site transportation improvements due to the de minimis threshold for transportation adequacy and the current adequacy standards. This is something that we can know, in attainable housing, we talked a lot about these reports, these check-ins that we're going to have with the board and the county council. This is something that we can monitor. If it's something that, we're seeing a lot of these and we're seeing some infrastructure issues, then we can maybe figure out, work collaboratively with our partners to kind of figure out a solution there. But at this point, we think it's a little premature.
I think that sounds good. To some degree, it's sort of a positive problem if we end up getting too much attainable housing. And if that happens, then certainly, as you suggest, I think we can evaluate. But yeah, I don't think it makes sense to sort of preemptively put speed limiters on a policy that we don't really know how it's going to play out yet. And on the other point, I also agree with aligning the unit size discount with attainable housing. I think that makes sense as a first step. It sounds like some of the comments from some folks is that we're just not seeing a ton of small, and we saw this data from DOT as well. We're just not seeing a ton of 1,500 square foot units or smaller, but I think that's also an opportunity to see how these policies may adjust some of those incentives and drive down those unit sizes. So it seems worth aligning to see if we can get there first. So I agree with the choice.
I have comments.
Sure.
I think 1,500 square foot is very small for a 3-bedroom apartment, and it may not be marketable and not convenient. I did see a lot of requests from the land developments to increase it at least to 1,600 or 1,700. And I think this is something that we should consider to increase from 1,500 to a little bit more to be marketable and see how it goes. In regard to the second one, I will add had concerned about parking and also traffic. This is something that we heard a lot from our constituents, that parking is an issue, or additional traffic or school crowding. I agree with your approach that this is something that's why we said we're going to have report an annual base, and we come back in 3 or 4 years to see what are the impacts on how we should mitigate impact. This is something that we should make a purposeful attempt to see how the impacts are and come with a mitigation plan for the next round.
Sure. So the size thing is something we're going to talk about. I did research. DPS has amazing data, and they have the square footage in their building permit data and their impact tax data. So we were able to kind of look to see where the distribution of sizes were for townhouses. And we found that the testimony we received is absolutely right. We're not getting a lot of small townhouses or small homes. That's not surprising, but the small homes the small townhouses that we're using, based on the notes, seem to be MPDUs. So we are getting some. If you look at this chart, you can see that there was not very few under 1,600 square feet, but there were a decent amount between 1,600 and 1,800. So staff is ultimately recommending to revise its recommendations to 1,800. That gives it a little bit more wiggle room. That's still less than the bottom 20% quintile. The bottom 20% quintile is 2,000 square feet, so it's still significantly smaller than that. But we understand if the board wants, in AHS, the 1,500 was an average unit size, so it's likely that some will be bigger and some will be smaller to reach that average unit size. And we think 1,800 is a good compromise with the building industry.
I support it.
I think we're averaging it up. We're still making it small on the small end of what's being constructed. I think that's reasonable. I mean, I think the marketability of square footage is based more on what's available than the square footage itself. I mean, my house is 1,400 square feet, give or take. It's got 4 bedrooms. I have 5 kids. It's a lot of people in there, but it's still doable. And also a yard, but like I think that's more the nature of availability of what's there, and we're looking at small lot things. But I mean, averaging it over and making it slightly larger, I think we had one bit of testimony that they have a sort of a planned set that they use, like they have an existing sort of sort of structure that they use, and I think that's fine to sort of average it up slightly higher. But it's going to be an average, and they're going to end up being smaller anyway. I think this is a reasonable compromise to go with. So.
Sorry. If there's consensus for this approach, considering the averaging, I think I'm okay with that. I would just also point out that although the current market, of course, is producing these mostly larger units, at least 80%, as we just saw, are probably over 1,800 square feet. Those are largely not attainable. Right? They're sort of leaning into what the market is currently providing and providing the incentives at the current market kind of equilibrium. Although 1,800, like focusing the policy here with averaging, it's a step in the right direction. But I think some of the comments that we heard, it reflects an existing market that we're trying to sort of manipulate a little bit and push in a smaller direction. So in the future, I think this is one particular threshold to monitor, and maybe we can revisit it if we're still not seeing kind of the incentives driving down. But just one example of where maybe we shouldn't just sort of accept kind of the default market equilibrium as it stands.
Yeah. Sure. We can certainly monitor it. The next GIP, some of these will hopefully be built, and we could see what their price they were sold for. And if we need to, course correct, we can do that. I think this is a good compromise for now because, one, under 1,800 is still only about 12% of the units that were built, so it's a pretty small amount. And hopefully with this policy, we'll see more than 12% that are smaller than 1,800. So I agree with you that, the important thing here is that we're trying to incentivize smaller homes to make them more price attainable.
Yeah. Can you go back? Can you go back to the original? This is for single. What is this? Detached homes. What is it? The recommendation was for discount to a single family attached and detached units. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's a string of towns, and a lot of those I'm sure those were 3- and 4-story town. I don't know. I mean, like those larger ones are probably. Not the attainable housing type of, like a duplex, triplex. These are probably 3- 4-story townhomes, correct? I mean,
Right.
what you're in your distribution. I don't know.
These were units that were classified as townhouses in
Okay.
DPS's
So
data.
we don't know that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So then, how would that affect our attainable? We would also connect it as back in attainable housing. It would be the same 1,800 square feet.
I think that's something we should talk about this afternoon when we get
Yeah,
to the attainable
yeah.
housing work session.
We're skipping ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
wanted is there some?
But just as a reminder, in attainable housing, it's an average. Some will be higher, some will be lower.
Right.
So it's okay that the number in the GIP is a little bit higher to reflect that.
The
To
one
still
thing,
capture some of that.
Yeah, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. For the record, I just wanted to clarify one comment, Vice Chair Pedawin. You referred to this recommendation with the 50% reduction in the impact taxes. You referred to apartments. This would only apply to single-family attached and detached units.
And just, and one more point for clarification. You had mentioned that most of the smaller units that were produced were the MPDU units as well, which would already be exempt under the
Correct.
GIP. So do you have a sense of how many, if we bump it up to 1,800 and we're picking up a couple extra hundred units there, how many of those would get the reduction that would not already be MPDU exempt under the GIP?
I'd have to look. The MPDU comment mostly came from the DPS inspectors. They have notes section, and they would write like, "This is an MPDU."
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if there's a way for me to like pull it out. I'll look, and we can come back next work session if you're interested in finding that out.
That's fine. It's not an immediate thing, but we're covering most of those smaller units already under an existing
Right.
exemption, likely that those are smaller.
Right, but I think that this could help, if they're already building MPDUs that size, maybe they
Maybe.
could build, they have that
Yeah.
footprint, that drawing, that rendering that could help, they could build
Footprint
market
is the
units
word I was
that
looking
size
for
too,
earlier. Thank
to help push them there.
Okay, so I think we're good in terms
Okay.
of raising it to 1,800, and hopefully that'll also spur more homes, smaller homes. Okay, thank you.
Hopefully, thank you. So next, we're moving on to the desired growth and investment areas. The desired growth and investment areas, they include specific Metropolitan Washington Council of Government designated activity centers in a 500-foot buffer around existing and specific planned bus rapid transit lines. DGAs, they give a 40% transportation impact tax discount for orange policy areas and a 32% discount for yellow policy areas. And they were created in the last growth and infrastructure policy update. We are recommending to remove this exemption. It's another boundary that complicates the policy, and also we feel like aligning a lot of the transportation and policy areas to the Thrive growth corridors is accomplishing a similar, something similar. So we feel like we don't necessarily need this recommendation anymore. And for testimony, MCDOT, they support this recommendation to remove the desired growth and investment areas. We believe that this could potentially help offset some of the impact tax exemption and discounts that MCDOT and the executive branch have expressed concerns about. However, the offset to the impact tax exemptions is not included in the fiscal analysis, as DPS has not yet implemented this policy yet. So again, the recommendation is to remove this exemption. Thank you. Next, moving on to 3 bedrooms or more exemption. Currently, a 3-bedroom multifamily dwelling unit or more in an infill impact area pays impact taxes at 40% of the otherwise applicable rate. The county has prioritized building these units in the past, desiring more family-friendly units, especially in high-rise buildings. According to CoStar data, which is just a rental database, only around 900 of these 3-bedroom units or more have been built since 2013. It's roughly around 4% of the rental housing units that have been built. And Thrive has been a guiding force for a lot of our recommendations for the GIP, and they will recommend enacting policies that encourage the construction of housing units in multifamily buildings suitable for larger households. And this will also help increase the amount and variety of housing in the county. The recommendation is to modify the exemption to fully waive impact taxes for 3-bedroom units or more in multifamily structures. We received correspondence from support from Seltzer Gervich, Greater Washington, the Miles Group, and the Montgomery for All Steering Committee. MCDOT, they did voice minor opposition to this recommendation while noting the anticipated fiscal impact is minor due to the limited number of 3-bedroom units built over recent years. MCDOT also recommended clearly defining units with 3 or more bedrooms, such as whether boarding or rooming houses or other forms of shared or group housing would qualify for these proposed changes. So next, we did
Can I just
Sure,
make
I'm
a
sorry.
comment? I think this is one of the areas that we should monitor for the next time to see that if really the impact tax has made an impact to create more 3 bedrooms or not, and see that if it is worthwhile to continue the exemptions or not.
We can definitely do, I mean, that's the wonderful part of the GIP is every 4 years, we take another look at the policies to better see if they're effective and they're working. So we can definitely do that. So the existing exemption in section 5255 states a 3-bedroom multifamily unit located in an infill impact area must pay the tax at 40% of the otherwise applicable rate. To respond to MSO-DOT, we're recommending the proposed exemption to read multifamily residential units that have 3 bedrooms or more are exempt from impact taxes. In section 5239, multifamily residential is clearly defined. It's defined as a garden apartment, a mid-rise and high-rise dwelling unit structure, and mobile homes. So we think that, linking to existing language that's already in the code to what this exemption would look like will help clearly define what we're looking for.
So it does not include single-family or attached home townhouses? Okay.
I think those will mostly have at least 3 bedrooms anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
So we modified the recommendation slightly to respond to MSO-DOT to add that would waive impact taxes for multifamily residential units that have 3-bedroom units or more in multifamily structures. Moving on to recommendation 4.6, office to residential conversions. Currently, the office to residential conversions, they get a credit for their office use against their new residential impact taxes. The county has a high office vacancy rate, and converting offices to residential is difficult and expensive. In the public hearing draft, the recommendation was given how office vacancy rate and how expensive it is to convert to exempt office to residential conversions from impact taxes. We received some testimony about this issue. The Miles Group and Montgomery for All Steering Committee and Mike English support this recommendation. MCU-GOT voices minor opposition to this recommendation, as this recommendation may slightly reduce available revenues to address needs, recommends precisely defining what constitutes an office to resident conversion, particularly for projects that may include both conversions as well as new non-conversion development. Seltzer-Gervich recommends adding a new recommendation that provides a 50% exemption from school impact taxes for development projects that involve the demolition of office buildings for infill attached and/or multifamily housing. Seltzer-Gervich reasons that this would allow for 100% exemption where projects adaptively reuse an office building for multifamily housing and incentivize a wider range of housing types. So staff is open to adding a 50% exemption from impact tax for projects that involve full demolition of an office building for attached or multifamily housing. So the new modified recommendation is given the high office vacancy rate and how expensive it is to convert, exempt office to residential conversions from transportation and school impact taxes when the building is adaptively reused or renovated for multifamily housing. Offer a 50% transportation and school impact tax discount for office to residential conversions while demolition is involved in the conversion of office to residential to multifamily or single-family attached housing.
Okay. Did this commercial building, when they were developed, they paid impact taxes for
Yes.
transportation and schools?
Not schools, because it's not a
Okay,
residential
but
use.
they paid for transportation.
Correct.
How different it is that we have to charge them again for the 50% when they demolish it? Is it a big difference between the commercial building to residential? I understand they didn't pay for school, but they did pay for transportation. Sorry, DOT, I'm not trying to get your money away. I'm just trying to be fair.
Sure. So there's an example on the screen right now of what the waive office residential conversion impact tax would look like. So if we look at a building that's 2,000 gross floor area, 200,000. They would, if they were in the orange policy area, they would pay $22.10 per square foot, and the total impact taxes, and this is using today's numbers, would be about $4.4 million. So if they convert it to, 175 market units, considering that, 25 could be MPDUs, they would be paying, 15,000 in transportation impact tax, 13,000 per unit for schools. And then, so that would be about, $2.7 million and $2.4 million for school impact taxes. So it'd be a total of $5 million. And so you would subtract the 4.4 million that they originally got credited for from the 5 million to get around 650,000 that would be waived.
So you give them a credit for what they paid?
Originally, yes.
Okay. And where is that one? I couldn't follow that. It's no
I'm sorry.
negative number in here.
Let me see if I can get the mouse to show up. All right, so if, I can't get the mouse to show up, it's not working, but if you look at the first, the second row that says 2210,
Yes.
and then you follow the total impact tax, so that's, that first section, that 4.4 million, that's the original
Yes.
impact tax.
Yeah.
And so when it's converted, it would pay the total impact taxes under the Office of Residential Commercial Impact Taxes, that $5 million that's bolded,
Then they subtract
and you
that.
subtract.
Okay, that's fair. Thank
Okay.
you.
Lisa, can you also clarify single-family attached, which types that refers to? That would be, get the 50% exemption, or discount, rather.
Sure, so single-family attached, and we currently refers generally to townhouses and DPS's current practices for stack flats too. We will have a conversation in a couple of slides about where stack flats should fit, but generally it's those types of units.
Okay, so thinking forward to attainable housing, would this also cover like the multiplexes, or is that sort of outside the bounds of this?
Well, in the attainable housing report, we kind of punted to the growth and infrastructure policy about where these units would be classified. We said that stack flats are probably the most similar housing type. I'm not 100% sure where it's going to end up, to be honest.
Okay. Would this be the place to, well, if it isn't
No.
clarified here, where would we actually sort of factor that in?
Are we coming back to this in a future
We're coming.
work session?
We,
To
I think we should come back to this in a future work session
the
because
classification piece of
the
where-
classification, we were going to cover it today, but I also realized that for the small house discount, if it's just attached and detached, and we ended up classifying stack flats and attainable housing as multifamily low, then they would not fit into the small house discount. So I think that we should come back to those, the stack flats and the classification recommendation next work session. Let us talk it through behind the scenes. Let us talk with Department of Permitting Services about this, so that we can just be very clear when we get to the work session on attainable housing and the growth and infrastructure policy.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, thanks.
So we'll come back to that recommendation in a future work session.
But the overarching concept here is that if they convert from office to residential by demolition, that your recommendation, just wanted to, is to give a 50% discount on transportation and school impact tax.
Correct.
Okay. Yes.
The next recommendation has to do with bioscience. Bioscience impact taxes are currently set to 0. This is a very important sector in, with the economic competitiveness in the county, and continuing exempting bioscience projects and adding that exemption to county code, we think would be is really important to the economic vitality of this sector in the county. So we are recommending adding it to code and continuing the exemption from impact taxes. MSO DOT neither supports nor opposes this recommendation. It would have no or negligible fiscal impact as compared to current policy. Bill commoners and the Miles Group recommend maintaining the current policy, recognizing the importance of this sector. The current recommendation is to, again, continue exempting bioscience projects and anxiety exemption to county code from impact taxes. I'm going to let Ms. Buckley walk through the next slide.
Hi, this is recommendation 4.8 for, this recommendation is to update the county code to provide more clarity and to allow credit for improvements along state roadways. Today in the code, it permits developers to receive transportation impact tax credits for constructing transportation improvements that either reduce traffic demand or increase transportation capacity. These improvements are usually built either through either as off-site mitigation or as a frontage improvement. The code lists eligible projects in section 5250. However, there are some unclear and conflicting definitions. But notably, improvements along state highways are not allowed to receive impact tax credit. Our recommendation is to update the code to provide more clarity and to also to allow credits for improvements along state roadways. For testimony, County Executive Mark Elrich cautions that this will impact the county's financial ability to build infrastructure improvements. He also says that if credits are allowed for improvements on state roads, then impact tax rates should be increased. MCDOT strongly opposes this recommendation because it would reduce collected funds and deprioritize projects that are selected through the master planning process. MCDOT's analysis estimates an approximate annual impact tax reduction of $250,000. Our staff response is that the goal of this is really to create a fairer and more equitable development process. And it acknowledges that state roadways are critical transportation assets and a site of significant corridor-focused growth. These improvements add value for our community and make our county safer. Planning staff also wants to note that the county does regularly fund improvements along state roadways, such as sidewalks and side paths. This, we've heard from the county executive that impact taxes aren't used for state-led projects, which is true, but impact taxes are used for county-led projects on state roadways. At least $20 million has been spent, of impact taxes have been spent over the past maybe 5 years on state projects on state roadways. So.
I have one, can I jump in with a quick question here? We're going to start discussing sort of the corridor-focused growth policies soon, and this is going to, those corridors tend to be state highways. And can you sort of give a little color and a little extra information on how this is going to affect those things? Because this is going to allow then for the exemption of a lot of along those growth corridors, or hopefully the development that we get along those corridors.
Right. So the credit would, the credit would only go up to the amount of impact tax that the developer owes, and it's still specifically defined as to, what would qualify. But for example, if a development were to redevelop on, let's say, 355, we would ask them to build a frontage along the site that matches our vision for that type of roadway, along with buffer area, trees, a wider sidewalk, et cetera. So we're asking for these improvements that really help make the place a nice place to be.
Yeah, and that's sort of part of the consideration I had. So this is going to be something that's going to allow for credit for, like you said, developing that frontage that matches sort of the complete streets, not necessarily for like adding a lane along.
Exactly,
Okay.
yes.
This is a concern that I have, because
Yes.
I would like to make sure that we have credits going for actual like capacity, pedestrian comfort increases, bicycle lanes, side paths, et cetera, and not sort of for increasing capacity by sort of adding space.
Yes, and
Okay.
Would it also include off-site improvements through LATR, for example? So both frontage and off-site?
yes.
Okay.
We're going to return with specific code language that would define this at a future work session.
So if, for example, George Avenue there, if they have to put certain pavers and trees and whatever like that, So in certain instances, the developer does, and in other instances, DOT does it? I mean, what is the rationale, and that impact tax, so what does that impact tax pay for in that, for DOT to do it, or developer to do it, or something else?
So if it were part of a capital project that either the state or the county was leading forward, then the state or county would do all of that and would build all of those improvements, would build the side paths. When a property comes in to redevelop along a roadway, we ask them to improve the frontage, so improve the strip of right-of-way in front of there, and they pay for it.
And pay the impact tax?
Yes. If this were along a county road, if it met certain criteria, that developer would be allowed to get a credit for the state impact tax. But for the same improvement, if it happens to be a state highway, we do not allow credit. So developers along state highways, in effect, have to pay more because you have to pay for the improvement and then pay for the full tax without receiving a credit. And our recommendation is to also allow credits for improvements on state highways.
Can I ask one more question about how this potentially aligns with, for example, the updates we're considering for incentive zoning? And so say an applicant chooses to pay in lieu to achieve some amount of extra density. Would the payment in lieu, say if for example they want to pay in lieu of some sort of transportation infrastructure on site, or I guess extending kind of further from the site, would the payment in lieu count as credit toward the impact tax?
So on-site improvements are typically do not receive credit because that's on property, not within the right-of-way. If you were building like a master planned road, that would be different, but typically an on-site improvement.
Yeah, sorry, I think I misspoke. I meant like frontage, sort of frontage improvement or kind of extending off-site. Would a payment in lieu count toward credit?
Rebecca Torma, DOT. I generally take in the impact tax credits. I review them. They go through me, and DOT reviews them and approves them. So impact taxes are for regional capacity. Extension of Observation Drive, major facilities of bike paths. If a bike path is on a business district or higher classified street, just to use the old terms, they can potentially get credit for anything. We don't care if it's on-site or off-site. If you're doing it and you're adding capacity, whether it's bike, ped, or roadway, you can get those credits. The credit is based on the amount that you pay. So what happens is that a developer comes in, they say, I got a bond amount approved. The bond amounts are, I don't remember when they were redone, but they're significantly lower than the actual cost of the improvements. So they come in, they ask for that credit, and they will give them that credit. They can use that, DPS will create an account, and then that developer can pull through that account as they build out the development. The credit is good for 12 years. We do have some older developments that there's no expiration, but nowadays it's 12 years, which is it's 12 years credit. They can get, so if you have a sidewalk and you're required to build it in your development on a state roadway, we don't give that credit at this point. We also generally, if you have a county roadway that ends up into a state area, in order to complete the project, you need to improve that facility. Like if you have a sidewalk that connects into 355 and it's county road, yes, we will give you credit for that because that is completion of that. So we generally, the code today says that you can't use the money for state roadway projects, and I'm not aware that any specific state roadway project has been used for that impact tax credit. So that is my understanding.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. That makes sense given the current situation. I think I was maybe asking a slightly different question. But overall, I agree with this recommendation. I think it's a great approach. I think that it speaks to a lot of the really important corridors that we have, which are included in the master plans that we go through. And on a higher level, I think that this is, of course, is out of our purview. You mentioned sort of the credit applies to kind of regionally significant or regional capacity concerns. If we're talking about infrastructure and transportation infrastructure and ways to sort of improve the multimodal situation across the county, I'm not sure that distinction as far as how we pay our impact tax dollars makes sense to me personally. I know that this is a bigger conversation and question, but because of that, I think that this recommended approach really does make sense. We're not taking away from the infrastructure dollars if we're contributing to the infrastructure being built on the ground, or at least incentivizing more of it through more development, which is, I think, is the intent here, to bring in more, to remove some of the constraints and obstacles on the margins to help more developments go forward, which would then contribute more infrastructure on these corridors. So I think it's a great idea. Just a couple of questions around sort of like where the credit applies, but I guess we can talk more about that as we move forward.
I have a comment. I share the concerns of the county executive with regards to long-term infrastructure needs. And we know that giving the exemption will have an immediate impact, but long-term, will we be able to access the dollars or generate the dollars needed for, future infrastructure that the new development could create a need in the future that we're not planning for now because of the immediacy and the need for housing. So I'd just like to express that. Thanks.
Thank you. Like we said at the beginning, we want to work with the executive branch on finding sustainable, lasting infrastructure funds. We think that it's really important. There's trade-offs to both. It's a balancing act between wanting to ensure that infrastructure is adequately funded, but also ensuring that, we have the badly needed housing production in the county. So I appreciate your comment, and it is noted, and we want to, partner to find better and more ways to fund infrastructure.
I also have a comment and question at the conclusion that I'll pose to you at the conclusion of your presentation.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa, could you go back one slide? I just wanted to note that this recommendation received a lot of support as well, acknowledging that that the code needs a kind of a comprehensive review. So you can go forward. Great. And as I said before, we'll return with specific code changes at a future work session.
I quickly want to just highlight we heard the financial analysis about other elements of the GIP, and it sounded like the projected impact of this would be about $250,000 on an annual basis. Is that what we were estimating?
The projected impact was $250,000 on an annual basis. It was really a 4-year average of $1 million, although MCDOT did say that they thought that was a low-end estimate, and they weren't sure what the actual impact would be. And it will depend on the specifics of the code changes.
Yeah, for sure. Even if it's sort of within a range of, even if you double that amount, for example, it's still 25% of the total that we heard earlier. Compared to the overall sort of impact tax revenues going to MCDOT, it does seem relatively small. I think it plays into this question, or this interest that we have in general of pursuing some alternative and more sustainable and less volatile revenue models to support infrastructure countywide, which again is outside of this conversation, but I think it's just another example of how if we try to like nickel and dime here and there to try to kind of preserve some money in support of these infrastructure projects, it still only takes us so far. I don't think that we're ever going to really impact tax our way to a good infrastructure or sustainable revenue situation, unless a situation that's not volatile given the cycles of the market. So I think it just feeds that interest that we should have to pursue a different model.
Andrew Bossi again with County DOT. I have one thing to add to the $250,000 per year estimate. It's in the appendix, pretty big asterisk, is that's based on the actual developments we've had in the current growth cycle, growth policy, and projects that they have built along state roads that would have been eligible if this policy were in place. But there's about 48% of the developments we had occurred along state highways, and they may have built or agreed to build more things focused on state roads if that option were available to them, if they had that credit available to them. So that $250,000 per year may be a very lower end. It could be a lot higher if more developers have this credit available.
I will say, I looked at the developments that have been approved since about 2021, and out of all the developments, we had about 15,000 linear feet of state road frontage that has to be built. And if you multiply that times how much, do we know how much it costs to build something? It's significant. It's not inexpensive.
Yeah. I just want to jump. I want to jump in and sort of reiterate something that Commissioner Linden said, is that I think we're getting into a penny wise, pound foolish situation going on here. We are kind of nickel and diming on the impact taxes, and our overall intention of creating more housing and creating more infrastructure is not going to be solved by nickel and diming the impact taxes. And I really don't see any good argument that state roads should be treated different from county roads. Nobody cares and they drive on them. Like, if they're walking or biking or going someplace, nobody cares if the benefit is on a county road or a state road. So having this exemption and trying to squeeze a little more blood from the stone for the state highways doesn't seem to make a ton of sense to me. So I think this is a good policy, and I think the very volatility of the impact taxes should signal that we need to find a more sustainable and more predictable way to fund the infrastructure and not try and squeeze just tiny little bits more from it in every place we can. And that's my personal opinion on that. I like this policy.
Thank you. We're moving on. The recommendation for opportunity zones is next. Opportunity zones, they're economically distressed communities where private investments may be eligible for capital gain tax incentives. In the 2020 Growth and Infrastructure Policy, an exemption was added that allowed projects in opportunity zones to have their school and impact taxes fully exempted. Our current recommendation in the public hearing draft is that, given that the program is expected to expire at the end of 2026, planning staff recommended adding legacy language to allow planning board approved projects that have not yet received building permits to continue to receive the impact exemption. We received testimony, Scott Wallace on behalf of MCB White Oak LLC. It's essential for that project for opportunity zone exemption to be maintained. Seltzer Gervich recommends continuing to exempt development projects under opportunity zones and enterprise zones as long as the underlying APF approvals remain valid at the time of building permit issuance when impact taxes are calculated. Bill Commoners and Daniel Wilhelm recommend continuing the impact tax exemption for enterprise zone and opportunity zones beyond the expiration date. Staff is recommending an update to its recommendation, which we'll get to on the next slide. The enterprise zone for let me back up. The impact tax exemption for current enterprise zones is recommended to be maintained. The recommendation for former enterprise zones was phased out in the last growth and infrastructure policy. That is not recommending to be changed. What we're talking about is opportunity zones, which are slightly different than enterprise zones. Staff is supportive of retaining that exemption for enterprise zones, and for opportunity zones, we're recommending to change our recommendation to keep the exemption for the qualified census tracts beyond the program expiration. So the recommendation would read, although the federal opportunity zone program is expected to expire at the end of 2026, the opportunity zone exemption should remain for projects located in opportunity zones in the opportunity zone designated census tracts regardless of federal status. This just adds a little bit of more predictability. We'll evaluate it in the next growth and infrastructure policy after the program has expired, but this gives certainty to 2028.
I'm fine with that. Well, quick question.
Sure.
Have we gotten any major development projects out of the opportunity zone? Do you know? you
Sure.
can let me know next time, but I'm just trying to, out of
We
curiosity.
do have that list. I can get that back to you. There have been developments in opportunity zones. If you look at the list, Silver Spring is an opportunity zone. Mr. Wallace represents the Viva White Oak project. I think they are counting on this enterprise zone
Okay.
exemption, as they said in their testimony. There's, Gaithersburg, Wheaton, opportunity zones that, are places where we want to see economic growth in the county.
Thank you.
And the county executive, Mark Elridge, recommends that the, planning board explore a more equitable tax structure similar to Northern Virginia's, where long-term payments sustain infrastructure funding and foster business growth. And Northern Virginia taxes allocated for infrastructure directly contribute to essential projects, showcasing a model for effective and sustainable development. Planning staff would welcome future collaboration with the executive branch on this issue. Staff recognizes that there is insufficient funding to implement infrastructure recommendations and master plans, and is supportive of the county executive efforts to convene a larger discussion about infrastructure funding and welcomes the opportunity to participate.
Sounds great. And if you could maybe potentially tweak it to say that, we would be delighted to work with the executive branch and the council, more so, and then we would, I don't want to put words in your planning, but to take the lead in doing a study, provided it is funded, because I think this would help in so many ways to potentially find a model a sustainable model for funding infrastructure improvements. I think all the departments, the executive department, the council, and we would love that. So that'd be great.
I agree. I think
If the other board members are.
I have a comment, and this is for understanding. Is the county executive's recommendation concerning exploring a more equitable tax structure, does it mean instead of giving it an exemption, but give if there was going to be an impact tax or some payment, does it mean stretching it out over in time instead of having the developer or owner pay it immediately, as opposed to stretching it out over time? Because if it's stretched out over time, it makes a lot of sense. And I'll conclude at the end of your presentation why I think it makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Hi, Rachel Silberman from OMB again. The county executive is very interested, again, as is noted here, in what's going on in Northern Virginia. And in Northern Virginia, they have supported a lot of their infrastructure growth through differential tax rates, where the business and corporate community pays a different rate than residential. And so you would be moving away from sort of an upfront payment to a more sustainable annual payment in terms of taxes.
It's essentially a large-scale business improvement district type model, right?
Yeah.
So how do
More or
we
less.
improve the infrastructure? Because the money is not there. So the businesses come and the infrastructure would be built 10, 15 years later. Is that the thinking?
But is in the way it would be set up in this, but that's why we say we need to look at models. The Northern Virginia may be a good model. There may be other models, but if they know that based on a certain tax, there's a dedicated fund, the county can go out and issue bonds or issue to help pay, to help pay for all that improvement, knowing that they're going to get money back in taxes. So that's what there could be other models, but we would love to look at that whole what best practices and come up with something that the council and the county exec and all would be happy with. Okay. All for it. Okay.
And we will modify our response to the comments to make sure that it incorporates the study.
And just one quick clarification, we could put something to this effect in the transmittal letter to the council and the county executive, if that's what you're looking for.
But we should also know, the collaboration is fine, but just something that we support, and it should be done. I think it should be done before the next growth. Start working on it so that, whether it's 1 or 2 years from now, it's done. We've come up with a recommendation, and then it could be either updated in the growth and infrastructure policy, or or, 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, but we're ready to move forward with it.
Yeah.
That's what it said out. So it could, but I think it needs to probably be a recommendation, and then you can also, in the letter, re-emphasize that or something like that. We can talk more about it, but
Yeah.
that's it.
We could add it as a recommendation to a report.
Yes.
would be-
We can do that, and we'll bring back the language in
Okay, thank
a
you.
subsequent work session.
Perfect.
We also received more testimony from the county executive that says that if further exemptions and reduction in impact taxes are adopted, alternative funding sources must be identified that, absent the growth policy, may intensify the inequitable distribution of public services throughout the county. Our response from staff is that, while the county executive asserts that the GIP might intensify inequitable development of public services, it's not clear that this is the case for impact tax recommendations. Impact taxes are not geographically bound to the extent that off-site improvements are. One of the main benefits of adding additional impact tax waivers and exemptions in the GIP is to incentivize new development in more parts of the county, especially in places of the county where projects struggle to advance due to the high impact taxes. Next piece of general testimony, MCDOT strongly recommends that the collective portfolio of GIP recommendations must be neutral in value to the county as compared to the current GIP policy. It would be their preference that recommendations provide a net positive value to the county, which would improve the county's ability to ensure adequate public facilities and to achieve master plan visions. Planning staff, we focused on crafting a policy that further aligns the GIP and its impact tax recommendations with county goals and priorities. It is important to planning staff that this policy helps further the county goals, especially given that the county is not producing sufficient housing to meet its housing goals, and especially for affordable housing. Impact taxes are one of the tools that the county has at its disposal to help incentivize the production of housing. The Greater Colesville Civic Association recommends reducing transportation impact tax rates for developments that meet or exceed the non-auto driver mode share rates. The tax rates could be the value per auto trip, thus trips taken by transit, walking, or biking would not be charged an impact tax, thus encouraging their uses. Planning staff does not have an accurate way of measuring the impact of transportation demand management measures on mode share and trip generation for individual projects. The current impact tax regime, which is based on square footage and number of units, would also stand in the way of this proposal. However, under the current systems, projects with high NADMS rates are typically located in red policy areas, which have the lowest rates. And then I'm going to skip over outstanding issues and jump to next steps. So we just completed our third work session on impact taxes. We'll return. We have 2 more work sessions planned on outstanding topics that we'll come back to, and then a work session potentially in July to go over the track changes and the final edits. And then on July 24th, we'll be done, and we'll transmit it to the county council for their review. And that's it.
Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate leading us through this, and we also appreciate to have the county execs, the finance department and DOT here to listen to what you have determined the impact of this may be. I hope we also appreciate that we have certain objectives that we're all trying to do in addition to the infrastructure improvements, and why we're planning to have these recommendations. And so thank you so much, and we look forward to the next sessions. Are there any of the other comments or questions?
I have a couple of questions that may not need to be answered now, but there are questions that you might be able to give me answers to later on, and then also have a statement. Is it possible where a developer pay no impact taxes with the development because they took advantage of all of the exemptions, right? And what would the county gain if someone was to develop a property and took advantage of all the exemptions and constructed new housing? And then finally, my thought and question is, where will the money or lost tax revenue come from for the needs created by new housing and new people? And I think it's maybe undisputed that when you have new housing and new people, you need new resources and you need new transportation, schooling, and other needed and required infrastructure. And then finally, I dread that people who've had a hard time buying a home are not now going to get hit with higher property taxes because all of the exemptions that were given for the construction of homes. And, you know, speaking from our own personal experience, having worked in the mortgage industry, some homeowners forego having property taxes included in their monthly mortgage payment and take the risk of paying those taxes at the end of the year, and they're not prorated in their monthly mortgage payment. And I would dread a scenario where someone loses their house because of property taxes or are not able to afford their house because of property taxes. And so to make up for the lost revenue of the exemptions for impact taxes, I'm curious as to where that money will eventually come from. And again, I dread that it would come from an increase in real property taxes, which would then make the houses less affordable.
Sure. If I could recap your questions to make sure. The first one has to do with, is it possible for projects to have to pay no impact taxes? Yes, that happens already, the current system. You know, for example, a project that has 25% MPDUs pays no impact taxes even on the market units. You know, the policy is kind of set up in this way that, you know, projects that pay less impact taxes, they are furthering county goals, whether it's affordable housing, they're locating near a MARC station, they have, you know, a lot of affordable housing, they're in an opportunity zone, an economically distressed area, so they're kind of advancing a county priority, and that's the trade-off that we get, is that they don't pay impact taxes, but they're building, you know, housing or a commercial facility in an area that's desired, or they're providing a great service like affordable housing. So yes, that is possible. The second question would be, where would lost revenue come from? I would say that, you know, I don't know the answer. I'm going to be honest, I don't know. That's something that we could talk about with our friends at OMB and Finance. I would say that impact taxes, they are already a declining revenue source. You know, in about 2013 for schools, it was about 11% of the CIP budget, and it's down to about 6 or 7%. So they're already declining. So I would imagine that either that money is not replaced or there's another funding source, whether it's GO bonds or something, another revenue source. But you're right, that money needs to be replaced, and I think that's why, you know, we're going to add a recommendation about trying to find more sustainable infrastructure funding. I would also, you know, highlight that first slide that I showed about the impact taxes and how much we've collected. It's very cyclical, it's unpredictable, it's volatile, it's dependent on development in the county, which is dependent on so many things, whether it's high construction costs, interest rates, the availability of land. There's so many factors that go into whether or not a development gets built. It's really hard to predict. And the last one has to do with, can you kind of, property taxes that they're going to go up because?
I said I dread that they go up.
Okay.
To make up for the loss of impact taxes, the exemptions due to impact taxes. So you're losing the impact taxes that are specifically designated for infrastructure to service the new housing, right? And so you get this new housing, and then to make up for the loss of the impact taxes and the needed infrastructure, where's that money going to come from? And then I'm stating I dread that it would come from increased real property taxes because it could exacerbate an individual's opportunity to afford a home.
Just to remind that that's a capital improvement project, and it comes from CIP. So the money, it may be just the debt service that may impact the operating costs that comes to the tax. That would be very minimal if you compare it with the other operating costs for the county. I'm not really think that this is gonna be impacting the debt service versus the capital improvement.
Any other questions, comments? So thank you so much, and we will we'll take a 5-minute break and start again on item number 5, incentive zoning update. work session number 2. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item 5, incentive zoning update study, work session number 2. And we have Mr. Atul Sharma this morning from the Planning Department to review this, kick us off on the work session. So welcome, and we're looking forward to the work session this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. For the record, Atul Sharma. We are very excited to be here today for the second working session for the incentive zoning update. I'm joined with my colleagues, Grace Bogdan and Lu-Wei Wong, and we also have Don Pitts from Hyde Brown here today to go over some of the materials that we will be covering today. There's a slide. Okay, so yeah, this is the second work session. In the last work session, we sort of covered the overall proposed framework that we are recommending for this update. Today, we're really going to go into the various public benefits and the details that are being proposed. And then next week's working session is intended to be focused more on how to roll out the policy and implement the update. We do have a backup session in July. If the board feels like we need another session, we can always come back. But if next week the board feels satisfied with the recommendations and the discussion that they want to have, we'll be happy to seek your approval. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But today we're going to focus on the public benefits and really start with a quick recap of the things we discussed last week. And then we're going to turn to Don to sort of really give the board a broad overview of how we analyzed financial feasibility of these ideas and what type of development scenarios we looked at to make sure that the recommendations are really grounded in reality, dollars and cents, bricks and mortar. So we really benefited greatly from Don's and her firm's experience in doing real estate consulting in the DMV area, and she'll be walking you through some of that analysis. So just to sort of cover very quickly the things we did discuss last time, we recommended that the policy be applied strategically differently to each of the 4 zones, exempting EOF zone, for example, from providing public benefits, regulating public benefits in the LSE zone, mostly through the Great Seneca Life Science Overlay Zone, supporting the farmland preservation programs by continuing to require the purchase of BLTs as a part of optional method development, but including TDRs in that mix, and essentially making the CR and the Great Seneca Life Science Overlay Zones as receiving areas for TDRs, which would be a big step in sort of recommitting to their uptake, and also continuing to offer the maximum TDR density bonus of 4,400 square foot per TDR. So that was discussed last time as well. And then, some of the things that we also sort of went over with the board, that we'll continue to have a menu-based approach because it makes sense, it provides flexibility. We'll continue to have a standard method and an optional method of development structure as we have today. When projects go above the standard method FAR, they would have to provide public benefits to be able to build to that higher density. So none of that is fundamentally being altered. And I'm going to let Grace sort of cover a little bit about what those 2 thresholds are, because there were some questions that the board had asked, and we thought it might be helpful to just go over it with the aid of a graphic slide.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Grace Bogdan. So last week when we were discussing standard method and optional method, there were, of course, a lot of questions about what does that actually mean? So I'm going to take another crack at the pie. On your screen, we've created a visual of an example property that's zoned CR5. And so when we have development coming through the CR zone, we have to ask ourselves a bunch of questions based on what they're proposing. So as we learned last week, the standard method threshold for the CR zone is less than 0.5 FAR. So if a project was proposing less than 0.5 FAR, that's considered standard method. And then we have to ask ourselves other questions about what is being proposed. And I've listed some of those on your screen in the bottom half. The first of which is how much density is being proposed. If it's greater than 10,000 square feet or higher than 40 feet in height, and abutting an agricultural residential zone, then a site plan is required. If they are proposing greater than 10,000 square feet but remaining below that 0.5 FAR and not abutting a residential zone, for instance, that does not require a site plan and can go forward to DPS. We also have to ask, what is the use being proposed? Because there's certain uses allowed within the CR zone that are allowed as a limited use. And if those limited use standards require a site plan, then that's when a site plan would still be required. There's certain overlay zones within our county, such as the Fenton Village overlay zone, that stipulate that a site plan is required for any development, whether it's standard method or optional method. So these are the questions that we have to ask ourselves as staff to determine if a site plan is required to move forward to the planning board. Again, if these questions are no, then the project can move forward to Department of Permitting Services for the building permit, where things such as the adequate public facilities, fire access, stormwater, and all those other code requirements are looked at the lower level. But if we go back to the beginning again, and if the project is proposing greater than 0.5 FAR, that is the optional method of development, and then that is when that comes through our process as a sketch plan and a site plan, and we're looking for the provision of public benefits for that greater amount of density. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I have a question regarding the height. If you go with the optional method, okay, and supposedly the zoning height is 120 feet, okay, and you said that if you give them, additional, density, or if they bring one of those incentives, they can get more density. And can they ever, with doing Excel design or whatever, go over the 120 foot that is the height in zoning? Can they go to 150, for example?
Sure. So in an optional method of development, the only
Yes.
time that they can go above the mapped height, such as 120 feet, in your example, would be is if they're providing more MPDUs than the required by code. And there is a provision in the ordinance that determines that criteria, and it's based on square foot and what your building plate area is to get that additional floor of height. I think another option would be is if they're providing major public facilities. I think this was a similar project the
Yeah.
board just reviewed, where the provision of major public facilities inhibits their ability to develop, and so in that case, the board can approve additional height to the project, but it's in very limited circumstances.
So, okay, and then, so they can go, is unlimited how high they can go, or is it still a threshold? And, I guess that it has to do some with the neighboring community also, correct?
It's based on what they're providing, so based on the MPDUs, it would be the number, the floor plate, so it could be one additional floor or two, and it's really based on how many MPDUs you're providing. For the major public facilities, it's based on the floor height of the parking that's being provided on the site, and so there's criteria for limiting what that actually is. I think to get to your question about compatibility, it depends on if there is an abutting residential zone where we do have other compatibility standards that the project would still need to meet.
That would, thank you.
And in addition to that, there are certain sector plans that put in even more specific requirements for ensuring that sort of scaling up to density and height. So if there's a master plan requirement, for example, in the Grosvenor-Strathmore Metro Station, there's a sort of step-back plane that was established through the sector plan, so the projects really had to kind of meet that. It's very infrequent that a project would build above its mapped FAR. There's very few specific examples where that occurs.
And Commissioner, one of the really good examples and one of the few for major public facilities that Ms. Bogdan just mentioned was the Wilson and the Elm that's right over the top of the Purple Line station. So there was a lot of complexity with where parking for not only vehicles but bike parking was going to go because it has a significant bike storage and type of facility there. So they were basically discounted for that height that the garage was going to be over the top of the Purple Line, and they were able to put that on top of the garage to get the additional height for the housing and the office that's there.
Thank you. That is really wonderful to know
Yep.
that there are flexibility to
Yes.
do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then, just to kind of recap last week's discussion, we did show the board how the menu was going to be more streamlined. There were going to be these 4 categories instead of 7 that are really much more directly aligned to policy goals that we have as a county, that there would be 13 public benefits under the 4 categories as opposed to the 36 that we have today. Again, to make the menu a lot more focused on moving the needle on achieving key policy outcomes. And that when projects would, in the CR and CRT zones, when projects come in through the optional method of development, they would have to provide at least one public benefit from housing or environmental resilience and at least one public benefit from infrastructure for compact growth and complete community amenities, unless they're providing a Tier 4 top-tier public benefit from either of these 4 categories, in which they would be exempt from providing other things. And this was an important recommendation we included to make sure that every project that is being built is achieving overall county goals, but also delivering sort of the services and amenities and infrastructure that is needed at a local level, which is identified through the sector plan. So bringing those red bars and blue bars that we looked at last time closer together.
Can I just say that when you say at least one from each category, sometimes it could be that we, even us, may want 2 from one category that makes it infeasible to have another one for another category. Is there any flexibility in that at least one per category for some circumstances that we may think? We may not think about it now, but we prefer to have it in future, or it could be even a development that they prefer. And it makes sense that they give more from one category that makes it cost-wise not feasible to go to all 4 categories.
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think the current recommendation at least is that if that one benefit is a Tier 4 public benefit, which is truly expensive and exceptional, then you're exempt from providing any other public benefits. But if you're picking and choosing smaller things, then the requirement or the recommendation is that, yes, you have to provide at least one from one of these 2 and at least one from the bottom 2. So, and we'll show you some examples of these. The Tier 1 public benefits are really, really easy to incorporate into projects. And we are also allowing double dipping from requirements. So projects are automatically going to be doing some things to meet other county requirements that we will also incentivize. So as Don walks you through the prototypes, I think you'll see that it's really easy to get at least one Tier 1 public benefit from any of these categories. But if the project does sort of focus on one significant public benefit, then they'll be exempt.
What about Tier 2 and 3? I understand Tier 4. I understand Tier 1 is easy. So what about Tier 2 or 3? If it is Tier 2, can they mix and match to have a Tier 2 from one and other one, or?
Absolutely. Yeah, they can provide any combination of public benefits. And we have some graphics that will sort of demonstrate this in a few slides, that it is truly a menu. So you can have Tier 1 from one, Tier 2 from another one, Tier 3 from another one, or you can have Tier 3 from one, like let's say infrastructure, and Tier 1 from housing, or Tier 2 from environmental, and Tier 2 from complete communities. So there's a lot of, in some ways, we have streamlined the menu, but we've increased the optionality because we're providing 4 tiers of participation for each public benefit. So really, there are 52 options for you to pick from this menu.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that if someone picked Tier 2 and Tier 3 from 2 categories, cost-wise may not make it possible to pick from the other ones. Just something to think about. And that if we say that you have to have one from each category, that I totally understand why.
I should
you're
clarify what the recommendation, because I think that it's getting to what you're saying. So what we are suggesting is that a project would have to provide at least one benefit, any tier, from either housing or environmental, and at least one public benefit from any tier from either infrastructure or complete community. So really, we are not saying every project has to provide a public benefit from each of the
Oh.
four.
Yeah,
Okay, I didn't understand.
Yeah, it was a little confusing, but so one from this group and one from this group.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you
Sorry.
meant one from each of
Oh,
four,
no,
and I
no.
said that may not happen.
Yeah,
Okay.
that may not happen, that'll be difficult to achieve, yes, we agree with you.
I got it.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was
Sorry,
not
it's a-
clear for me. That's what you said.
This
Okay.
diagram needs
The whole
work.
time you had brought it, I thought that is one from each of these.
No, it's just one from either the top line or the bottom line, so just two.
Well, your write-up is not saying that. At least the way I read.
We can clarify it, but the official recommendation is that you provide at least. Okay, all right, great. No, I think that's a good question, and we should do a better job of clarifying that.
Can I ask one quick clarifying question too? And I missed last week, and I apologize if y'all went over this last week. I remember an earlier conversation where we talked about some amount of like tailoring our preferences with respect to different areas or different master planned areas. So given the options that we're presenting to applicants, are we still planning to sort of express our internal preferences to some extent by area, which, yeah, it sounds like yes.
Yeah, so that's, I would say, a key recommendation as a part of this policy is that master plans have the ability to tailor this menu through the master planning process. We think that's really important because things change, things evolve, different areas of the county have different market dynamics, different needs in terms of any of these categories. So the master planning process should really have a more proactive role in identifying those.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. And then, yeah, this is just stating what we just went over, that each of these 13 public benefits has 4 tiers of participation. And as you provide a higher tier of that public benefit, you earn the right to build a larger amount of your incentive density. And this graphic essentially starts to show that, by creating this menu, we hope to provide a lot of flexibility to projects to earn the right to build their mapped FAR. They could provide a number of smaller public benefits from various categories. They could just focus on 2 public benefits and provide things from there, or they could just pick one public benefit that really aligned with the overall pro forma and the type of development and earn all their mapped FAR by doing that. The board did raise some excellent questions last time, and we just want to make sure that we reiterate them and say we completely heard all these points raised, and we've done some thinking around these. And we have a few slides at the end of today that we can get into this. If we run out of time, we can always bring these questions back for discussion next week as well when we talk about it. But the 4 questions were, is there a way to allow a small portion of the FAR to be approved on a discretionary basis through staff review? Should Tier 4 public benefits get any additional Excel to build density? How can the menu of benefits be updated regularly to ensure this policy does not become outdated, like the current policy has become over time? And what should be the threshold of optional method of development in the CR and CRT zones? We had recommended 0.5. There was a question, should it be raised to 1? And we have some thoughts. Happy to sort of continue that discussion and seek your guidance. So with that, I'm going to turn to Don, who's going to give the board an overview of how we sort of looked at dollars and cents and feasibility and all of that, and use that information to iteratively inform the recommendations that you see in front of yourself.
Great, thank you, everyone. So we started the process with an exercise to cost out what the cost was to actually, for developers to provide the public benefits The goal here was really to understand, the goal of the overall exercise was to really understand how this policy would impact project feasibility and ensure that the development community would be able to provide the county with public benefits and still bring reasonable developments to the market. So we started by developing estimates of costs of providing public benefits, both the development costs, so how much it actually costs them to construct, and the operating costs for those as appropriate. We did this both under the old existing menu and under the new menu. One note about the new menu, and I think that you've seen that we have various tiers. We did go back to ensure that when we were looking at these tiers, that the costs roughly aligned across tiers as well. So that if a developer were choosing from different categories or different items within specific tiers, they were looking at things that had approximately the same cost within a similar range. We did that, we developed those costs through a variety of sources, so things like RS Means and Marshall and Swift, which are construction cost databases. We also used IREM, which is a industry standard source for operating data, as well as discussions with the development community and our own internal project database from projects that we've worked on in the area to kind of validate the cost of actually providing some of these things. So using that information, we established the ranges and then evaluated each of those ranges across the benefit categories and tiers. Next slide, please. So the public benefit costing was used to inform the actual feasibility analysis. To start the feasibility analysis, in working with Montgomery Planning, the team developed a set of prototypical development projects. And what they were projects similar to what they'd seen come through the planning department, similar to what you might see in different areas of the county. We'll share a little bit more about that on the next slide. But it represented a variety of different assets, locations, and densities across the county, just to get a general idea of what projects would look like in the county. From there, we apply various public benefit packages. So similar to the question that Madam Vice Chair asked earlier, we looked at what it would cost to provide, a section of benefits from Tier 1 versus Tier 2 and Tier 3 versus only Tier 4, and how that affects project feasibility just in general. And those are what we're calling scenarios. So we have just to be clear, we have the prototypical development projects, and what that means is we're looking at this is what a project looks like. And then we have scenarios, and those scenarios are looking at different levels of public benefits assessed across each one of those scenarios to understand how feasibility in general is affected. We also looked at what a project might have brought to bear under the old system, just to understand how that would affect the feasibility as well. If we move on to the next slide, what you'll see is a summary of the prototypes. So these were the 5 main prototypes that we evaluated. Urban high-rise is something you might see somewhere like Bethesda. We have North Bethesda, and then something kind of ex-urban. I think we were Clarksburg, if I'm remembering correctly. So just kind of a smattering of different project types that you might see across the county. So just a sample here. And this is a sample of what our pro forma model output looked like. We determined feasibility based on a range of target returns. In this case, we looked at return on cost, at an equity multiple, and a levered IRR, which are all 3 popular ways that developers are going to evaluate project feasibility in general. With respect to assumptions, we generally assume that a developer might hold on to a project for 2 years, and that's what their exit strategy would be, and that's how they would determine whether or not the project was feasible and whether or not they'd be receiving sufficient returns. And one other note, and this was an interesting one that there was a lot of discussion about, but we actually held acquisition costs steady. You can make a lot of assumptions about this, and we kind of decided that it made the most sense to essentially hold acquisition costs steady. Difficult to determine if a developer's been holding on to a site for 5 or 10 years, or if they bought it 6 months ago with the goal of developing it immediately. And then finally, I wanted to share a little bit of what our output looked like and what we were analyzing. So the scenario analysis, and when I say scenarios, you see a base scenario, A, B, C. Those are really examples of how we looked at different benefit packages and then compared what happened to project feasibility. And so this is kind of an interim step if you're looking at these. These are really examples. But the goal here was to look at how those benefit package affected feasibility, and to go back and say, you know what, maybe this doesn't make as much sense in this tier. Maybe we need to adjust this tier. Maybe this should be on a square footage basis. maybe this should be tier 2 instead of tier 3, but we used output like this to really understand what the total benefit cost was and what the impact was on feasibility. And this really helped us identify potential inconsistencies and then go back and revise certain elements of the benefit tiers and packages. So these, over the next few slides, we'll walk through what some of those scenarios look like. So starting with the urban high-rise, and I think you saw the example of that just a few slides ago, this is how we would have looked at what we called the mixed bag scenario. The mixed bag scenario meaning that they were pulling, different smaller public benefits from all of the different categories. Then scenario 2 looked at only applying 2 categories, but tier 3, so more expensive public benefits. And then scenario 3, only 1 category, and that is, as we mentioned earlier, only providing a tier 4 benefit, which was something that's much more significant, much more expensive, and would allow a developer to only have to provide that 1 benefit. We can walk through the specific examples here. These are actual examples from from the scenarios that we ran, but you can see that what we tried to do was really look at what are different packages that developers could provide. How does that affect feasibility? Does it really make sense? Are they getting to a reasonable FAR to make a feasible project as well? The suburban podium, you'll see that things change a little bit. The other interesting thing, I think we talked about this a bit during the last session, is that in providing these benefits, most of them are scaled, so a per square foot basis, so that the amount of benefit that's provided for a larger project, a more expensive project, a more dense project, the benefit itself also scales with the project. And the cost of the benefit, therefore, scales with the project. And then finally, so for instance, if you're building the large TOD multi-block 25-acre project, much larger project, you're going to see a much more significant amount of public benefit, but that should be in line with the overall size and scale of the project. And then the excerpt.
Yep, and in addition to all the sort of considerations, Dawn and her team also included sort of cost assumptions related to the various construction types. So in a suburban podium, we're assuming wood over concrete. In the urban high-rise, we are assuming concrete and steel construction. We also made some general assumptions around rent because those things fluctuate a lot across different parts of the county as well. So really tried to get a comprehensive handle on costs and revenue and tried to incorporate that into these models. Any questions about that before we could dive into details? What the benefits?
Yeah, that was super helpful to see. So thanks for all of that modeling. It's nice to know that there is kind of a range of practicable options, doable options that folks can pursue. But it also made me wonder, this is a little outside of the financial modeling, but from a developer preference standpoint, do we have a sense of whether a mixed bag approach is, it could vary by area, I suppose?
I think it varies by area and by project. What's interesting is that in some cases, there are benefits that are both public benefits and things that enhance the value of the project itself. So you may have a developer that may say, I want to provide these 2 or 3 things because it's not only going to allow me to achieve incentive density, but it's going to enhance my project. So I really think it's a case-by-case basis. It's kind of hard to say on an individual, or I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to generalize. I think it's more on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And one of the recommendations that we're going to talk about next week with you all is that we really want to create a data hub where we track the delivery of benefits under this new policy in real time. So we'll know a snapshot every year what people are giving and what are we getting, so we can sort of learn from that data as well.
At some point, if you could send us your slide, maybe that analysis, I'm not sure if it was in our package or not. Was that ABCD? So it'd be nice to just kind of look at it. And then was the ABCD, what were those? Those are okay, could you say what the ABCD of each analysis, when you went back to the original model?
Yeah, the one that showed the breakdown. I would actually have to go back and look because this was an iterative process. Okay. I grabbed this as an example from one of the iterations that we'd shared before, but we've since adjusted some of those scenarios based on the fact that, so if you look at, let me look at it on my screen. My eyes are not that good. So if you look at, what's a good one? If you look at scenario B under the urban high-rise, that particular public benefit made it infeasible. And so in terms of our iterative process of looking at that, we would have gone back and said, yeah, this doesn't really make sense. So I don't know if I can get you these exact scenarios.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm just, yeah,
But
so
I
they
can
were
give
trying
you, yeah,
different
we can
things.
give you a snapshot of some of the scenarios that we ran, but there certainly was a bit of an iterative process here.
Yep, and you tried to hit a certain return on cost. Some of them didn't make it, some of them didn't. So your threshold was, what
So-
was the, just out of curiosity, what
So
was
the
the
threshold for return on cost was typically 100 basis points over the exit cap rate. So you'll hear developers say 100 basis points, sometimes 125 basis points.
Nice.
But generally, that is, you'll hear people call it a development spread. That's where they're essentially making their return. The cap rate is kind of what they could sell it at. And so if there's a little bit of spread in there, that's what they're looking at. And if there needs to be enough to compensate a developer for their risk. And so that's one of the metrics that we looked at. We also looked at the equity multiple, which is really a return, looking at how much money is going back to the investors in terms of how much based on how much they're investing. And then LIRR is a leveraged internal rate of return, which is another metric that developers, actually, both developers and investors look at in order to determine whether or not a project makes sense and is worth investing in.
Okay, great. And you did this for every increment of,
We did it for different packages of public, so again, each of those prototypes, so the urban high-rise on 3/4 of an acre, the urban high-rise on 1.66 acre, suburban podium, so those are all the specific prototypes. And then we examined different packages of benefits. So what you'll see on the next few slides that showed, if you took two from tier one and two from, or if you took several from tier one across each of the categories, or you took only two categories, but you took, say, tier three, or only tier four. So those were the scenarios, and that's what you're seeing here is just a breakout of those scenarios. But I would need to go back and take a look. Again, this was an example from a prior iteration. But generally, what you saw is this applied to the prototype to determine whether or not it would be feasible.
okay, I'll let you keep going, so there's
So
more,
I,
yeah,
I,
sure.
I have a question, and you may have explained it, but I still didn't get it. We have 4 categories, and there are 13. If you look at it, you have, on those categories, you have 13 areas that people can pick. Then for each of these, you have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. So like for MPDU, you have 4 tiers, okay? For energy, you have 4 tiers. So you have a lot. How do you decide what tier for each category for a development? I understand you did this study, but in real life, is it going to be a negotiation or is it a list?
It's a menu, it's a list.
So you're going to have an extensive list that, like these 13, each of them has 4 tiers.
Yeah, and I think that's in the next few slides, we can walk you.
Okay.
We intend to walk you through all of that. And, it's not necessarily that there are 52 different things, it's more that the commitment increases with the different tiers. So to give you an example, under energy, if you're doing energy efficiency, the tier 1 says you'll exceed code by 10%. Tier 2 says you'll exceed code by, let's say, 17.5%. Tier 3 says you'll exceed code by 25%. So it's
Some places it's quantitative and some places it is not as quantitative. And I am wondering that how easy it is to assign level, especially if there are specific items in the master plan that you want to happen. How do we decide where they belong?
So that's precisely, I think, what we've tried to do here, and we can show you the menu, is to set a really solid baseline. And we are hoping that as master plans use this, they actually shrink the menu and not expand it. So every master plan should really go through this menu and say, okay, this, we really need to focus on these 6 or 8 or 9 things out of the 13, and we are going, and actually the Great Seneca Life Science Overlay Zone that you all reviewed a couple weeks ago did precisely that. They took this menu, even though it was in draft form, and then they applied it to the plan area, and they highlighted specific public benefits that were really important for that plan area to achieve, and they sort of essentially limited the menu to those things.
Okay, I'm just hoping that, because when I was reading the document, this question came to me over and over, that how do we define? I'm hoping that to be simple and easy
Yep.
for people that, because we will make it simple and easy for people to use and to understand ahead of time that what is needed without going through a lot of negotiations or a lot of meeting with the staff
Yep.
and things.
And actually, what we've really tried to do very hard is make all the tiers very, very objective and very sort of black and white. So like 10% energy efficiency is either you meet it or you don't, and if you do it, this is the amount of FAR you earn the right to build. And so maybe we can go through some of these and come back and make sure that we've hit the right notes.
Or if you have those information somewhere, probably you have to have it somewhere written. You can just show it to us.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll definitely. So one of the things we're going to have to do once this policy gets reviewed by the board and by council and adopted is we'll have to create a new version of the implementation guidelines.
Yeah, and
where
the
all-
menu, that's
yeah.
very important.
Yep.
It's like your, prototype for the booklet that you have, that the standard, that what kind of a smaller housing, and it's a menu of different things that people can look and pick. And
Yep.
that should be as clear that how that menu is written, to be very simple to understand and easy to work with.
Yeah, I think we noted, and we'll certainly achieve that. We feel confident.
One more, I know we should probably move on to other parts of the presentation, but one more question on the modeling side. I assume that in terms of the costs, we sort of, as part of this, we estimated, or you all estimated.
The
sort of-
development costs?
The benefit costs.
Yeah.
By tier, by type. So we sort of have an apples to apples understanding, roughly speaking, of the 13 proposed options at a tier 1 level, kind of what. So do we end up in a place where tier by tier, they're roughly equivalent in cost, and so within some bounds? Because I was, even though we reduced the menu of options from, what was it, 32 before, 30?
36.
36, down to 13 here, even if in a tiered approach. One of the challenges, I think, I guess, or I don't know if it's a concern, but it seems like we're still in a situation where we might lead to sort of overutilization and underutilization based purely on the numbers. Like, even if it's sort of a marginal difference, I wonder if that's still a concern, even if we express in master plans, like, here's the real priorities. It still feels like kind of the objective modeling out the numbers will determine outcomes. And so, but if we landed in a place where they're kind of like roughly within the same bounds on a tier, that seems positive, so.
The goal of our analysis was to ensure that across tiers, that they were within a certain kind of boundary,
Yeah.
a certain range, just generally that was roughly equivalent. But you're right, you will likely still have developers that will prefer to do certain things, again, because in some cases, it may just be a part of what they were going to do already, which is, something that's kind of difficult to manage when you get to that point. But the goal ideally, and that was part of what our analysis was, to ensure that when we were looking at things across tier 1 versus tier 2, that they were roughly equivalent in cost, and roughly for the cost that the developer would expend to provide that public benefit, that they were getting a reasonable amount of incentive density in
Yeah.
exchange for that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thanks.
All great questions. So thank you for the discussion. So we'll sort of walk you through these different public benefits now, starting with the Housing for All category. So under Housing for All, there are three distinct ways to provide public benefits that earn a project the right to build their incentive density. One is providing greater percentages or more affordable MPDUs than the code or the sector plan requires. Number two is providing family-sized, market rate and affordable units for rent and for sale. And the third is providing deeper levels of affordability as an average AMI than what is required by code, which is a 70% AMI. We work very sort of hand in hand with our colleagues at DHCA to really help inform these. So all these recommendations have been kind of worked in partnership with DHCA staff and leadership, and they felt that these really aligned well with not just where we are today, but also where they see the MPDU program sort of evolving into the future. I will note that we are not proposing any changes to the MPDU program itself. We think that is sort of beyond the scope of this project, and also it's a policy that seems to be working well, and DHCA and others in county government are already looking at making sort of evolutionary changes at a bigger scale. So we did not sort of mess around with that because that was not the focus. So for MPDUs, so currently when a project provides MPDUs beyond the base requirement, they get a certain number of points. So let's say the base requirement in an area is 12.5%, and a project provides 15% MPDUs, they get 30 points, for example. That's roughly like a third of their requirement of points. So in this scenario, that same idea would apply. It's just that we are evaluating that through FAR. So as projects provide more MPDUs than is required by the MPDU law or the sector plan requirement, they would earn the right to build certain levels of FAR. And as they go higher with their MPDU provisions, they would earn more and more of their incentive density. Now, on top of just the right to build up to their mapped FAR, projects are also going to receive the density bonus per the county regulations. They will receive the density, the height bonus to fit those MPDUs within that project. And with the passing of House Bill 538, there will be also a state bonus on top of that. And I think in your report, we tried to show you how these sort of stacking sort of density bonuses really add up to provide a very significant sort of public benefit and provide added density for the project. So for the MPDUs, if a project provides 25% MPDUs at 60% AMI, that would be considered a top-tier public benefit, and the project will not have to provide any other public benefits. In addition to providing MPDUs, if a project includes 5% of its units in apartments or as 3 bedrooms or greater, they could earn the right to build up to another additional 0.25 FAR. If they increase that commitment to 10%, they could earn the right to build up to 1 FAR of their incentive density. And the same applies for sale, but per DHCA's recommendations, we increased the bedroom count for sale to be 4 bedrooms and not 3, because townhouses per code are required to be at least 3 bedrooms to begin with.
Was there any a discussion around? So I know there's good reason to focus on MPDUs, but we've seen at least several applications I think recently where they proposed MPDUs and affordable through through other means that were financed, but weren't dedicated specifically as MPDUs. Was there any discussion around sort of including some incentive density, some bonus density for non-MPDUs that are also affordable?
So the way DHCA kind of approached that in the discussions, because we did talk about this, well, first of all, we asked them, would workforce housing be something that you would want us to incentivize? And their response was that the county's workforce housing program really needs a major overhaul. It's not functioning the way they want it to function, so we kind of steered away from that. But then they came back to this idea of average AMI. And they said, we would be willing to be more flexible and work with applicants to provide MPDUs that have an average AMI of 60%, so that you could do 80%, 90% AMI coupled with lower AMIs to average out to 60%. So that's kind of where we sort of landed on with the discussion with them.
Just one quick, if you go back to your previous slide, just quickly. Well, why don't you go after you finish housing, then housing for all, then I wanted to ask a question. So let
Okay.
me let you finish housing.
Sure, yeah, it's, I think we are getting, we're almost there. So yeah, that's the third option, is to provide an average AMI of 60%. So if a project commits to providing 15% MPDUs at an average of 60%, they would achieve a Tier 2 density. If they increase that to 20%, they would achieve Tier 3, and Tier 4 is 25%. And I would note that when projects provide, I want to read this correctly, when projects provide 20% MPDUs, they would also qualify in most cases in these zones for the state density bonus. And when they provide 25% MPDUs, they will also qualify for impact tax breaks. So there's a series of kind of stacking incentives that we've tried to work within the framework of to recommend this.
Great. So, quick question. Suppose the mapped FAR was, for some reason, let's say 2.5.
Mhm.
Just say, and what triggers the optional method is, just say it's 0.5, okay?
Mhm.
So this map you have up here, I mean, the table, does that mean by providing 2.5% more MPDUs, or going from 12.5 to 15, they get an additional 1.25 FAR, or they start, that's their start? Like, they earn 1.25 more?
No, they would earn, yeah, they would earn the right to build up to essentially 1.75 FAR, right?
Right.
So 0.5 is standard method. If you provide 2.5% more than the base requirement of 12.5, now you've earned the right to build up to 1.75 FAR.
So just say you have a 200-unit project, okay? And they had to do 12.5% MPDUs, right? And so in a 200%, that would be what, 25 MPDUs?
Yep.
Okay, and so you just said, if you get 2.5% more, go to 15, right? Times two, just so by only putting in 5 more MPDUs, they get 1.25 FAR. I mean, on the, it seems like they get a lot of, at least on that example, they get a lot of density for adding only 5 more MPDUs. And so I'm just, am I doing that right, or it didn't seem like adding 5 more MPDUs is a big deal, but in this case, they get a lot of FAR for that.
Yeah, we wanted to make, well, first of all, I think, and Don can talk to this, like MPDUs are the most expensive, one of the most expensive public benefits. So we wanted to make sure that they were, again, because of the tiers, right? Like that's almost like a tier 1 example, that it's easy to get that. And you'll notice that the first tier is 1.25, but then every additional 2.5% only gets you another quarter FAR, right? So if you provide, let's say, 17.5% MPDUs, you've only earned an additional 0.25 beyond that. So the first step on the ladder is easy, and then as you provide more, you have to do more to get to the higher levels. And, you know, it's not, the mapped FAR is already mapped, and this is just how we as a county do this. This is not a rezoning, it's not a, so what we are saying is that you provided MPDUs, even just maybe 5 more MPDUs, and because of that, we think you've earned the right to build a portion of your mapped FAR.
Okay, great. And the other big picture here, Ed, so some of these, a lot of these are all great, but a lot of the recommendations are based, assuming that a person could it's easy to use all that FAR, right? You know, to go to that height or whatever. I think just a question, other than Bethesda, maybe per se, you know, in order to get that, you maybe many areas or maybe some place down can't use the height. I mean, because they go over, you know, after what's 7 stories, they're in a new construction type, and it's and they just it doesn't work financially. So I don't know how we look at, you know, how, where are these really, and what maybe they're targeted to certain areas of the county, or we're targeting, it's not as if all places in the county can use the height, you know, because they just will never get there. And so I know sometimes we get frustrated that, you know, we want a high rise, right? And we do all this incentive, but they don't choose the high rise, right? And
No, that's a very good point, and I think partially that's why we are proposing to shift to this FAR-based evaluation, and you only have to provide public benefits up to the FAR that you're requesting. In the previous system, if you went above 0.5, you had to do 100 points in the CR zone, no matter what. You could be building a 2 FAR or a 6 FAR building, you would still have to hit 100 points. In this case, if you're only going up to 2, you only need to earn the right to build up to 2. You don't have to go beyond 2, which we think will be a good way to make the benefits a little bit more proportional.
want to make sure we, you know, we get the types of projects we want, right? Because someone say, well, at 0.5 FAR, I can do all I want, you know. So, I mean, so I'm not going to go for more density, and then therefore we don't get the density we want.
And this ties into a discussion I think we want to have with you all as to what the threshold should be for optional method, because you do have to choose that very carefully, because if it becomes high enough that the standard method becomes attractive financially, you might end up getting a lot of projects near transit that are leaving a lot of density off the table because they can just do standard method and build, you know, townhouses on the parking lot next to a metro station, which is not what we want. We want these zones to be high density, as high as possible, so we get maximum people living in close proximity to transit and all the public infrastructure that we've sort of paid for through taxing and all of that.
So Atul, if you, before you move here, in here you show that up to mapped FAR, and then you show maximum height per sector plan. So there is a maximum height that a project can go that is different than the mapped FAR. Is that correct?
Yeah,
at least that's how it shows in
the
here.
FAR and the height should be related, but they're two different things. So the FAR is essentially a ratio of how much square footage you can build compared to the size of your site.
That's correct, but it has a height that allows.
Yeah.
But this height that you show in here is different than maximum per sector plan. That was the question that I had, that can a mapped FAR go beyond the height that is described in the zoning area?
So the answer I gave previously still stands, that the only way you can go up above the mapped height is in those circumstances like MPDUs or the major public facilities. I think one of the examples here is oftentimes the sector plans have gone to mapping the height, and it doesn't exactly mean that your mapped FAR is going to achieve that height. And so that's like in Bethesda, you can max out your mapped FAR, but it doesn't get you to that mapped height, and that's where they created the Bethesda overlay zone density to get that extra. And that's where the concept of sector plans creating that Excel to build density in the future comes in. But it's not always equal. Mapped FAR doesn't always equal your mapped height.
So yeah, those are the options for the housing-related benefits. And what we also did was we sort of went back and pulled back some examples from projects that have been approved in the county to just give you a sense of, okay, what type of projects will continue to get public benefits, what type of things that maybe we couldn't incentivize can also be incentivized now. So Louis just going to share a few examples that these are projects that have been approved by the board under the current system, just to kind of put some real-life examples to the conversation.
For the record, Louis Wang, so these are some examples of projects applying different percentages of MPDUs. For example, Sligo Apartments, 24.5% MPDUs, North Park at Montrose Phase 1, 15% MPDUs, and Residence at Forest Glen, 20% MPDUs. Those housing-related public benefits will continue to be incentivized.
Thank you. We're now going to move to the environmental resilience category and go through the same exercise.
Okay, so within the environmental resilience category, we're looking at three main public benefits, the first of which is energy. So we're looking at buildings that would be exceeding the energy efficiency standards, or sites that would be using renewable energy, either on-site or within the regional catchment area. In the green building section, we're looking at introducing a new thing that really isn't acknowledged in our current CR guidelines, which is LEED certification, or as it's referred to from DPS as the alternative compliance path for LEED certification. And then lastly, we're looking at sustainable site design. So this category is really looking at how a site is being designed and bringing in certain sustainable elements such as biophilic design, green roofs, bird-friendly building design, pervious pavement, retaining existing trees on site, and perhaps even adaptively reusing existing buildings. Within the energy category, again, we're looking at energy efficiency and renewable energy. In the tier 1, in the lowest category for energy efficiency, it would be a building that would be exceeding the current standards by 10%. This category is actually an existing category within the CR guidelines, and this is one that the Bethesda overlay zone really harnessed and moved forward. So here in tier 2, you would see a building that would exceed energy efficiency standards by 17.5%, tier 3 increasing that up to 25%, and then the tier 4, the top tier in this category would be a building that would achieve a net zero energy performance. In the renewable energy category, back down to tier 1, we'd be looking at 1/3 of the energy on site being from renewable energy, either generated on site or within the regional catchment area, and you can see how with the tiers increasing that investment would increase up to 2/3, 3/4, or the top tier in this category would be generating 100% renewable energy on site. Within the green buildings category, this is, again, a new category that we are considering. There's plenty of LEED certified buildings in our county. However, we haven't incentivized them with our existing guidelines. So within the tier 1, the lowest tier, it would be a building that would meet the alternative compliance path, which is equal to LEED silver plus 21 points. And as those tiers increase, it would go up to LEED gold. Tier 3 would be LEED gold plus one of the following, which is either full electrification or mass timber construction. And tier 4, the top tier, would be a LEED platinum building. And I should mention that both of this, the Green Buildings Code and then the energy category were created in tandem with the Department of Permitting Services Sustainability Division. We know that they're doing a lot of good work in bringing the Climate Action Plan forward. And so in recognizing this, code cycles, building codes update every 3 years. And so this would need to be nimble enough to be looked at every time a code cycle updates. We would also have to look at this and make sure it's keeping in step with that.
Speaking of code, the mass timber construction is really interesting. I have no idea if that's currently allowable under county code above certain heights. I know that it's probably complicated, but I'm really happy to see that here because I've seen really beautiful examples of that, and there, of course, there's all sorts of benefits associated with that, and I assume that can also reduce some construction costs at higher levels if it's allowed. But yeah, what's the status of that here?
So we have had a lot of conversations with a few groups, and there's probably only a few that are really interested in doing that right now. I think a lot of interest in mass timber right now. I I think the short answer is yes, but there are probably limitations with the current building code. But the interest that we do have is in Silver Spring for a building that's coming down right now that is going to be, at least what we hear, proposed for mass timber, which is pretty exciting. But I think their proposal is only to go up to 90 feet. So still above the stick-built method, which I think what we've seen, mass timber in other parts of the world are well into the hundreds in terms of feet. So I think it's the capacity is there for it. I think it's really getting through some of the building code issues, but that definitely has been a discussion with some of the other agencies right now.
That's great, yeah. Look forward to hearing how that particular proposal goes. It feels maybe dipping some toes in the water and
Yes.
see how it goes through the regulatory process.
And this group is definitely always tipping toes in the water, so maybe making some waves too, so.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm glad you brought it. It made me think of, are we the right group to sort of incentivize, like they were talking about speed of construction. I know that, they had a seminar here on modular construction, and I mean, for it, not only it can speed up at least the process of building it on site, but also it could be potentially more green, and it's a more sort of an efficient way to do it. I don't know, is it something to throw in? I don't know who, is it something to incentivize or not, but it's just you're giving you, they were talked about this, what do you call it, timber construction, so just something, just.
No, I think that's a great point, and when we get to the design excellence criteria, perhaps this is something that we can look into incorporating as one of the strategies. In the energy and the environmental features, we really tried to focus on sort of performance-based metrics. So you're absolutely right that a sort of prefabricated construction or modular construction can have a lot more quality control in the factory itself. So when it comes in and gets assembled on site, they can be very sustainable buildings. In fact, there's a project, Wheaton Gateway, just here on University and Beers Mill, where the applicant, at least in our initial conversations, has expressed interest in doing modular type of a construction that would also enable them to achieve a very, very high level of energy efficiency. So those type of projects would really benefit. But we really like the direction that prefabricated and modular technologies that speed up the construction of all buildings could be a design strategy that can be incentivized through this, and we'll be happy to sort of include that in the recommendations.
I was just going to mention, I think that's a great idea to expand it because the technology is definitely changing for the designs, and I think when we think of modular, we think of single-family homes in many respects, but the example that Mr. Sharma is talking about was a specific name, and I don't remember what the name of it was, but it was definitely a modular type of construction that was being proposed. That it took some time, but the county agencies bought into it because they came and presented to us, the group, on how that would fit in with the building code and fit in with what we're doing. So I think it's a really good idea to expand that to modular in kind of the broader sense. And I would note that Mr. Sharma and I live close to downtown Silver Spring, and there's a modular home that is a block from my house that was put up. It was a tear down of another smaller house, came in with a modular home. It was up within a week.
Yeah.
It was pretty impressive how quick they got that thing built. So.
Okay, so our last category here in environmental is sustainable site design, and I'm sorry for the loaded screen, there's a lot, I'll try to cover it conceptually. So in the lowest tier on this one, we're thinking about a lot of sustainable elements. Again, that's biophilic design, green roof, bird-friendly design, pervious pavement, and retaining existing trees. in each of these elements, they have their own set of criteria that they could buy into or build into the site. So in the tier 1, we're asking for a site to include one of the following elements, and that's at 2 of the 6 criteria within that one element. And so in tier 2, it increases to 2 elements, tier 3, 3 elements, and in the tier 4, for this category, it would be a site that includes 4 of the following elements at their maximum criteria, or adaptively reusing 100,000 square feet of an existing building on site or in the plan area.
With something like this within the tier 1, if you included like an enhanced screen roof and pervious pavement for 10%, would that be 2 tier 1? You see, like if you have pervious pavement over 10% of the surface and you included enhanced screen roof with a coverage of 20%, would that be 2 tier 1s? You'd still have to have one from the other categories, I understand.
Yeah,
that,
I
but
think you'll have to, if you, you would either have to go outside of this or you would have to build to the higher level. And the tier 1s are like really, really low intentionally, so they're very easy to.
Yeah, but I was thinking, that's what I'm thinking within this situation is if, like, you could choose multiple from within that and get, they're pretty easy, but you could get, you could get them fairly easily and
Yeah, that's
multiple tier 1.
we were not recommending that would be the case. And again, it goes back to the other discussion because then it's really going to make the costs across the tiers very uneven. Because you could do little things over and over again and, just get to your FAR.
I do think that raises a good question, Atul, if you want to go back to the lead one. What we would say, though, is if perhaps you're designing a LEED Gold building, and that by designing it LEED Gold, you're exceeding energy efficiency, we would say that you could achieve FAR in doing both, so long as the criteria for each is being met.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And if you had an enhanced green roof to meet your LEED Gold certification, you can count for that too.
All right.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think this approach, in general, this approach is really thoughtful and creative, and I think it incentivizes the right thing. Looking at this kind of menu of options here, I think it comes back to a little bit of my comment earlier around just considering the sheer quantity of kind of sub-options here within each tier. I do wonder if we're going to lead to sort of some of these just never really being used at all. It could be random, or it could be case by case, like you described earlier. And maybe this is a situation where we're okay with that, and we just come back and review, and in the future we kind of hone in a little bit or narrow. But this one in particular, maybe more than the other kind of higher categories, does feel like, I don't know how many development applications it's going to take to really cover all of these,
Yeah.
So I do wonder if we're going to actually be moving the needle on some of these, but I guess we can evaluate. As you mentioned, we'll sort of track this in real time and evaluate as we go.
Yep, no, I think that's a fair point. And also, I think the master plans could also shrink some of these options, right? So there's 2 ways to do it. One is at the master plan level, and then we'll monitor the overall policy and come back to it and try to make it more fine-tuned as time goes on.
Okay, so here we just wanted to walk through a couple examples that achieve some of the things that we have previously presented, but in our current CR guidelines didn't really get the credit they deserved. So United Therapeutics, they've created the first net zero energy performance building in the county. This is also recognized as one of the few in the DMV. However, our current guidelines restrict how many points that a building could achieve through energy efficiency. However, if this were reviewed based on our current designs, it would be a top tier energy net zero building.
And so for that one, and you're going to more examples, and I'm going to stop talking now, but I was just saying, is like, do we have more examples of tier 4 existing buildings that have achieved this within or
Yes,
tier 3 or high achieving buildings?
Yep, we do, and we'll sort of bring those in through the course.
I'd like to make a comment about that United Therapeutics building. I work right next door to it every day, but when you say such projects will be incentivized to a greater degree in the new system, and that this project didn't receive any incentives or credits for being...
It received a little bit. It got a few points for exceeding energy efficiency by 17.5%.
But I would like to commend United Therapeutics for constructing such a building and doing the right thing in the best interest of all the citizens in the environment, even though they weren't incentivized. And so, I'd just like to commend them and say, great job. And we need more companies and individuals that run companies like United Therapeutics to do the right thing, regardless if they are going to be incentivized. And so I'd just like to give them a shout out.
Great. We agree.
Okay, so on this slide, we have a couple examples of projects within downtown Bethesda. The Bethesda sector plan recommends 35% green cover, and 3 of these projects, the Battery Lane, Auburn Avenue, and Cheltenham Drive, typically achieve the green cover through providing green roof. However, these projects were not allowed to receive points for the green roof because under the current system, these green roofs were also being used to satisfy stormwater management requirements. And so we get back to that idea of double dipping. Under the current guidelines, that's not allowed. However, this is something that we recognize green roofs provide more of a public benefit other than stormwater management, like improving air quality and providing native landscaping within those green roofs. So this is something we believe should be incentivized and would be allowed to be double dipped within the new system.
And here's another example of a LEED certified building where we can't see it. So this building was not incentivized for achieving the LEED Platinum certification, and this contracts to the other jurisdiction like Arlington, where, have the program called like a public benefit program, to incentivize green buildings. So such these buildings would be incentivized over new proposed menu, and including the public benefits for green buildings under the environmental resilience category.
So yeah, this would be another, if this project came in through the optional method of development, and it was doing a LEED Platinum certification, that would be a top-tier public benefit, and they would not be expected to provide other public benefits.
Okay, moving on to our next category. This is infrastructure for compact growth. And we are looking to incentivize 3 main public benefits within this, which are off-site improvements. And this could be off-site improvements in the form of streetscape improvements, bicycle improvements, or stormwater or other runoff conveyance system improvements. Within public facilities, we're looking for things that would be contributing to like transit systems that are identified in a sector plan or a functional plan, or even incentivizing sites that underground the utilities under their site frontage and are off-site. Under grid and trail extensions, we're looking for projects that enhance the design through their streets, through connecting both pedestrian and vehicular roads to the larger network.
So under this, the off-site improvement is like double dipping.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll get into that.
And that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that's what it did. Okay.
Yeah, and if a project does off-site improvements when they're not required to do them, we certainly want to incentivize that. But even when there's an LATR requirement, for example, for a project to do off-site improvements, we think that if those off-site improvements are focused on pedestrian, cycling, and transit access in particular, that we should continue to incentivize them. In general, we want to make sure this policy focuses more on what's needed and what we want out of development, and not sort of focus so much on whether it's a requirement per some, like, let's get what we need to fulfill the vision of the climate
I
action
think
plan.
it's a
and the
great
agenda.
idea because we get what we want.
Yeah.
I mean, the public benefit doesn't change whether or not we're requiring it through an LATR or they're using it for public benefit points. It's still a
Exactly.
public benefit. I like that plan.
Okay, so looking at the tiering structure for off-site improvements, in the tier 1, the lowest tier, we're looking for off-site streetscape improvements for at least 2,000 square feet of area. Or here you can see where we're introducing the idea of a potential payment in lieu option. So in the lowest tier, it would be 33 cents per square foot of your total gross floor area, and that would be contributing to a CIP within the project or the sector plan area. In Tier 2, that streetscape improvement scales up to at least 4,000 square feet, or we introduced the idea of bicycle improvements of at least 1,000 linear feet, or stormwater management upgrades with an estimated cost of at least $300,000. And you can see here how the payment in lieu scales up to now in the Tier 2 would be a minimum $1 of the gross floor area per payment. And so this continues to scale up, and then the Tier 4 in this category would be a major improvement or reinforcement to runoff conveyance systems. And so this is really getting to the idea of flood control and how are we improving our systems to become more adaptable to climate in the future.
Can I just, this is the area that I'm a little, just an example, that we may have missed something, and we may not be flexible enough. Like, use example, Tier 2, we talk about the streetscape, off-site bicycle infrastructure, or off-site stormwater management. The cost at least $300,000. I'm sure that there are other infrastructure that could fit in here with the value of $300,000. But we haven't mentioned it in here. Could we make the language or any other infrastructure that it at least the minimum of $300,000 that we might not have thought about it now? I think all of these descriptions in the tier has to have some kind of vague statement to allow things that we may not have thought about at that time, that we can use it under other or extra as long as the cost is that and it belongs to infrastructure unit, that we could easily include it in that tier.
Just quick thought on that. I like the intent, but I think that part of this exercise is also trying to create some parameters around. I think that if we have a bit of a kind of, a category that captures a variety of different, a lot of things that aren't yet named, it could lead to sort of the lack of focusing attention on specific things that we know that we need, like pedestrian or bicycle infrastructure or streetscape improvements. And I think streetscape improvements can include I think that can capture a lot of infrastructure needs, like stormwater management, like a lot of that can be included, right, in streetscape, in the streetscape concept.
It may be like a trail, okay? You have to think about, you have talked about bicycle, you have talked about the streetscape, and you have talked about the stormwater management. Okay, it could be a trail. It could be another infrastructure that we really needed, and it may be in the public thing. I understand that you want to make it focus, but at the same time, if you don't have a statement for catch it all, you may miss something.
So there's a couple of maybe solutions here. One, we do have some additional things like trails included in another subsection of this overall category. And then I think this question was raised in general in the last time too, that is there a way for staff to do some discretionary approval?
That's what I'm talking about.
And we have an idea about that, but maybe we can get through the benefits and then bring this discussion back and make some sort of consensus, if that works.
I had one other question on, it'll probably come back to me at some point. We can move on.
Okay.
It's gone.
Yeah, just a quick calculation again. But so like if there were in tier 1 to get 0.25 FAR, so if there's a 200,000 square foot project in size, gross square foot, whatever, so that for $66,000 they can pay or they can contribute that, and they can get that 0.25, correct? And it seems like there's 4 times that is this where you came up with about, would be about 600,000, 300,000. So it sounds like that's how it's scaled up to the tier 1. It just, if that's, and I'm just saying they
Don,
pay
did you wanna-
$66,000 or we provide off-site improvements for $66,000 and we get they get 0.25 FAR. Is that?
Yeah, that's, oops, sorry. So yeah, that's essentially how it would work for a 200,000 square foot building. And in our calculations, I think we looked at for, I don't have it in front of me, but we looked at the average size of the buildings under each specific scenario to get an idea of how much they would actually be spending, and compare that to what the cost would be to provide 2,000 square feet of off-site streetscape infrastructure, with the goal of, again, aligning those numbers. But your calculation is correct.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to major public facilities. In the Tier 1, we're looking for facilities such as bus stops or BRT stations, bike parkings with an estimated cost of at least $100,000. And then you can see how this tiers up in Tier 2 with an estimated cost of at least $300,000. When we introduce an option for projects that are undergrounding transformers and utility boxes along their site frontage. And as this continues to scale up, we're looking at the top tier, the Tier 4 in this category, to be a major public facility like a police station or structured parking with an estimated cost of at least $1 million, or a project that is undergrounding their utilities with a cost of at least $1 million.
But putting in that parking, it will be definitely over $1 million. So I guess you will, you could barely get 40 spaces. I mean, I don't know.
That was something that, there are some benefits in here that are certainly outside the sort of box of costs, for example, but those benefits we also think are things that would be kind of part and parcel of the core development project to begin with. So, if a project is providing, I think the Bethesda project is a good example. They're providing public parking, but it's also sort of part of the same garage that they're building to provide parking for their own residents and users. So, and that's why the cost here is an at least.
Okay.
So we want to make sure there's a bottom to that, but in some cases, as you mentioned, Chair Harris, like depending on how big the garage is, and if it's a structured garage, you're looking at $35,000 to $40,000 per space. If it's underground garages, it's probably $60,000 to $70,000 in today's sort of environment. But we've established the kind of lower end of it must be at least this much.
Okay, great.
If it goes above that, then that's.
So, ask you this question: underground of utilities, okay? What about underground of utilities is $750,000? Could you drop to Tier 4? These are the things that I was talking about, that it could bring it, and we really want them to do the underground utilities. And if it is more than that, usually underground of utilities is expensive.
Yes.
So it could go close to $1 million. Is it still Tier 3, or can it be Tier 4?
If it's a minimum, and that's where I think we had to sort of make some thresholds. And currently, yes, if a project is undergrounding utilities, that's $700,000, it would still be Tier 3. You would really have to go above $1 million.
Okay, if it goes above $1 million, is it Tier 4?
Yes.
So it's based on the cost then. So even though that you haven't specifically, it's not a construction, as long as it's over $1 million, could drop in Tier 4.
Yes.
So okay, that's what they say catch-all statement I was talking about.
I think that's a good question. And undergrounding utilities is very expensive. We've tried to get applicants to do it, and they've sort of come back to us a lot of times and said, look, this is going to make my project infeasible. Can't really afford this. So we're hoping that if they do that, it's a major cost, but it also has many benefits, including better walking and cycling environments, to quicker emergency access into the buildings, to climate resiliency of the infrastructure. So it has multiple benefits, and we want to make sure there's a way to recognize that and hopefully incentivize its delivery.
The undergrounding also, it feels like an area where this could feels like one of those examples where this could be something to call out specifically in certain master plans, because if you look at the same category, it's like an equivalent project could be, you know, significant contribution to a new BRT station, and then we're sort of really weighing, those are complicated,
Yep.
hard choices. You know, given how hard it is to build BRT in this county in general, like, you know, my own personal preference might be in that direction, but
Yeah.
because of that, it feels like perhaps this could be really strongly expressed preferences for certain areas in one direction or the other.
And in fact, what we are recommending is that the master plan can just adjust the menu, period, and eliminate things off the menu so that there isn't that conflict. And that should really be one of the tasks that master plans take on. Also, to your point, Commissioner Linden, in certain areas like Bethesda, there is no need to underground utilities because they're already underground. They're all below ground because of the location of the, so in those cases, it wouldn't make any sense for this to exist as a option.
Okay, on to the last category here for grid and trail extensions. Again, we're looking at project design. So in the first category, if a project, for example, designs its site to reduce curb cuts by 50%, we think that is a worthy improvement to the pedestrian realm and worth incentivizing. Within this category, we also touch on trail extensions, be it on private property or a public trail extension. And again, you can see here the payment in lieu option. As you step up to Tier 2, we're looking at projects that provide a new public street as recommended in a sector plan, and if that meets the Complete Streets Design Guide, we think that is worth incentivizing. And Tier 3, if it's not just one street, if it's a grid of public streets in a subdivision, this is a design worthy of incentivizing. We'd like to keep that here. And then the top 4, Tier 4 in this category would be a project that provides a major connection over an environmentally sensitive area or a major arterial highway that helps connect these communities that will highly contribute to the bicycle, pedestrian, and larger transit or vehicular network.
I really like that idea. So this is, I just remembered the question I had earlier, which was, this triggered the thought. The idea of connectivity. So a lot of our attention has been focused, and for good reason, is sort of linear, is like the amount of construction. Which makes a lot of sense because we have a lot of the bicycle network and pedestrian network to build out. But I wonder if there's opportunities to, like this in the Tier 4, to call out like if you create a real connection, even if it's not 1,000 linear feet or 1,800 linear feet like the previous example for Tier 1, Tier 2. If it's a connection, if it's a regionally significant connection or a connection, and it gets a little bit, maybe it's hard to define exactly, it's a little bit subjective or qualitative, but a connection in an area that is dangerous by some metric in terms of road safety, perhaps that could count for some FAR in, you know, just like we have here in Tier 4 2.0 FAR boost. So just maybe something we can kind of think about a little bit and talk about next work session.
Yep, we can do that. And we can also include some details about what that might be in the implementation guidelines if we include it in the menu, just to give it some guardrails, because I think our regulatory staff would want and need that to review the projects.
Yeah, for sure. And I recognize that this is a little fuzzier than some of these other definitions. So,
but it's a very important thing. Like, for example, we did a walk audit in North Bethesda a few years ago as a part of an ongoing master plan sort of checkup. And, you know, Pike and Rose is like within a stone's throw from the metro station, but it takes about 13 minutes to walk from the corner of Pike and Rose to the station entrance. And 2.5 of those minutes are just spent waiting for the light to change at that one intersection. So, you know, an improvement to just that one intersection would be a significant enhancement to like pedestrian and transit access and bike connectivity. So I think that's a great point. We're happy to put some thought on it and get back to you next week.
And maybe that the example you just gave is, there's probably many ways to sort of objectively evaluate this, but the time-saving element is one clearly that comes to mind with that example.
Yep.
You know, distance travel, like if you know, avoiding circuitous routes, through a more direct connection could be another way. But yeah, I like that idea. That example is really compelling, obviously, and I'm sure there's many other examples that we can use to sort of try to flesh out what that might look like.
And mostly these sort of choke points are big roads or
Yeah.
highways or state
Yeah.
roads that touching them costs money. So it's important to, I think it's appropriate to incentivize that type of
Yeah.
improvement for sure.
Well, if we can incentivize the credit for, if we can use the credit, the impact tax credit, maybe that's one way of getting at that.
And then
apple,
we
but-
can get some good construction. Just to put a little concrete on it, can we go back to the infrastructure real quick? Recently, there was a development in Twin Brook, it's a Twin Brook Quarter development, and part of what they did was donate. This is outside of Montgomery County, obviously. It's within Rockville, but they donated a portion of land to make a pedestrian crossover over the railroad tracks that are there. So blocks, pretty much any east-west going on. They donated a piece of land from the project. The construction obviously required negotiations with the railroad, with CSX and everybody else, Metro and everyone else. How would we sort of put that into that sort of a contribution into something like this? Because it's not a full major connection over an environmentally sensitive or major arterial, what have you, but it is like a necessary piece of that in a fairly large construction. So and it may be not within infrastructure, maybe within something else, but that was a major donation and like a major contribution by the developer of the Twin Brook Quarter project to make it feasible then to go for like federal money and things like that. So there are we're going back to sort of like the flexibility, but versus these sort of definite standards. But there are times in which we have like major projects like that might need pieces of things or something along those lines. Where can we fit things like that into this structure, and how can we, and I'm assuming that can come with the site plan and things like that. But I wanted to ask that because that was a major contribution, that was a major value contribution by a developer for a
They
piece
do
of
it
that.
all the time. A lot of times we
Yes.
take a piece of land and that is a requirement of master plan or something. I don't know how they can get
Yeah.
additional benefit. That's a good point.
I'm just trying to say, how will we fit that into sort of these types of projects? It may be within infrastructure, it may be something else, but that, I just happen to know that particular one is near where I live.
Yeah, I think certainly that's another good example, and maybe the two thoughts here are combined into one idea that you could make improvements to reduce travel time to transit. You could make improvements that make intersections that are rated unsafe and dangerous safer. You could
That's a good
make
idea.
dedication of a portion of your property to make these missing pieces of connectivity. And I think maybe we can go back and see where we can splice some of these ideas. So when we
Yeah.
come back to you next week, we'll have some thoughts
That'd
on
be
that.
good. My-
Actually, it goes again back to flexibility.
Yep.
Because I think we have to have a language, a catch-all language, to give a staff the flexibility to be able to get this kind of things and decide which category and what tier they belong, even though that the language, because this language are really good, but I'm sure that they're not complete.
Yep.
And you're going to find things that you need to use your discretion to decide how and where to put it. And we need that.
So I'm going to actually skip to the chase here a little bit, because one of the things that we thought this through, and we have a recommendation that I think would capture a lot of these ideas in one place. And, this was raised at the last discussion, and, maybe there's a way to say that in every review, staff has discretionary, the authority to do a discretionary approval of up to like 0.25 FAR for these kind of one-off specific to the project kind of items. We would want to put some guardrails on this. So the guardrails would be that the proposed benefit, first of all, is something that's not on the menu. Number two would be that the benefit aligns with the sector plan and the countywide policy priorities. And number three would be that the director's office and the planning board would approve this request through the regular review cycle with no additional process. So we heard quite a few things today, which we could also see just sort of putting this in as a sort of clearinghouse for those type of requests on a project-by-project basis. If the board thinks that this would satisfy most of those requests that were generated in the discussion today, we are happy to include the recommendation.
Yeah, I like this because I think exactly to your point, it's my concern about sort of the idea of a catch-all without guardrails is the precedent. In addition to sort of it puts a bit of, a lot of hard decisions on staff to sort of weigh what this means relative to other things. And so the idea of kind of tying it specifically to and the sector plan, ideally, as we do more and more of these, it should cover, I think, a lot of the infrastructure items that Commissioner Pedoeem was referring to. And so if it ties directly to that, in addition to a priority, a countywide priority, that feels safe to me in a sense. And also from a precedent standpoint, it's more predictable for applicants. They know what to understand through the process. They're not always coming in with a new idea or this kind of approach to try to get 25, 0.25 here and there.
I think a good example would be early on when we were evaluating the point system, there was, and this was when bike share became the thing, and we were trying to evaluate where does that fit in, because it wasn't listed. And so the applicants or developers were having, in many cases, to dedicate land to accommodate the bike share. Sometimes it was in the public right of way. They were paying for the maintenance of that facility as well on a long-term basis. So I think where we fit that in was a major public facility, which gave them a good bit of credit, but it was a huge benefit to not only the project, but the public to be able to do that. So, I do think we have that ability to make some good logical decisions and put them in the categories that they need to. And this, I think, gives us that flexibility to be able to do it, to bring it to the board, to say this is what we think would qualify for that additional 0.25 based on the criteria that we have. But guardrails, definitely, because we need to have the guidance on that.
You need some guidance, you need guardrails. This is great. I think this is a great start. And maybe want to add into this something about, there's going to be a time in a while before we have updated sector plans and master plans and stuff. And then you talked about, maybe also you being able to focus on priority on the things that are on the list, but they're not in the master plan yet. So I don't know. Do you want the right to, now the developer has the right to do, I don't know. If it's not in the master plan focusing, of your whole list, you have what, 50, 60 things now. I don't know, they're different tiered and never. But if a project came in and you wanted to focus more on something before it's been, the master plan's coming or the second plan, what you want, but it's not, you haven't redone it, you haven't finished it, but that's what that community needs. Is there some to think about? You can say, okay, of all these things, you have to focus a little bit more on these things, because that's what this community needs right now, even though we haven't, this is what the community says it needs, and this is what we think it needs, because this area is deficient in this. We haven't finished the master, we haven't done it, but we know that's in general. Is there a way to also talk through that, or you're just let them go have at it at the 52 things, and whatever you choose.
That's why I had a solution for that.
Okay,
I had a solution.
You've got a solution. Tell us about it.
Well, I was looking at this, and I know exactly what Chair Harris is talking about, because this is just tier 1, 0.25, okay? If there is something that, like what Chair Harris said, and goes to tier 3 or tier 2 or tier 4, I think that would be something that it could be acceptable. Then you can bring it to the planning board, and then we can approve it. So if it is not in the mass sector plan, or if it is way before tier one, then it still should allow that to be part of the package, but then you could bring it to the planning board. So it's not at the discretion of a staff. And we could, public could look at it and we could have a chance. This sort of just limits it to tier one, but it may be more than tier one.
So that's another good question to kind of discuss. I think, so currently, for example, in the current menu, we do have an option under the major public facility, and I'm looking to Deputy Director Cronenberg to correct me if I say this incorrectly, where the major public facility is intentionally kind of loosely defined. And the board has the ability to make the finding that, yes, this fits within the criteria of a major public facility, which gives the board some leeway in, for example, giving public parking garages sort of incentive density or giving something else that maybe is not on the menu. So in general, if the board wants that type of flexibility, we could do two things. One is include some staff-level discretionary review for the smaller stuff, and then in the language for the recommendations, include something that states that if there is an extraordinary public benefit that is not kind of on the menu, that the board has the reviewing authority to review and approve that. I think that would not be inconsistent with current practice.
I do like that. I think that create the flexibility for the certain circumstances, and it would allow, if something that we didn't think about right now in the menu. The menu is big, it still is big, but I'm sure that there are things that it's gonna come in that is not included.
Also, there's I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, there's a provision here that plans that do establish Excel to build density, like Bethesda has, or the Great Seneca Life Science Overlay Zone kind of does, that those are sort of evaluated on a case-by-case basis. So there's, again, that discretionary piece that would come into play. Like if a master plan set up that Excel to build density and the project came through and they said, look, we have this great idea, this is not on the menu, but you know you need this, we know the community needs this, we are happy to provide this major facility, and in return, we are asking for some Excel to build density. That would be another, so I think there are like maybe 2 or 3 levels of flexibility that can be baked into this, and it sounds like that's something that's desirable.
I was just going to mention, though, the board does have the ultimate purview on the benefits that are being provided during the sketch plan. Most sketch plans come in independently, not all of them. Staff can definitely be bold in terms of bringing something to you. And if there's, under the criteria listed below here, and if there's other guidance, then clearly at the sketch plan level, that can be incorporated into the follow-up site plans. Yeah. So I think there's some checks and balances that are offered by staff, maybe being too bold sometimes and bringing that to you, but I think we do try to think outside the box, bring you some things that are would be discretionary and and definitely not without a lot of thought given to bringing that to you.
Sounds great. With one caveat, I know that it costs money to do sketch plans and preliminary plans and site plans. I don't know if there's any way to, I'm just throwing this out, to test the waters before a developer goes too far in the process. Have there been ways to test the water with the board before it's ready to approve? Just out of curiosity.
That's a good question. I'll let you start.
No, I'll just say that the number one thing that we always are recommending consistently to applicants is do the concept plan.
Yes.
The concept plan is a free service. It's non-binding guidance. The plan gets in front of all the agencies. It doesn't necessarily come to the board, but I think as staff, we do have a general sort of sense of what the board would sort of expect in terms of benefits. And That's a really good sort of first step. And then the sketch plan is definitely, we tried to ask for as little information as is needed to review the sketch plan because it's pretty early in the process, and it's very common that the public benefits and site plan are changed from what the sketch plan generally sets the categories, so to speak, and then the site plan really kind of dials into the benefits. And so there might be some ways there to get things to the board through the sketch. First of all, get it to staff at concept and other agencies at concept, and get it to the board at sketch, and then the final details are hammered out at site.
I think that your point is definitely well taken, and I know that we hear from both the development community and our staff as to, hey, I don't want to commit to a sketch plan, get it to the board, and not have that, in this case, a public benefit be accepted. And so they being staff and the applicant, go through a lot of detail to get it to the board, thinking that it's going to be supported. I think one thing that might be good would be if we have a real serious discussion about something that's discretionary, and we are talking 0.25 FAR, so I don't think it's as significant, but maybe there's some things that we would bring as a check-in to the board on a basis where if certain issues come up, we can bring that to you and say, this is what we're seeing in terms of a history, in terms of people submitting certain types of public benefits that may not fit within that category. So, I mean, that's a possibility. That's something that might be an option to bring to the board on a more regular basis.
Yeah, let's continue to, so the board's not, because we see a direction or whatever, it may be, we test the, what do you call it, test the appetite or something, but it's not a final, but because you have to see the whole, how it fits into the whole thing, but maybe just throwing it out there, maybe there's an opportunity, we have to talk through it more. Is there just, it feels and seems like a level for, benefit. It seems like this is what's needed.
Looks like a duck, quacks like a duck.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think, commissioners? I don't know.
I think that's
So-
good. Turn my mic on for the thing. I like this recommendation. I like the idea that we have the ability to sort of do, like you were talking about, the sort of concept review. I want, some of these can get complex, particularly if we're attempting to encourage development near metro stations, large projects. We're going along corridors. There's going to be existing infill. There's going to be infill developments. We're trying to get compact. I think there's going to be opportunities for creativity. I actually really like the direction of it being structured, and I think that helps mostly with being able to just write your pro forma out and just know what your costs are going to be, and that is hugely helpful on prediction. But I do want to have this flexibility for the creativity for saying we got a weird geographic issue here, and we're going to do something with that. We're going to run into that. I think we've really. I mean, I have nothing but good things to say about. I think the way we've thought through both the need for the flexibility and the need for the making these much more structured and much more broad, trying to get a broad set of public benefits. So I like that idea very much, and I really like the idea of giving the staff the ability to sort of approve, discretionarily approve some this would be cool, this would be neat, and I think get nothing but confidence in y'all's ability to determine that. So.
Yeah, now you're moving in the direction we said we want. This also provides more certainty, and it also, and not having everything come to the board, for some nominal discretionary piece, and it's also about getting projects done faster. And so I agree with that. And what I was talking about is more like something that would potentially come to the board maybe 1% of the time, not a, a developer says, I want you to go to the board to get a sniff test. So this is great. Why don't we work with this? Yeah, okay.
We can add the discussion, so just to make sure, if we include this as a recommendation and add in language that the board may also approve additional things that are not on the menu to a higher level of FAR, would that cover some of the sort of one-offs that were raised today? Does the board feel comfortable with that? Okay. So the last category here, and I'm gonna kind of go through this quickly in the interest of time, is amenities for complete communities. So in here, there's 4 different public benefits that you can participate on. The art and placemaking public benefit really expands the current benefit we have around public art. It includes placemaking activities as a public benefit, cultural programming as a public benefit. It increases the partners that developers can work with. So not only being able to work with the Public Arts Trust Steering Committee, but also urban partnerships, arts and entertainment districts, the regional service centers, as well as local sort of arts-based nonprofits who might be more equipped to do some of this more sort of temporal artistic programming than, let's say, a real estate developer might feel comfortable or inclined to do. But we also looked at sort of in speaking with the Arts and Humanities Council, looked at the whole ecosystem of what's needed to support the arts. So in the higher tiers, there is incentives to provide affordable housing and affordable live workspaces for artists, which is a big need. We want sort of the arts communities to flourish in these high density areas. And then the major public facility there would be something akin to a minimum 20,000 square foot of a theater or an art gallery or a performance space, which would really facilitate the production and exhibition of different types of arts. In neighborhoods and neighborhood services and mixed use is pretty straightforward. It's continuing the same benefit from the existing menu, where if you provide mixed use, which is really important to achieve that idea of 15-minute living, complete communities, you would get certain increments of FAR. One thing we are going to do is when we write out the implementation guidelines, we're going to simplify some of the compliance criteria. One of the feedbacks we received during our analysis was that developers were not inclined to ask for this public benefit even when they were providing the retail, because it put restrictions and covenants on their ground floors of their buildings that they really had no appetite or interest in. So we'll have to figure out a way on how to maybe ask for this to be more at a certified site plan level and maybe sort of check in, but maybe not covenants and restrictions on what you can do with that ground floor, because that sort of automatically makes it a non-starter for people, which is understandable. Under Great Public Realm, we are incentivizing the delivery of a range of quality public open spaces and parks. There's also a payment in lieu option for this to work with our colleagues in the Parks Department and also DOT if they're doing some type of trail extensions or some type of placemaking activities. They can work with those partners. And as you provide bigger and bigger sort of park spaces, you get more FAR as a part of your approval. And then for design excellence, we created a set of criteria that you can sort of use these strategies in addition to complying with the urban design guidelines of that master plan to receive incentive. And one of the options here is also to receive a WELL certification, which is a more holistic way of looking at sustainability that includes sort of human health and wellness and social connections that projects sort of foster. So that we think is a good way to sort of incentivize high quality building. So here are the details. This is sort of showing the arts and placemaking options. As you go up, you get sort of higher levels. And tier 4 is that major public facility. Here are sort of neighborhood services and mixed use. As you provide more retail or more community facilities, you get a higher FAR. And if you do provide a major public facility like a rec center or a library, that's at least 20,000 square feet. That's a top tier public benefit. That's very expensive to provide. So, and then Great Public Realm, same idea. We work with our parks colleagues to make sure these kind of check the boxes that they wanted us to focus on. The focus here is on urban parks because these are zones located in the most urban areas, and that's where the greatest need is, and that's also where the PROS plan is focused on sort of delivering urban parks to people where there's the highest concentrations. And then this was the design excellence kind of list of criteria. We're trying to sort of make even something like design more objective so that applicants can sort of feel the confidence that, yes, we've done these things. Staff has listed these as acceptable strategies. If I do a certain number of these, I can request an FAR of a certain amount. So that in a nutshell, kind of, and here are a few examples, right? So Strathmore Square, as Louis sort of collected these examples, we did incentivize the delivery of a 1.25 acre civic green, which was a master plan requirement. And they provided that. So these type of public parks, privately owned public spaces will continue to be incentivized. And similarly, hoping to get through to a cleaner compliance process so that retail and neighborhood services are not only provided, but also sort of celebrated as a part of the public benefits that the developments are providing. So we'll try to get there. I want to pause here, and we covered this last time with what the payment in lieu options would be for. Here is a list of where payment in lieu is acceptable out of the menu, mostly focusing on the infrastructure and the complete communities category, because that's where some larger CIPs might be needed to contribute towards. And then just have a few more slides. I think this is our last slide before we get into some of the questions, if the board does want to go till 1 o'clock and capture some of that discussion. But Grace, why don't you?
So we've talked a lot about double dipping in theory, but now that we've run through the public benefits, really when it comes down to what we're talking about in double dipping, we just wanted to list it out for you guys to fully understand that. So if a project is through their APF required to do offsite LATR mitigation requirements, those could also receive public benefit incentive density for making those improvements. Again, typically these mitigation requirements are improving sidewalks to be ADA accessible or ramps to be ADA accessible. There's a public benefit that comes with that, and we think that's worth incentivizing. Undergrounding of utilities, this is usually required in many sector plan, particularly in the central business district areas. We think that's worth incentivizing because we just had this discussion as to many of the benefits that come with that. Building new public streets that are recommended by the sector plan, or reducing curb cuts that are already required by code. This, again, improves the project design, improves the public realm, and is worth incentivizing. Green roofs, I think we've covered this one pretty well. And then many of the other sector plan recommendations that include other infrastructure upgrades or public facilities, through block connections. These are things that, even though they're recommended in the sector plan, they're recommended because they're improving the public realm, and these are things that we want, and therefore we think it's worth incentivizing.
So do these generally sound all right? So the questions that were raised last time, I think we've already covered the first one in terms of how some flexibility could be baked into it. Another question was raised whether the tier 4 should get any Excel to build density. And I think that's a question that is probably better answered at the sector plan stage. So the Excel to build density only exists if the master plan creates it. Like right now, it's mapped FAR is all you can go to.
It's mapped, yeah.
So we're just suggesting that the master plan is really sort of the appropriate mechanism to answer that question. Different plans have done it differently in the past, like Bethesda created a cloud of density.
Yeah.
The Great Seneca Overlay Zone created sort of density bonus for each site. So there are different ways to approach it. But we think for this policy at the countywide level, we probably are just recommending it's up to the mapped FAR.
Okay.
And then if the sector plan changes that, then that's perfectly fine.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
Does that sound all right? And then a very good question was also raised on how to make sure this policy remains nimble and relevant. So there's a few things we want to propose for that. One is the data hub that would be created to monitor sort of the ongoing delivery of public benefits. Number two is that the payment in lieu would be regularly updated, just like we do it for the growth and infrastructure policy and the Bethesda Overlay Zone payments to the Parks Improvement Fund. That is tied to, these rates are tied to the same construction index that those use, and a 2-year update would be the sort of recommendation. And then this is kind of getting into the next week's discussion, but this is important. I think one of the things we are recommending is that we do review and approve this policy in a timely manner, maybe in a 3 to 5 year kind of range. And in order to do that, it's really important that only a part of this policy sits in the zoning code. Because once you put things in the zoning code, it becomes really complicated to have to update them, which is why this policy hasn't been updated in 14 years. So what we are at least recommending, and we'll have to work through council staff to make sure they're comfortable with this, is that in the zoning ordinance, we would specify the 4 public benefit categories and the tiered structure to say tier 1 is XFAR, tier 2 is, and then we would update the implementation guidelines where the detailed public benefits, the 13 benefits would be defined and sit there. This is different from how it works today. It would require sort of your approval and the council's approval, but we think if the benefits themselves sat outside of the zoning code, then it would be a lot easier to update it because we would come to you every 3 to 5 years and update it without having to go through the entire sort of work program and
More
CTA.
like the way we do the growth and infrastructure policy rather than the way it is now, where all of what we have here is listed out within the
Yeah.
zoning code.
And the same thing for the master plans too. We would recommend that new master plans really define the categories and the tiers within the master plan and create a standalone implementation guidelines document that has the details of the public benefits so that those can be updated in a more nimble way without having to go through a whole master plan amendment process, which is very time consuming. So does these generally, and again, we'll have to work with council staff and make sure they're good with this. And then the last piece of discussion from last time was what should be the threshold of the optional method of development. We were recommending that both the CR and CRT be at a 0.5 FAR. The CRT currently is at 1 FAR, and we were lowering it. And so we went back and did a lot of thinking and discussion. We also have some spatial maps that we can share. But at a high level, I think it's really important that the standard method of threshold remain at a low threshold. Because if we increase that threshold to, let's say, a 1 FAR, we have seen projects come in and build like townhouses, which is fine if these were not the zones they are. These are zones like right on top of metro stations and where we've invested like hundreds of millions of dollars in public infrastructure. And the goal is to sort of maximize density here. So, we've really tried hard to make sure that it's really easy to get from 0.5 to 1 FAR, as you saw in the tier 1s. So we think we are making it easy enough for the smaller projects to achieve their density. And lastly, the board recently reviewed and endorsed the overlay zone, which also has a 0.5 FAR. So given all those considerations, our suggestion would be to make the threshold be 0.5 and not 1, but we obviously would be happy to hear from the board.
I think that sounds good. Just out of curiosity, do we know how many projects in these zones come in under 0.5? Like, are there any, these days, are there any standard method developments that come in?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
I'm just curious, like, if, as it stands right now, so 0.5 is the current threshold, right?
For CR, for
CR.
CRT, it's 1.
It's 1, okay. I'm just curious how many standard method applications under the current arrangement come in, if it's a minority?
We tried to look at that, and part of the issue we ran into was that the data doesn't sit with us for standard method, because sometimes it goes just straight to building permit.
Yeah.
I will say that just from sort of anecdotal experience of reviewing projects, there have been CRT projects that have gone to like literally 1 FAR and stopped because they didn't want to trigger the optional method. And on a big site like the PSTA, the Public Service Training Academy site, they were able to do like 250 townhouses and like get some serious output out of the land, but at a very low density. So the CR projects typically don't go standard method. And I think, Don, maybe you want to talk about the feasibility analysis that you looked at as well.
So I think the key is that land values don't thank you. Land values don't necessarily track that. So, I mean, it depends on whether or not a developer's been sitting on the land for quite a while. But in order to justify the cost of the land, you have to build to a certain level of density in order to make a reasonable amount of return. And so developers are incentivized, I think, to max out their density or at least get to close to that number.
Yeah.
And I think a number of the CRT projects that we've seen that have stayed at that standard method are shopping centers that have converted. And so I think, there's a lot of land area associated with them. So to get to a 0.5 FAR is, that's definitely being the lower threshold. To get up to 1, that's a lot of density that in some cases they're leaving on the table because they don't want to go to a different height or a different building type for those centers.
Yeah, okay.
So I would, given if, two things. If we're able to evaluate relatively every 4 years without having to go through a big, change the zoning, go whatever, I would advocate for the 0.5. One of the, and to see if we getting these public benefits that we feel are important. But in itself, going from 1 to 0.5 won't necessarily get you more. I don't know. I guess they would probably go up to the 1. Try to get more density, but on its own, it maybe doesn't incentivize more density if they have a large enough area that they can sort of build what they wanted to do. With large, but the sites are getting smaller and smaller. I feel, so I'm okay with the 0.5. Yeah. Given that we want higher density. We want to see if they're going to that height. Will that prevent them from only doing townhomes at the metro station?
It's quite possible depending on the site size.
Right.
And the location, but in general, we think just from a policy perspective, we want high density development in these zones because they are so, and actually Louis did do some mapping to show where they are, which is really helpful to see. You can see the CR zone is literally it's clustered around metro stations, it's clustered in our downtowns or along sort of growth corridors. And it's almost all of it is within the Thrive growth area.
Right. Yeah.
So we think that if the board is fine, we can sort of start with 0.5, see how things go. And if we need to change it and adjust it, then certainly I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'm convinced.
Okay, I think we've used all of our time.
Yeah.
And then some. You were early, and then we put you back on schedule.
Yeah.
You have 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
We have 30 seconds.
Yeah, let me take up that 30 seconds.
Sure.
One question I did have under, for, I think it was Great Designs, or you had some benefit based on providing some programming for 1 year, programming for 3 years. If maybe you can talk about it next time. I'm a little concerned. Well, after that 3 years up and 1 year's up, that they're required to provide funding for programming or providing whatever. If they leave, if that money goes away, who's going to step into that vacuum? I could see if you provided more of the physical thing, but I'm just saying. Maybe you can talk about, experience of others that have provided programming for a certain period of time. Has that, what happens? Just So
No,
just,
that's a great question, and we can certainly continue next week too. But one of the things that we've seen, and you'll see a presentation on placemaking later today, which talks to this as well, is that, oftentimes this type of placemaking and programming is almost like a precursor to establishing the more permanent sort of sense of place and amenities. In each of the temporary placemaking things that the planning department has done, it's always kind of led to some long-term change that other partners have come in. And sort of what we found was that it sometimes needs a little stimulus to get people excited about what can happen in a space, what can happen around a project. Once you do that, champions emerge from either the private sector or the public sector or residents who take on sort of the caretaking of these places. And that really has benefits beyond just the programming. It ties people to their neighborhoods in a very tangible, meaningful way and creates sort of pride of place. So we think that because of those reasons, it might be worth sort of encouraging sort of this, even if it is a temporary thing.
I like your explanation, and maybe this funding for this programming could go to as you said, to an arts place or something that's their mission, and that they will, it helps to fund them to do it there, and then maybe they can get more funding providing it's successful.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So now that I've used my 30 seconds, we we really appreciate your presentation. Always learning, and I feel it's a great direction to move from our current point system, and we look forward to the continued work sessions. And so if no other questions or comments from the commissioners, we'll break for lunch and we'll return at 2 o'clock. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're starting the afternoon session of the Planning Board meeting. We'll start with item number 6, the roundtable discussion led by our Director, Jason Sartori, of Planning, and then we'll immediately follow into the item number 7, Attainable Housing Strategies Work Session number 11, where staff is requesting approval to transmit to the County Council. So, welcome, Director Sartori.
Great. Thank you, Chair Harris. For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, and I'm just going to give a real quick intro to someone who you haven't seen recently. So first, I just want to, so we're going to take a little bit of time today to talk about some of our placemaking activities and our placemaking strategy. And then I'll come back and I'll show you a couple of videos, one related to placemaking, and give one or two other updates, but then we'll get right back into the board's items. I did want to acknowledge and thank Atul for joining me today to talk about placemaking. It's one of the 15 different major projects that Atul is currently working on, in addition to attainable housing and the incentive zoning and innovative housing toolkit. So the list goes on. But I'm going to hand it over to Atul at this point and let him walk through some of our placemaking strategy efforts.
Thank you, Jason, and good afternoon, members of the Planning Board. And again, this is my favorite child, if I had to pick one. So very happy and excited to share some details about this. So what we're going to do very quickly here is kind of look back at what the department has done in placemaking over the past almost 10 years, and then very excitedly look to the future and share with you what's on the horizon for us. And this is an area where we've made a lot of big strides with the continued support of the board and the leadership of the department in funding these activities, et cetera. So we have done a lot of different things under the umbrella of placemaking over the past 10 years. These have included everything from doing activations of downtown Silver Spring, working with the regional service center there, to taking underutilized parking lots and turning them into community gathering spaces, to making sure people have a way to walk and bike in the middle of a pandemic, to be outside so they can get to the parks that were in such high demand during COVID. We've also sort of done a lot of advocacy and educational work around this, had national experts come and talk to our staff, to other agencies and the residents of the county to extol the virtues of placemaking. And so the list is long, and as we started to do more and more, it became very clear that we needed an umbrella guidance to kind of shape our efforts under placemaking. So looking ahead, we've sort of created an internal strategic plan for placemaking for the department. This was done in partnership with leadership from the director's office, as well as all the division chiefs whose staff works very hard to make these projects come to life. The goal really here is to set a department-wide vision for placemaking, to establish our role in placemaking very clearly, and to make sure that we are also building relationships with other agencies and doing some capacity building in them so others can do more placemaking as well, including private sector developers. And we are using this strategic plan to update our annual work program and guide our staff through the various things we do. And we will make sure to bring a hard copy for the board members today. I have a few at my desk that I can come and sort of give each one of you a copy of this. But really the placemaking plan, first of all, it defines placemaking for us in the county as the act of improving a common space to make it welcoming and attractive so it better serves the needs of people who use it. We want to keep this very simple and approachable because this is a concept that applies to sort of every resident of the county, no matter their age or their background or ethnicity. So we want to make sure it's very clearly defined. The mission for us to do in placemaking is to use it as a tool to make vibrant and welcoming common spaces that are accessible to everyone. And that feeds directly into the overall department's mission to improve the quality of life in Montgomery County by planning the natural and built environment for current and future generations. So really trying to dovetail into that mission. And we think that if we can execute these efforts well over the course of the next decade, that we will use placemaking as a way to improve the quality of life for communities of all color, all races, all colors, all sort of economic backgrounds, et cetera. And also, one of the things that we are really trying to do is connect placemaking to Thrive and make sure that placemaking is used as a tool to make the vision that Thrive has outlined become a reality, especially in the short and short term for people. So placemaking, we see it as putting planning into action in neighborhoods where we are working. And you can see here, we tried to highlight how placemaking sort of directly relates to the overall vision of Thrive. We also recognize in the strategic plan that we have many different roles to play in placemaking. We might be leading placemaking sometimes, but we might be supporting others, such as parks, DOT, DPS, residents of the county, and business owners in doing placemaking, and that we also can be champions for it and advocate for its extensive use. We have 8 goals in the strategic plan. I won't cover them all in detail, but really looking at placemaking as a way to support a competitive local economy, making sure everybody benefits from our investment in placemaking, and that placemaking projects help achieve the county's climate action plan goals, making sure that placemaking improves the mental and physical health of individuals across the county, and that it fosters a pride of place in the residents of the county. We also want to recognize that we are not the only ones who should do placemaking or can do placemaking. So really using the strategic plan as an excuse and an endorsement to build capacity in our partner agencies and minimizing the barriers for residents, property owners, and developers to do more placemaking projects of their own. And last but not the least, we want to maximize the impact of our department's investment in placemaking projects. And I would put a plug in here before I turn it to Jason, that these things cost a lot of money. This is not just consultant funding, which is also sort of goes up with inflation, but you literally have to go and buy 2x4s and gallons of paint and brush. We put in the sweat equity, but this does require sort of hard materials and labor. So in the next budget cycle, we hope that the board will sort of resoundingly support our request to increase this so that we can do more placemaking across different communities. Right now, we've been only able to do like one major project. We want to do more, and we want to do some small projects and some medium projects. So really sort of request that the board keep that front of mind for my favorite child here. And here I'll turn to Director Sartori to talk about the exciting things that are happening in the very near future for placemaking.
Can I just ask a question before we start? So I thought, I'm trying to understand their role, the environment. I always thought that placemaking, the way that maybe my old time that I was there, it was an area, it was not just common area, because right now I just saw that you were talking placemaking is that we just take the common area and make it a happy place, somewhere people would like to come. But I thought that a lot of times we get a shopping center and we had a master plan and we showed them a taste of the master plan, that this is, and it was way beyond just the common place. It was the whole master plan or sector plan or whatever that we were doing, and we were getting a taste of it for one weekend or something, that how do you like this community to be? I think this is different, what you are bringing here, or maybe it has evolved to something different. So basically this trying to understand is the common area that you would make it design and you build it, you actually build that common area, and who's going to program it? What is the intention? So that's just 2 questions.
No, that's a great question. I think we want to continue to do that, where we use placemaking as a way to visualize the recommendations of the areas that we are planning in and working with communities. And we use the term common area as a very sort of general and approachable term that people can understand who are not planners, to really mean like the public realm. So that can be anything from the parking lot of a shopping center or an underutilized green space or even the sidewalks in front of an existing building. So the goal would not be to build new structures, but really to create places where people can come together and sort of enjoy each other's company.
And these are permanent, because it used to be that you were just doing to give them a taste and then we move on. So I'm trying to understand, what is this placemaking? Is it something that stays there?
So, placemaking can come in all different shapes and sizes, right? So it can be something that is permanent, or it can be something that's temporary to give a sense of here's what's possible. And so when we talk about the bigger, larger events, the festivals, that's, we're taking over a parking lot, or in Damascus, Main Street for a couple of blocks. That's going to be a temporary, event that will give people a sense of what can be done in that area and how that space could be used differently. But then, something like just a couple weeks ago when we dedicated the remarkable Montgomery Untold Stories marker in Wheaton Veterans Plaza, right? That is an element of placemaking that is a permanent fixture of that neighborhood that makes it more inviting and for more people, and it provides a kind of some character to that little park. And so I did want to, I'm going to talk about the Damascus Placemaking Festival, but I just want to kind of acknowledge also the where this effort that Atul has been leading for us kind of fits within, so everything else we have going on. So we are working on our strategic plan for the department, but there are a number of other strategic planning documents that are going to feed into that, or will be in some ways kind of an appendix to that plan. Right, and the placemaking strategic plan will be one of those. The corridors, typologies, and strategy that we talked to you about last week, that will also fit into our strategic plan. Our Thrive implementation strategy we're working on internally, that will also fit into the strategic plan. And our equitable engagement strategy, that also feeds into that. So there are all of these different elements of what we do in the planning department that are important to us, and they're all going to find their way into our strategic planning effort. So specifically, though, about Damascus, I spoke to you last time. I gave a director's report about our up-county planning division working on this. That following Monday, so last Monday, the team hosted a very successful kickoff meeting with more than 100 people from the community coming out to give us a sense of what they'd like to see the Damascus Placemaking Festival, which we're scheduled to put on in October, what that can include. With help from our consultant design collective, we're kind of pivoting our approach to these festivals from, parking lots to places to something that's focused more on that Main Street. This is the first time we're going to shut down a couple of blocks of Main Street and reimagine how that can be, that space can be used. We had Councilmember Don Lukey as well as Chair Harris gave some introductory remarks, and there was a lot of really great energy in the room. And we had feedback boards that you'll see. I'm going to show you a video in a second that people placed a ton of comments on. And then we had small table discussions that were facilitated by our staff. We had a ton of our staff there. It was a really great turnout, not just from the community, but also from our staff from multiple divisions within the planning department. And so it was a really great event to kind of kick off this larger effort. So I'm going to show you the video here.
So the kickoff meeting was really our official launch of the project. It was our introduction to the public of what we're going to be doing this summer and this fall in Damascus. So we asked them, to get creative and start thinking about what their vision is for Main Street. And so we're going to take all of that feedback that we've gotten from the community and start actually developing designs to bring that vision to life.
What this really is it's an opportunity for the community to see what is possible in their neighborhood. And unlike other placemaking activities that we've done in the past, even the larger ones, most of those have been focused on parking lots and defunct shopping centers. We're talking about a downtown Main Street. And so this is a unique opportunity for us to do placemaking in a different type of environment.
I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited to hear what the residents feel, what's so important about their current downtown area and what they would like to possibly, how they can improve on it. So it's my pleasure to be here tonight.
Damascus is a small community town where we're very connected as a community. So I would love to have more walkways, more just engagement on the streets where people could actually walk the streets and walk from businesses to businesses.
This project, this two-day placemaking festival that we're doing, isn't going to be successful without the community. We need to strategize together, we need to plan together, we need to build together, and then we need to go out and celebrate this space together. We're excited. This is the very beginning. We have a lot of time between now and the festival. We're going to be reaching out, creating focus groups, so we hope that people engage us. We'll continue to reach out as well, and we're excited.
It's good to hear what has worked in other parts of the county where planning can bring that information forward to the community, but then the community gets to put its stamp on what they'd like to see because they're the ones who live here and they're the ones who know the folks the best. I know this community has a ton of spirit and a ton of enthusiasm and love and wants to make sure the rest of the county knows that as well.
Main Street.
All right, so before I move on to this next one, I did want to just also acknowledge and thank our communications team for putting together that video, including our AV specialist, Isaac Asari, who was there as our videographer. And it's just really great that not only do we hold these events, but then we're able to promote it and get more engagement or just more energy and excitement about it when we have videos like that to be able to show the community. And also I believe Audrey Vogel is here in the room. Just want to thank her for her efforts in leading up that effort. That is going to be another one of these bigger, larger festivals, but Damascus is not the only place that we're currently talking about and working on a placemaking effort. We're also starting the internal process of planning a placemaking project for here in Wheaton. This will be different. This is probably most similar to the Advancing the Pike District effort that we employed in North Bethesda in 2021. For that effort, we partnered with MCDOT to temporarily connect the Bethesda Trolley Trail to the Montrose Parkway Trail and activate hubs at key intersections along the way. This Wheaton placemaking effort will look to advance desired pedestrian connections in the Wheaton area and likely include public art, outdoor dining, and more things along that way. Some will be, again, getting to Vice Chair Pedaweem's question before, some of the elements will be temporary installations. Some of them may be longer lasting or semi-permanent things that we'll be considering. So that's one of the next, and you'll see that's something that we're targeting for handling next year, but we're working on that now. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit and highlight something else we have coming up. We have an upcoming presentation by our Historic Preservation Supervisor, Rebecca Ballo. Next Tuesday at 1:45, Rebecca will brief the full council on LGBTQ+ heritage and history in Montgomery County. In honor of Pride Month, she will highlight our related research and outreach activities and discuss local LGBTQ+ historic sites and individuals who were important to civil rights figures important civil rights figures in Montgomery County. So actually, I encourage all of you to tune into that or to attend. I think it'll be a great opportunity to learn more about this important aspect of the county's history. This particular image is from May 21st of 1990, when over 1,000 protesters stormed the NIH campus in Bethesda to demand that NIH accelerate the pace of AIDS research, that NIH include AIDS activists and community members in the committees that oversaw AIDS research, and that NIH broaden the focus of its research to include women and people of color with AIDS. And so this is just one of the many, many stories that mark our history with regard to the LGBTQ+ community, and I encourage you again to join us for that presentation.
When is it?
It's Tuesday at the full council at 1:45, or immediately after their 1:30 public hearings. All right, and lastly, this is a two-video day for you. So I previously shared a short video that we produced while we were going through our budget process that kind of talked a little bit about, tried to introduce the planning department and some of our planners to the council and to others. We've decided to kind of expand upon that a little bit as we continue to try to make the community aware of who we are, what we do, and very specifically who some of our staff are. So I'm going to end just with that here.
Here at Montgomery Planning, we're passionate about planning for today and the future. Here's how your tax dollars are making a difference in your communities. Planning vibrant communities for the county's more than 1 million residents. Reviewing development plans for more than 500 square miles in the county to ensure our economic competitiveness in the region and the nation for decades to come, all while preserving the natural environment with a focus on sustainability. Montgomery Planning is also focused on developing strategies to ensure we have a greater variety of housing for all for the county's current population and the 200,000 more residents expected by 2050. Montgomery Planning is also creating accessible and comfortable connections to get around your community in ways that work for you. Montgomery Planning is committed to creating places for all residents to thrive now and into the future.
I'm Atul Sharma. I'm an assistant to the Deputy Director of Planning. Making great public spaces where the community can gather is why I plan, and I'm planning for you.
I'm Lisa Gavoni, and I'm a housing planner. I'm working on developing strategies for greater housing options in the county, and I'm planning for you.
I'm James Lee. I'm an expert in forecasting demographic trends, keeping a close eye on shifts in our county, and I'm planning for you.
I'm Eli Glacier. Our pedestrian master plan makes it safer to walk and roll. This is how I'm planning for you.
I'm Mugu Njeza. I'm a regulatory planner focused on reviewing development applications to make sure that they are the highest quality for county residents, and I am planning for you.
My name is Tamika Graham. I'm a planner with our regulatory team within the Mid-County Division. At its core, planning is a people-centered process because our county's future should reflect the needs of our residents. This is what we're focused on as we plan for you.
I'm Bhavna Sivasubramanian, and I'm in the Research and Strategic Projects Division. We create key demographic profiles to help inform policy decisions as we plan for you.
I'm Zubin Adrinwala, focused on master plans that help the county reach its economic, equity, and environmental goals, and I'm planning for you.
So again, thank you to our communications team and to Deputy Director Bridget Breuer for doing the voiceover on that. Yes, it sounded familiar, right? Was I not supposed to let out that secret? So, and that is just a taste of, we have 150, well, as of July 1st, we have 152 positions, and here at the planning department, and so there are a lot of people behind the scenes who contribute to the work that you see brought before you or out in the community, and we'll continue to try to highlight folks and their involvement in their work for us and for the county in future briefings. But that was it. I know we've got a really exciting item coming up here, so I want to be able to let us go on to that, but I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Great report. It's good to know that there is a strategy for placemaking, and we look forward to seeing more of it. And thank you for these lovely videos highlighting the great work that planning does. So thank you. We're going to take a 1-minute break, and we'll start on our item number 7, Attainable Housing Strategies Work Session number 11. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're on item number 7, Attainable Housing Strategies Work Session number 11, where staff is recommending approval and transmittal to the County Council. Welcome to our planning team this afternoon, and Mr. Ben Berbert, you're going to kick us off.
All right, Ben Berbert with the Countywide Planning and Policy Team for the record. Do I have a motion to approve? No, I'm just kidding. I thought I'd try. So this is our 11th and final work session with the Planning Board on the Attainable Housing Strategies Report. We've done a lot of work sessions over the past few months. We've been listening, we've been editing the report, and so we now finally have what we think is the final document that is shown in a track change format. We are going to walk through the report rather quickly because there's no way we can actually stop on every change and talk about them. The Planning Board has had the opportunity, as well as the community, to see these track changes. We did get from a few different commissioners some additional feedback. Some of the really simple stuff that was more kind of grammatical or stylized, we've gone ahead and just changed. So technically the document that we have on the screen today is not quite the same as the one that was in the packet. There are a few changes that were recommended by some commissioners that actually do change, I guess, substance or function slightly. We've highlighted them in yellow in here, so we'll pause at those moments, as well as a few other places that we've highlighted through comments that we were going to pause at, just to make sure that everybody's understanding of the changes we've made and that we've done them satisfactorily. And again, this is with the intent that we will get this transmitted tomorrow to the council, and we will start the council work sessions in the very near future. So with that, I'm just going to scroll through the report and pause at these sort of important changes that we have. So first, we have kind of the executive summary. We've made a lot of changes in this executive summary, trying to reflect some of the discussion that we've had. First kind of major change here is making sure that the R200 is reflected as a zone that the priority housing district takes effect in. Again, talking about when we get to the large-scale recommendations, making sure that we had mention of the corridor zones as one of the strategies that we're highlighting in here. Getting into additional recommendations, we felt it was important to add sections, both talking about the new subdivision types we're proposing, both the minor subdivision and the administrative subdivision, talking about the administrative site plan process that we're proposing, and just to kind of highlight the fact that there are other codes and policies that are in this report that are further discussed later on. It was a smaller section of our original draft report. It's become a much larger section now, so we felt it was worth mentioning here.
Mr. Berbert, I just want to just be clear for people that are also listening that you're just pointing out in red things that they were already sent. This was the part of the draft, but the only thing that they have not seen is anything that will be in yellow. Just want to correct, yeah, other than some minor.
They're very minor, like comma here or there.
Yeah, yes, I just wanted to just make that clear.
Correct, so right, I will make sure I pause anytime there's yellow, okay, so that we can actually see that. We did update the summary of outreach that we've done to make sure it includes the work sessions that we've had this spring before the planning board. When it comes to sort of the past housing studies we've done, we've continued to do a lot of housing work, and so there was actually a lot of updates that needed to be added to the housing section of the intro of the report, including some of the neighborhood change reports, innovative housing toolkits, income change, local housing targets, which are still an ongoing process. And then there's been a number of ZTAs recently that have actually moved forward housing, particularly around affordable housing, that we wanted to make sure were mentioned here. And also not to mention, housing's become a major focus of almost every new master plan that we're doing. And so we really want to make the point here. We also updated the section on Thrive. Generally, these are all just reflecting the fact that when we first drafted this, Thrive was still an unadopted document. It's now been adopted. And so we're just we cleaned this section up to make that clear that it's a past tense action, and then how elements of Thrive are pulled into the work we're doing here.
This was just yellow because we were having a conversation of whether we should delete it or not, and we forgot to unhighlight it. The reason that this is deleted is because the adjacent communities, the missing middle recommendations in the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan was actually removed at the council level, so we deleted this section of the document and just added a summary bullet to the housing studies, so that's why.
Here we're reflecting the lower graphic will go away. The upper graphic will be the one that remains, reflecting the change we made to the large scale sort of definition slightly here. Another theme that comes throughout the document, again, we did this in 2021, kind of last crack at it. A couple years have gone by, and so we've done updates throughout the document to include 2023 numbers where available in this section. There's a particularly large amount of those in there. So the first place that we're going to pause, and I'm going to ask Ms. Scavone if she can actually focus on most of the changes since she helped make them last night, would be this one.
Sure. We received comments from Commissioner Hedrick to kind of simplify our language to make it easier to understand for the reader. So we just changed the title of the chart.
Yeah.
To make
And
it
thank
easy.
you for staying up and muted. That was unnecessary, but thank you.
No problem.
My only comment was like to sort of like trim down the titles of the things. It's descriptive, but not particularly sort of paragraphs. So, thank you.
I do think in the senses of these yellow ones, if we can just get a little head nod from the rest of the board, just because it is a change. Okay. Since this is a Word document, I actually can actively change changes too if we don't like them.
Again, just simplifying the language in some of the descriptions of the maps and charts. And again, simplifying the language. Again, Commissioner Hedrick, I think one of the things that he really did a great job was kind of pushing the document to emphasize the housing crisis a little bit more. So sometimes there's a little bit of stronger language that talks about the scale of the housing crisis in the county right now, just to give a little bit of emphasis there.
All right, as we start actually getting into the different scales of recommendations, again, the first sort of primary change we hit is to ensure that the R200 is part of the priority housing district. And so again, that change is reflected here. And then the other thing that we did a lot of work on with this current board is work around the undersized lots, making sure that we understand how many undersized lots do we have, what are the actual average size. We did all those sort of charts showing for the 3 different focus zones, and so we wanted to include all that information within the report, and so that's what the next sort of 2.5 pages highlights. And another thing, I think this is pretty self-explanatory. You're going to see a lot in the document. We used to actually have to painfully describe out all of the growth corridors because Thrive, again, was not an adopted document at the time. Now we can much more simply just call them our Thrive growth corridors. Again, a small but I think slightly pivotal update we did, the townhouse definition, changing it from 3 to 5 or more dwelling units. And then a similar change is made on the next page for the actual unit living standards. Again, when we get into the actual use standards of multi-unit living, that's another place where calling out how triplexes and quadplexes, where they're going to be allowed. And again, this is also updating R200 as part of the priority housing district. The graphic here that's showing all the changes we want to make to the development standard table in the residential zones is being replaced with what's here. We had a lot of conversation about creating the concept of the building site and how the building site rather than lot standards would dictate a lot of the development standards. And so this was updated because we were not going down that route with the previous draft of the document.
Again, Commissioner Hedrick sent some language that I think makes it a little bit more prescriptive of the way that we talked about development standards. So we kind of moved away from talking about maintaining development standards, but then just talked about it a little bit more prescriptively.
And then the next section we get into here was the discussion we had about lots without frontage. And so some of the narrative about how we would address that through code changes has been added. And then this is the pattern book section, and much of that actually remained intact, but we did add a section at the end of the pattern book section explaining kind of how we anticipate the work going, that we have sort of envisioned this 6 to 12-month process that we would get started with sooner, as soon as we have direction from the council on it. One of the changes that we definitely made sure we would clarify is that for the attainable housing optional method that we are relying on gross tract area, not net tract area for density calculations, so we made sure to reflect that. We had, again, originally proposed a minimum site area, which has been deleted, and we're reflecting that here. One of the things that was discussed that has been struck from here is that in the original staff recommendations for the attainable housing optional method, we were looking at not only having an average dwelling unit size of 1,500 square feet, but we were looking at having a maximum dwelling unit size of the detached house of 1,500 square feet. Again, the initial rationale the staff had behind that was we were really trying to discourage detached houses unless it was to be something sort of small and innovative like a cottage house. Through discussion with the planning board, though, it was determined we're better off just simplifying this. The detached house still has to fall within the same average unit size guidance, and trying to sort of restrict what likely would be a product type that would give us a larger bedroom count unit type really might not have been the best strategy, and so we have removed that here.
And just one question. So a little bit yesterday, looking at this 1,500 square feet, well, two things. One is if someone had built it with an attached garage, okay? I mean, a little bit, would the garage space be included in the 1,500 square feet, or do you say excluding the garage, okay?
I think we could maybe add that clarifying language here. Mm-hmm. My basing of understanding, and it's really more around the FAR-based zones, is places to park cars. The garages don't count towards density. Mm-hmm. But I don't know 100% how DPS handles it for a detached house or a townhouse. My thought is it still doesn't count towards your density, but it still is a building permit, so it might show up, from a building permit perspective. So to avoid the confusion, we can make sure the report's clarifying that it's not including any places for parking in these recommendations.
I mean, I would recommend that. Typically what we've always seen on in the pattern book, the garage, I mean, there were no really garages. They were just cars were parked in the back. But if for some innovative reason the developer wanted to put a garage in, that it wouldn't be counted in the 1,500 square feet. I mean,
100%.
I think that's a good idea.
It's a good idea.
I'll eloquently figure out how to insert that later, but I don't like wordsmithing with everybody staring at me, but
but it's just say 1,500 excluding any interior garage space or whatever. I don't know. But you do what?
I also think it gets mentioned enough times in the report that I'd end up scrolling back and forth
Okay.
trying to fix it. So I'm just going to leave it as a comment, but note that we will make sure any word that we mention this, that it's clear.
And I was
I think he was talking about garage space as opposed to parking.
Well, okay. I'll change it.
Are we going to keep this 1,500 square foot, although that under the impact tax, we changed it to 1,800?
So this morning when we discussed the change to 1,800, we discussed that the 1,500 is an average, so there is likely going to be units that are larger to 1,500, similar to 1,800. So we can keep 1,500 in here, and the impact tax exemption still works, our waiver.
And I was originally concerned, can you get a three-bedroom in, like, because I wanted these also to be for families and wanted to see if we could get a three-bedroom in a 1,500 square foot. And I talked to Mr. Sharma, and he provided some examples. Maybe you can provide them to the board now to show that you can get a three-bedroom in these attainable housing typology.
But I'm not sure if we're looking at the market to be marketable. Do we want to have something that is more marketable and still could take advantage of the attainable housing benefits?
So two things here just to add to the conversation. One, that in the AHOM, it is average unit size. So,
Yes.
you know, if you think of a project that comes in with an optional method, they have some two-bedroom units, some three-bedroom units, and maybe even four-bedroom units. We feel pretty confident that for attainable housing types, that you can certainly get that spread to average out to be around 1,500 square feet. I'll use myself as an example. I live in an R60 zoned Silver Spring neighborhood, and when we were going to have our first child, we wanted to buy a house in a good neighborhood, and the house we ended up buying was 960 square feet. It was 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a small office. And the only reason we could afford to live in that neighborhood was the small size of the house. There was no house that we could afford in that neighborhood that was 1,800 square feet or 2,000 square feet, because those are really expensive. So there is a measure of size and attainability and connection to those two things that's really important. Under the average 1,500 square feet, I think you could still have 3 or even 3+ office type of units that are 1,600 square feet or 1,800 square feet, and then perhaps have some 2-bedroom duplexes or triplexes that are in the 1,200 to 1,400 square foot range. So we feel pretty confident that you could, and here are a few floor plans that are more kind of not old houses. These are modern day floor plans that show roughly a footprint of 750 square feet, and 3 bedrooms comfortably fit within.
So if there is a house that they remove it and they want to make 2 duplexes, and they can make each duplex 1,600 or 1,700 square foot. So it's 2 duplexes that each is 1,700. Then how do we consider that? There is no average because there's just 2 duplexes. What is?
So that would be part of the standard method of development. We
Yeah,
do
that's
not
in
have
there.
any unit size limitations on the standard method of development. We only are recommending the unit size limitations for the optional method of development. So in a case of one or even a couple of lots coming in and just turning an existing single house into a duplex or triplex, these standards we're talking about here would not apply anyway.
Yeah. Under the small scale attainable.
Yeah,
is the
but
medium
is that some opportunity that they may miss, that it's not going to be able to get it under this method, under the attainable housing, or any kind of cost reduction in regard to impact tax fees or any other fees that they would have been able to get if it came under attainable housing, that they wouldn't get it if it is 1,600 square foot?
Well, they would still, so that example, if a single-family home, a lot with one single-family home was replaced with a duplex, and each was 1,600 square feet, under the recommendations you had this morning, they would qualify for the 1,800 square foot reduction, the 50% reduction on
Okay.
impact taxes.
Yeah.
The And so those are still considered part of our attainable housing, but that's not what this applies to. This minimum average size, it applies to the attainable housing optional method, that medium scale. The other thing that I want to highlight, that those numbers that you saw this morning in terms of the housing units that have been produced, that's not necessarily a reflection of the market or the demand for smaller units. And what Mr. Sharma just, kind of told his own personal story, is that there are a lot of people in the community looking for those smaller units to get that first opportunity to buy a home in Montgomery County. And if we're not getting those in what we're seeing right now because we're not incentivizing it, and that this will help incentivize that.
Oh, yeah. And just to jump on what Jason was saying, it's like we're attempting to create or at least incentivize a market that has disappeared, essentially, particularly within the last decade. And my family was in a very similar situation with the tools. Is we bought a house we couldn't afford now if it was sold to the price that the other ones are hanging, that are around our house right now are. And so what we're doing is attempting to create a set of housing styles and types that are no longer currently available, and to create that market, to provide for it. We've seen the economic data that shows that we're losing that middle income people that are leaving to go find it somewhere else. And we're trying to incentivize creating that here. So I think there's a benefit to that.
But my concern is that if you think about some areas in the county that we need to diversify, okay, it's the cost of the land rather than the cost of the construction, okay? So the units are expensive because the land and the location is expensive. Mm-hmm. And it's not about the size that would come. So those may not create such a very affordable housing, but still it's going to diversify those areas to make it more affordable for people to move in locations that they want to move, but otherwise they cannot do. So it's not really the difference between 100 or 200 square foot of the building that increases the cost. It's the cost of the land and the location.
Yeah, cost of land is important in there. However, and I do feel that we are trying to get housing options for a range of types of families, so that someone this could be their starter home. They can get in at 900 square feet, or, and then there's some that are going to be at 1,800 that can pay more, whatever. But I do feel that, that we should keep it at 1,500 for that reason. But as we said, and I don't know if you recommended or that before, we're going to do a check-in. We're going to do regular check-ins. And if we see that, 4 years from now that it's not moving the needle, then we can slide back down the scale. But for our goal of creating more options at various income levels and incentivizing smaller units, I think this is a great start.
And I think that land cost across
exactly, yeah. That's just exactly Commissioner Hedrick. Yeah, his point I think was going to be, when land is scarce, which it is now because we've lost a lot of supply because it's low density. If we allow more units on what is quite expensive land, it's going to distribute those costs among more units, and so it'll inherently make them a little bit more affordable just right off the bat if we allow more units on a single lot. But certainly, yeah, land is a huge part of the cost. But I think this goes a lot of the way to addressing that.
Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've pressed this green yes button thinking I'm turning the mic back on, and I'm like, why isn't the little light coming on? Moving into the recommendations for large-scale housing, we've sort of reworked the section a little bit to sort of acknowledge that we're thinking of this as sort of a short and a long-term approach. The short-term approach being utilizing our existing master plan process as well as the existing local map amendment process, the longer-term approach, sort of getting a little bit deeper dive into how we could make the local map amendment process easier and better for attainable housing, as well as the new corridor zones that we would like to see done.
The change here was just a bolding of the language about form-based codes. This language is already, this was added with the new corridor zone, so it's there. It's just adding the emphasis to the focus of form-based codes and how they, how they have the focus on directly on the form and design of the built environment and less on restricting uses.
Here, as we get into some of the other process recommendations, is the section that was added about the administrative site plan review for the 19 or fewer dwelling units, which is similarly going to be reflected in the subdivision discussion now before us on the screen. And then again, as was mentioned before in zoning, also now mentioned in the subdivision discussion about how we would accomplish lots without frontage and the changes that would be necessary. Looks like a large change happened to the parking section. In reality, most of this is actually just representing it with slightly different language that we'd used in a report that we actually gave before the board that we decided just read better than what was in the report. And then a change that was caught by Commissioner Linden that inadvertently sort of left out the R200 PhD parking changes. That was just an omission on staff, so thanks for the catch. And then Commissioner Hendrick had made a point that the way the chart was reading before, it didn't quite as clearly emphasize that this was a percentage reduction in parking. It almost looked like it was a required level of parking, and so we've added the percentage in here to try to be a little clearer about what we were changing.
Can I ask just one question that came up? That what if there's parking on only one side of the street? How does this change or not change? I know in many communities, I was driving to work this morning, my street only has parking on one side. What would, just think about, we can put a pinhole there, but how would or not your recommendation change, and how would we look at that?
So I will be honest, I think that was a level of nuance that we did not necessarily dive into when thinking this. We just sort of said, did the street have parking or not? And so I think the interpretation as written would be even if one side of the street had parking, it would count as parking. I really would love not to get in a scenario where opposite sides of the same street are going to be treated differently just because of that. But I'm open to the fact that, the counter criticism of that is, well, there isn't full parking, and should we be giving the same parking reduction? So, I think staff was comfortable leaving it as is, and that if there's even if half of the street had parking, that it would just count as the available parking. But if there are board members that kind of feel differently to that, now would be the time to discuss this.
Yeah, I would say if you feel it's important for us to add that clarity, we can add that into here. Whether when we say no street parking or yes street parking, it refers to anywhere on the street in front of the house on either side, or if it's immediately in front of the
Yes,
property.
I just wanted us to have clear, because someone's going to ask at one point, I just wanted to make sure we were consistent and, and didn't come up. Yeah. I'm fine with either side, but I just wanted to make sure that it was addressed, because I believe that some streets, it's not uncommon for some streets to only have it on one side. And I just wanted to get feedback from the board.
Yeah, I guess clarifying to avoid confusion around this makes sense, as long as the outcome is, as long as either side of the street, it could be one, the other, or both, have parking, as long as, if everyone feels okay with that.
In thinking about it, it may actually make the most sense to make it a footnote rather than typing it out every time. Is that, as long as it's clarified, I think we can address that.
Is that? Okay.
And then we added the section, as we discussed, that would allow an applicant, if the street has no parking, and as part of their frontage improvements, we're able to get permission with DOT to widen the street enough to sort of add street parking, that could count towards their on-site parking credits, similar to how commercial uses can do that today. And then we have added sections in here. This is the sort of exemptions that we think will be necessary in chapters 50 and 59 to make sure that existing preliminary and site plan conditions that would otherwise limit density and building type do not get in the way of an applicant doing the small-scale attainable housing. And then there's a bunch of other code policies that now show up in the report that also get into here. The discussion about residential driveways, trees and tree canopy, fire and rescue, and stormwater management. The previous report just sort of listed it as a bullet, didn't really get into any description. We've added a little more context in the report here, which is why all this section was added. When we talked about the incentive programs, there was a concern to make sure that at the community level, while there could be benefits, there also could create equity issues. So we've added some language acknowledging that there could be an equity discussion that should be had as part of or before adopting any community level incentive programs.
So one of Commissioner Hedrick's comments had discussion about the role of HOAs. So we added a little bit language that was a little bit more direct about the, wait, no, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong section. This one, can you scroll up for a second? So the first one's on the collection of impact taxes. Again, this is very linked to our discussion this morning about the role of impact taxes, that these units will be assessed impact taxes. One of the Commissioner Hedrick's comments had to do with, noting that it's important that these units, pay infrastructure, pay for their impact, but minimizing impact taxes could help accelerate the production of these units. Just the difference between the rates between multifamily low-rise and single-family attached, single-family attached rates are quite higher. As of, this morning, we have not yet made a determination of where we would put these units, so we're leaving the report a little vague at this point. But this will be, hopefully the county council will decide by November 15th where these types of units will be, so we'll know in several months, but just adding that more descriptive language. And this one is about the role of HOAs, where Commissioner Hedrick, asked to add language about how these covenants, they are exclusionary. They are even more exclusionary than single-family zoning. Just adding a little bit more direct language, noting the concern about the exclusionary covenants. And I want to talk a little bit about the governor's housing package, because we've actually received some correspondence about this. So in early 2024, the General Assembly and the governor signed on to the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act. And the bill, one of the provisions of the bill, they would provide a density bonus for developments near trail transit and certain formerly owned state properties along. Wait, can you scroll? Not scroll up. Scroll up back up a little bit. We're still working with our state and local partners to understand the full implications of this bill, but one aspect of the bill that we're really trying to work out is, scroll down a little bit, is that part of the bill, when it discusses what constitutes a qualified project, it states, in accordance with the subsection, a local jurisdiction shall allow the density of a qualified project to exceed the density otherwise in a district zone. In an area zone for multifamily residential use, a qualified project may consist of mixed use. So what we're trying to figure out is, by changing the provisions of what it means to be a residential detached zone with these changes, is it now zoned for multifamily use? And then if it is zoned for multifamily use, does that mean that we have to allow mixed use? We've reached out to our legal department, who has been very helpful with this, but obviously DPS will determine what this implementation would look like. So we're currently working with them to figure that out. At this point, we don't have an answer yet, so we left it a little bit vague, but noted the issue that with the governor's housing package. Wait,
And I would just say that, you know, once we have a better understanding of this, you know, it could be that any ZTA that implements the Attainable Housing Strategies recommendations may require a clarification on the definition of the zones. It may we may have to. There are some things that we need to come back and change in the zoning code to reflect the governor's housing package, the new state law, and so maybe in that it could be dealt with. Or alternatively, what we may need is for the state to provide clarifying language to, and this wasn't something that took us by surprise. The idea that a major piece of legislation adopted by the state they may need to revisit to clean up some of the language, and I think this may be one of those.
So, as it reads today, we may have to have, technically have to have mixed use in the.
Yeah, we may have to allow it. So it's a question of how, like, there are a couple of things. One, first is by allowing these, is this now a zone, an area that is zoned for multifamily? That's the first question. The second is when they say may consist of mixed use, does that mean that the state is authorizing it, or are they just describing what these areas could potentially, what the local governments could potentially be allowing? Or are they telling us, no, you need to allow? And so mixed uses in these residential areas. So this is where we need to get some further clarification.
And I will mention that there will be a briefing on the governor's housing package at the PHP committee in the upcoming, and with the state and us at the table. So we're hoping to have clarity on the situation before any zoning text amendment is written.
And I guess the final potential outcome of this, I think part of why this is becoming an issue is we have codified we're proposing to codify the triplex and quadplex, the multiplex building, as multi-unit living as a use. Another solution that may come out of this is that we just need to create a new use type for the sort of attached but not multifamily living. When we first were thinking about this at the time, there was sort of no need to create a new use type because this wasn't on the table and kind of creating murky waters. So that's another option that may come out of drafting the ZTA later this summer, is that we decide that we're just going to have to add another use type. And if that were done, you guys would be made aware of that as we brought the actual ZTA forward and actually went through how we've codified all these recommendations.
So I want to pause here and really thank our communications department, who have really helped us bolster the language in the report about our engagement. I just want to be clear that, like, we have done a lot of outreach and engagement on attainable housing. I have a forum tonight with the town of Chevy Chase on the issue, and then one in 2 weeks with Chevy Chase Village. You know, we are making the rounds. We are making sure that people are aware of these changes, and we are trying to be as responsive as possible to their questions and engaging the community on the issue. So one of the things that we added to the report is, per the discussion that we had with the board, is language about check-ins to make sure that we have that early check-in with that board, and we schedule check-ins with the county council too. So Commissioner Hedrick also, we had originally deleted the planning board, disagreed with this assertion, largely because we really hadn't talked about the appendix with the board. We had only talked about the meat of the report. So he recommended that we add that language back in, that the planning board disagrees with the assertion about the difference between affordable and attainable housing. So that was one change that was made. One of the other comments that Commissioner Hedrick made is about the inclusion of the R200 zone and making sure that it's known that it's an equity issue, that more places in the county, including the R200 zone with its larger lots, are allowed to participate in making our neighborhoods more equitable and attainable and inclusive. So we added that language to the report. Commissioner Hedrick also thought it was important to note that what's happening in other jurisdictions like Austin, this could help increase the supply of housing in the county. In Austin, Texas, which has really seen a boom in development, rents have dropped over 9%. And Austin has also seen that they have drastically cut the minimum lot size from over 5,000 to 1,800 to help make their housing more attainable there. So noting those lessons learned in the report.
It's always fun when the appendix is actually longer than the main report.
We had Ben Kraft in the research department has done a lot of research on neighborhood change and also income change. It was mentioned that the county's losing middle income households. We thought that this was important to link to the study and the research that Ben has completed in the report.
The section on trees and stormwater management, this was how short our other issues section was before. This is what we've moved up into the body of the report and expanded upon, in addition to some of the other concerns that we've raised.
For the adequate public facilities ordinance, we added a little bit more specificity after the conversations that we had in both the context of the growth and infrastructure policy and attainable housing, how adequate public facilities works with the small scale development, and that making sure that it's noted that the impact taxes and UPP payments will be are part of this. One of the other comments that Commissioner Hedrick's made is that to note really that these policies, this idea, this reforms in other jurisdictions are expanding rapidly. And the jurisdictions below, they're not exhaustive of all jurisdictions that are considering or have implementing these changes, but instead just highlights that this is a growing phenomenon across the country.
So I think that actually concludes the changes, because I know the rest of this are just model graphics and there were no comments down there. So back to where I started. Do we have a motion? I'm just kidding.
If any other comments or discussion from the board?
I have a comment. I'm excited for this to be transmitted to the county council, and I look forward to its implementation, and am impressed with your work. And more importantly, I think this comports with the mission of Montgomery Thrive 2050, and it also comports with part of the American dream of home ownership opportunities for every one of our citizens in Montgomery County. So I'm excited for its approval and eventual implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have something to say after we vote, maybe, but this is wonderful. And do I have a motion to approve staff's approval of our attainable housing strategies policy document to the county council as amended today?
Many times.
Yeah, I'll move to approve this is the planning board draft as amended today and transmit to the county council.
Second.
And I second.
Oh, lots of seconds.
Yeah, well, we are all excited
We're
to
all
see
second.
this is going. It's going to be
Yeah.
a very good change for the county.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd like to just make a couple of comments here. Before we move on to our next agenda item, I'd like to make a comment on this attainable housing strategies vote and the importance to the county. It cannot be said enough, Montgomery County is experiencing a housing shortage. The shortage isn't theoretical, it's a real problem that threatens our economy, our community, and the diversity and vibrancy that makes Montgomery County the model that others seek to emulate. Our county is home to more than 1 million residents and is expected to add 200,000 more people over the next 25 years. But we are not building enough housing fast enough to keep up with this growth. As the agency responsible for land use and zoning in Montgomery County, it is our duty to our residents to take a hard look at whether we are achieving our housing goals. We need to provide more housing options for our residents. These residents include the teachers we have entrusted with educating our children, teachers who have had to leave our county because they can't find or afford a place to raise their families here. These residents also include our own children and grandchildren who were raised in Montgomery County and want to build their careers and start families in Montgomery County, but cannot find housing in Montgomery County to suit their needs. Our acute housing shortage is also affecting the county's economic viability. The share of middle-class families that own or want to own homes has dropped tremendously over the past 2 decades in our county. More so than in peer jurisdictions around the country, people are moving to jurisdictions with more affordable and available housing, or aren't just moving here. This has resulted in the loss of key property tax revenue used to pay for needed county services, including schools and infrastructure improvements. Attainable housing strategies won't solve our housing problems overnight, but it will be a new valuable tool to address this challenge by allowing property owners more flexibility to build more housing and more types of housing, especially along our county's major corridors. Current and future residents should be able to choose between buying a single-family home, a duplex, a triplex, a townhouse, or rent in a small apartment building. I want to be clear on something. This proposed zoning change is not a mandate for people to turn their properties into duplexes or townhomes or small apartment buildings. This simply allows for property owners to have the option to build something else and give more people the chance to call Montgomery County home. I want to thank the Planning Department for their comprehensive work on this, the community leaders who have engaged with us during this process to help guide these recommendations, and my colleagues here for their decisive vote to advance to the County Council for final approval later this year. Governor Moore and state legislators are making progress on this problem, and jurisdictions in Northern Virginia have already taken action on attainable housing. It is the time that we take action for the sake of our county. Thank you so much. We will now take a 10-minute recess and we'll be back. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, Calverton Administrative Subdivision Plan number 6202300140 and Forest Conservation Plan number F2024010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And from our planning staff today, we have Philip Estes leading this presentation. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Philip Estes with the Up County Division. I'm here with the regulatory review team for Calverton, an administrative subdivision plan to subdivide the subject property into 3 lots for 3 single-family detached units. The applicant has met all the required noticing requirements and sign posting. The public hearing notice was mailed as required. We did receive a letter from an adjacent neighbor indicating concerns over potential impacts to off-site stormwater flooding, which we will address shortly in the presentation. The neighborhood surrounding the subject property identified here in the shaded zone is the Calverton neighborhood in Fairland. As you can see in this image, it's primarily developed with single-family homes, in addition to Calverton Galloway Park, Galloway Elementary School, and the Calverton Swim Club, located southwest of the subject property. There are also 2 churches nearby. This is a zoning map for the surrounding area. As you can see here, subject property and the surrounding area is zoned R90 residential, which has a 9,000 square foot minimum lot size. The area is also located in the 1997 Fairland Master Plan in the Calverton neighborhood area. Looking at the subject property here, it's located at 3100, excuse me, 3100 Fairland Road. There's an existing single-family dwelling located here. It's approximately 1 acre in size, and it has 0.45 acres of forest, which is located on the primarily northern half of the property. And there are no sensitive environmental features identified on site. This shows the proposed subdivision plan showing the 3 lots. Applicant proposes 1 house on each lot. The existing house on lot 3 would remain in place, and there would be 2 new houses, 1 on lot 1 and 2. The site would be accessed by a shared driveway, identified here with the orange-yellow off of Fairland Road. The applicant will also provide a 6-foot sidewalk along the frontage, and also upgrade the existing bus stop pad, which is identified with a little circle down in the corner. Applicant also proposes a lot without frontage, which is lot number 2. And the board may approve a lot without frontage under certain conditions, including such conditions as topography, environmental conditions, or the position of the track itself. In this case, both the environmental conditions and the position of the track support the lot without frontage. Additionally, in order to support the lot without frontage, it needs to meet 3 criteria, one of which is an 80-foot separation of the building restriction line between the rear lot line and the front lot line of that lot without frontage, which is identified here with the blue arrows indicating the 80-foot separation. Also, no more than 1 lot in the subdivision may have no frontage, and that is the case here. And third, that adequate access is provided, and both DOT and Fire Access has recommended approval of the application. We do want to note that the applicant has been through several revisions of this proposed subdivision. We're showing you the first submittal on the left. The orange lines here on both drawings show the proposed lot lines, and on the left you can see the initial proposal shows on lot 2 the existing house, and then lots 1 and 3 on the rear with the houses pushed towards the north part of the property with the stormwater management facilities located in the rear portion. And we worked with the applicant. The applicant redesigned the proposed subdivision in response to comments concerning actually the stormwater management and drainage and impacts to the rear portion of the property. So on the right, you can see the staff recommended subdivision, bringing those two houses closer to Fairland Road and out of that forested area as much as possible, in addition to the stormwater facilities pulled out of that area. And what you can see here in the green shaded area is it generally shows the area that's not going to be disturbed by grading, and where the existing tree canopy, for the most part, will remain. So we do want to go in a little bit about the stormwater flow and the drainage divide. This diagram shows the existing topography for the subject property and in the vicinity. As you can see here, in the blue area, this this identifies the general stormwater flow from the southwest to the northeast across the subject property, showing that the stormwater does not flow from the subject property to the neighboring property on 3113 Memory Lane. This second image shows the drainage divide. Subject property here in the middle, identified by the red, and the two orange lines show the actual drainage divide. The blue shows the flow path of stormwater, and what this shows is all of the land within that orange space. This is where the water flows in that direction towards the blue stream. One of the neighboring properties, the neighbor's property, is located here, so none of the water here in this area is flowing towards the neighbor's property. It's all flowing in this direction here, and this is actually, there's near that A is a storm inlet drain where the water will flow into that drain. This image shows the applicant's proposed stormwater management plan, which has received approval from DPS. The applicant proposes two bio-retention facilities, which are shown in the blue ovals, and then 4 micro-biotension planter boxes shown adjacent to the homes. Application also includes a forest conservation plan. 0.27 acres of forest is proposed for removal, shown in the yellow shading, and the green shading is 0.18 acres, and as I mentioned, that area will be left undisturbed. It's located outside of the LOD, the limits of disturbance. So that area won't, the trees will not be disturbed as part of this application. The applicant will be required to reforest 0.7 acres, and that will be undertaken in the form of forest bank credits or an in lieu fee payment. And this diagram shows, we wanted to show that the lotting patterns in the neighborhood and the proposed subdivision are generally compatible and consistent with a neighborhood pattern. As you can see, they're primarily irregular in shape, including some flag lots. And finally, staff does recommend approval with conditions of the administrative subdivision plan and the forest conservation plan. And this concludes our presentation. We're available for any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Estes, for your presentation. We have in person today, is it Michael McGonigal to give a presentation? Please come down, sir. And well, why don't you sit relax, and then push the button in front of you. So this is recorded, and then you have 3 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Michael McGonigal. I'm here with my wife, Grace. We live at 3113 Memory Lane, which is the lot immediately to the north of the subject property. We have had stormwater problems on our property since we moved in 30 years ago. We are fearful that we'll have far more problems if this lot is developed as it now stands. My neighbors also have serious stormwater drainage problems. The Parrises, who live immediately in front of us, have had to dig a trench around their house to prevent, to cope with the stormwater that comes down from Fairland Road. My neighbor to the right of me, Priska Nwalazi, who wanted to be here today, did not even know about this project till I told her last week when we were taking out the recycling. If you look at page 12 of the staff report, which was previously put up on the screen, it shows that the water coming down from Fairland Road will go toward, if you look on the screen, toward the right, which is Ms. Nwalazi's property. She lives right where the blue arrow is pointing. Now, I think I could get stormwater because I am still at 310, the elevation, which is the lowest elevation on the neighboring property. The report said that my property stood above that, but it doesn't. We're both at 310. But the real problem, I believe, is my neighbor's property. The blue arrow is basically pointing right to her basement. Now, it may be that the problem can be solved if there's an adequate drainage system put in. And I know that efforts have been made to put in these microbial retention systems. I know nothing about these. But what I would like, and I think what my neighbors would like, would be to have somebody from your staff who is familiar with stormwater problems to come to the property, talk to myself, talk to my wife, talk to the Parrises, talk to my neighbor, Mr. Nwalazi, and see if we can agree that the problem has been taken care of. But when I looked at these, basically these drainage pits they're planning, we don't know what the capacity is. We don't know how they calculated the capacity of these. We don't know if this is going to work or whether or not we're going to be bailing forever once this property is developed. I've got no problem with the applicants being able to build there as long as the stormwater is taken care of. And those are our concerns.
I really, really appreciate you and your wife coming. It's always good to get your opinion on how things are going. And so why don't we, I don't know if first staff would like to respond in any way, or the applicant. Yes,
I'm happy to say a few words if I can.
Yes.
For the applicant, Dave McKee with Benning and Associates. Thank you very much. I think Philip did address several of the matters brought up in Mr. McGonigal's letter. So I don't have a whole lot to say about that, but I will say that it really isn't possible for water to get to his property from the proposed development. It would have to go sideways. You can see it from the lines on the plan there. It's just not possible. I have no doubt he has a problem. You can see all the lines above his house there. He's got a sharp slope. The water's coming from somewhere else, so it's coming from further west than the subject property. So certainly we've got to deal with stormwater management. We've got an approved concept plan. The concept plan is just step one. When we go to permit, all of those things are looked at greater scrutiny. And if there are any concerns whatsoever with neighbors downstream, then that's addressed. Absolutely. So we did look at the storm drain system. There's an enclosed system that starts near the neighbor that the gentleman mentioned, and that then pipes the water over to Memory Lane down further. So we looked at that system and made sure that it could handle a 10-year storm. Because if not, then we potentially would have to upgrade that system as part of this approval. But we did a study, and DOT reviewed the study, and they said that the system was sized appropriately for this project. But that doesn't take into account any of the stormwater management that we'll provide on site. So that's assuming there is no stormwater management, and of course there will be stormwater management. So I think we've addressed everything, and happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Does the board have any comments or questions?
Could you show what do you mean with the system? With the system, I'm talking to applicant. You said that the 10-year system was reviewed by DOT and it was, could handle. What system are you talking about?
So we'd have to look at the storm drain map. Philip, maybe if you have that, that was one of your exhibits. So the system is that there's a drain here. It's A. That's the beginning of the system. And actually, there's some piping that goes around from Fairlawn Road and comes down through and connects to that structure as well. So there's a system here that collects a lot of water from different places, but in particular from this orange outlined area. Point A is where it begins. So point A is a drain, an open drain.
So it's an inlet, as in it's an inlet that collects all the water
Correct.
that comes from Fairland Road and comes there. There is an inlet that
An inlet
it's
for just this portion of the just that portion of the drainage.
and
area,
that's
which
a
is not big
public
drainage
inlet.
area.
Is it a
It's a
public
public storm drain. Yes.
Okay.
It's a public system. It's in the easement, and it goes down to B, and then onward.
Yeah.
below
So
Memory
that
Lane.
so that inlet that is put in there shows that water is going all the way that way. But if you take it back to the previous elevation that you showed, I do agree with them that they are in the same elevation. They may not be on the path of the water. You're not on the path, but you would get some sheet flow.
Yes.
Water is going to go to their property regardless. And that's the existing situation. So they do have water that's going there. But the idea is that does the two new houses that are going there, are they going to increase it? And the goal should be that they should not increase any more drainage to their property, because we have two new properties that we are building there, that they are adding more to impervious. So you show the stormwater facilities that they're providing, I do not know how they decided for these locations and if these intercept any additional water that is going to come that doesn't let more water go to their properties. And I think that if there is whoever, maybe it's not the, if you want someone to come to your property to look at it, I think it should be DPS staff that they review the stormwater management.
Yes.
And they could, because they approve this, and their goal is that they make sure that any additional storm drain that it's going to be generated with these impervious areas, it's not going to be, it's being, retained in these two facilities. They have these two facilities, so I'm hoping that they size them in a way that any additional stormwater stay there and drain down before it gets to your property. I believe that's how they do it. If you want someone to explain that to you, I think that you should put them in contact with DPS, that someone explain that, how that one works for them.
Exactly. For the record here, Sandra Pereira, Regulatory Supervisor with Up County. We have the contact information for the reviewer at DPS Water Resources section, and we can give you that contact information. I believe that he's not on the call because we moved the hearing a little bit earlier, so I don't see him on the call today, but we can certainly put him in touch with you, or vice versa.
That would be good. We would like consideration of the project to be delayed until somebody from DPS or some other county official can come out and talk with the neighbors on-site, in person, and explain how the system is supposed to work. I noticed that Mr. McKee mentioned that it had been approved for a 10-year storm, that any storm, it should be able to handle any storm that would occur within a 10-year period. We had a storm 20 years ago that wiped out my basement. So 10 years is a very, very narrow time frame when you're dealing with a project of this nature.
I understand, but that's the requirement by the code. They cannot go do more than that. It's almost impossible to design for 20 years.
Yeah, so I appreciate you coming, and and it's important that you get in touch with the DPS and DOT staff. I mean, whoever, because there was a stormwater management permit or approval.
Concept approval.
Concept approval.
Of March of this year.
Yeah.
That deemed the stormwater management proposal acceptable.
Right.
And the reviewer is Joel Carpus with DPS Water Resources Section. He's joining the meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. So if he joins the meeting, I'm sure he can answer in more detail the questions that you have.
Yeah, Mr. Carpus, the landowner downstream or north of this property is testifying that he believes that his house is getting flooded from stormwater from the property, the applicant's property, and staff and the owner made a presentation was that the water from this property, from the subject property, should be based on its drainage area. It should go to the east of this property, the homeowner's property, but they're still getting a lot of water, and it could be as the way the contours are. The water from the applicant's property should not touch the existing owner's property, but however, the way the contours are, they would get just water from, just in general, from the west of them. So we're going to put him in contact with you to at least meet with you, and maybe you can go meet with the owner and adjacent neighbor and talk through how you do your design, but what we see that you gave the approval, a concept approval for the subject property that they would, adequately carry the 10-year storm. So, I mean, do you have any comments or we'll give them your contact and they would love to speak with you? But can you provide some information how you do your analysis and how did you come up with the recommendation that, the applicant's concept plan was correct? I said a lot, but I don't.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
I jumped in a second late. I'm sorry. This is Joel Carpus from DPS. I'm not sure. Are you waiting for a response from me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we are available to meet with the homeowner if they so choose. But through our reviews, none of the water from this site, like you said, impacts him. The site to the west of this, where you can see the 328 contour, is where this water is coming from. And this is most likely a DOT or an SHA. I'm not sure whose right of way this is, but this is a closed roadway section. So this is not a stormwater management issue through the design, was approved. I'm not sure what else, because that was a long question.
Yes, and also the drain that the applicant's property is to go to, where it says 302, 306, I mean, that drain is, even though the water shouldn't be going toward his house, but that drain is operating properly to accept the subject property's water?
I don't know that
That was actually reviewed by DOT. I'm sorry to butt in, but that was reviewed by DOT as part of the storm drain analysis.
I think the question is that, Joel, the question, this is Mitra, the question is that does the construction of these two new homes on this lot add more additional drainage going toward north to their neighbor? That's the question. Because we're going to have two new buildings that is going to add to the impervious area. And does the construction of those two new homes increase the drainage water toward their neighbor in the north?
Any impervious area within a drainage area will increase runoff. Stormwater management is not designed to handle runoff. That's a conveyance issue. And so if these neighbors want to get together and convey this water to the existing inlet that's available, that is an option.
Yeah.
I understand, but the responsibility is on the designer of the new houses. And this is a note on their, design plan that they make all the attempt that no additional drainage from their land is going to go toward their neighbor.
Well, that's a tricky question. Water runs downhill, and it's always going to run downhill. So that's a conveyance issue. Now, I see you shaking your head. I'm not sure what response you're looking for.
Well, when someone add a house in their land, okay, but they are requirement, okay, and this is a note in the design plan for the whoever that wants to build a new house, that one of the requirements of their engineers are that they not allow any additional storm water or storm drainage go to the neighbor property. They cannot flood their neighbors by building a new house. Their responsibility.
I don't have the code reference, but I don't believe that to be true. You can send additional water to someone's lot. That like I said, water runs downhill, and that's part of nature. But no, you cannot damage someone's property. That's an absolute thing, and that is part of the designer's responsibility. And through his calculations and his design, he's shown satisfactorily to DPS that there won't be an issue to the existing the homes that are there.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm talking about, and this is something that maybe needs to be explained to this gentleman sitting here.
Yep. Yeah. So let me just say, by saying, you've lived at this property how long?
30 years.
Okay. How long has the existing homeowner had this property? Do you know?
I don't think they live on the property. They live in Rockville.
They don't live on the property. A few years. They've owned the property for a few years.
Did they build it just a few years ago, or do you have a sense of that? So all I was to say, it sounds as if you've had a water issue for a while.
We have.
Okay. And I think it's your house is downstream of, that is up, you're down, and you're going to get water to your property. We will give you DPS, DOT, and we should talk to them, but it could be, sir, that it would be great if you've got, maybe you need some stormwater management, like maybe, like drains around the side of your, like some people have put drains with a sump pump or things to help make sure your basement doesn't flood. That has happened a lot. So we're sensitive to your issue, but I think this may not be caused by just be the cause of where the contours are and things like that. But we will give you the names of the agencies. I'd like for you to talk to them and see where this goes, but this homeowner, this applicant is satisfied that they, that they got a improved stormwater management concept plan, and so given they've met the rules, they should be able to move forward. But there is an issue. I mean, you said that, and I think, you need some help trying to solve that issue, sir.
All I really want is this to be delayed for 1 month until this whole problem can get cleared up. It may well be that when a representative from DPS comes to the neighborhood and actually talks to myself and to my neighbors, that we will see that, yes, you've done what you need to do to prevent us from being flooded all the time. But I don't think there'd be any problem with just delaying final approval for 30 days until this can get cleared up.
But DPS isn't the agent, is it? DPS is the agency to?
DPS, Water Resources Section, is the agency that reviews the stormwater management concept. And they are here on the call today with us to answer those questions. I just wanted to add one more thing to the discussion. The revisions that the applicant made to their layout by pulling the homes forward towards Fairland Road also help to minimize any disturbance and impacts to the land in the rear where it abuts your property. So existing trees, existing slopes, topography, and the way the water drains is going to be maintained with no disturbance. So these revisions are going to help any potential impacts that you are concerned about on the original submittal. Because as you can see on this image, the original submittal had disturbance all the way to the rear lot line that you can see on that image. So that would be more impactful to the existing hydrology of the site. So because they made these revisions and pulled everything forward towards the road, I think it's going to help to maintain the existing drainage patterns.
May I add something to what Ms. Peretta is saying? So if you look at the first submittal, so the lines where you see lot 1, you see kind of that's a swale or a channel that would direct it, I think, closer towards this gentleman's property. And if you look at the recommended proposal that has the green with which is what she's indicating as a treed buffer, the swale or the channel is actually directing it to away from their site. It's actually directing it to the back of the house and back to the channel that was originally shown on here to where the storm drain is. So I think it's the way that I'm reading the plans here is that it's doing everything it possibly can on site to mitigate the drainage and direct it to the channel that takes it into the storm drain.
Can I just add one thing? I agree with DPS that this is DPS reviews the stormwater management, not the drainage. The drainage is the responsibility of the applicant's engineer, and the applicant has not said anything about that. They are responsible to make sure that the additional, not the existing, because the existing is what it is, but the additional drainage is being mitigated not to go in the neighbor property. And they are here. Let them explain that they have done that. They are actually even signing the plans. They signed the plan that this is what they have done. I know that for a fact. They signed the plan that they have designed it in a way that not to mitigate the additional storm drainage. So let the engineer talk about it and see if they have done that.
Which is are you the engineer or the?
Right here.
Dave
McKee. Thank you. Absolutely, I agree with 100% with what was just said. We've designed the plan to mitigate for what's proposed as impervious. We have the 6 areas. There are actually 6 different facilities on the property. Plan. This is concept. I mean, this is not a permit drawing, but it's a concept. But it will be followed through, and as I said earlier, as we get to the permit stage, there'll be a higher level of scrutiny. And I do have to sign a drainage statement. The drainage statement is what you're referring to, that says we've studied the downstream matters and that we will not impact those.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so what are you saying that, I would recommend just approving this plan. You're saying subject to DPS approval, but it's going to already be approved during the process.
No, you could work still with DPS because DPS reviews the work of the engineer. Engineer would sign the plan that they mitigate the stormwater management and the drainage that is going to be created due to construction of the new houses. So your best bet is that to work with DPS to make sure that these requirements are met by the engineer.
Okay, so I would recommend approval of this plan subject to DPS signing off on that they've addressed any additional runoff due to the new development. Is that what you're saying?
DPS does that. DPS really relies on the signature of the engineer. So the engineer that designs the plans, of course they review the plan, but eventually the seal of the engineer is on the plan.
Yeah.
So you could work with DPS to make sure that the plans are designed correctly. And that's usually the design, hopefully they build it according to the plan, and that would minimize any additional water that would come to your property.
What I'm asking staff is it approval, the concept, this is a concept plan, when they do a final plan, that would be included in the final plan, okay?
Exactly. So the stormwater management concept is the first step, the first approval. And then they get the planning board approval, and after they have to prepare a sediment and erosion control permit drawings. That's when they go deeper into the details of the stormwater management concept and iron out all the things. And so that's still to come after this approval.
Yes.
And it's also, I think there's also opportunity to comment and to get involved. So if, we'll give you the contact of the reviewer, and we encourage you to then follow the next step in the process and ask to have a site visit or a meeting with them to go a little bit deeper into those details.
We would be glad to work with DPS. We want an on-site inspection. We want
Yes.
we want it to be explained in person. My fear is that if the commissioners approve this plan today, you're basically the public officials who are in charge of this. The people at DPS are county employees, and if they don't do what we think is right, we don't have any other recourse. Our recourse is with our public officials.
The permitting of the stormwater is already a procedure that we have in place. DPS will be in touch. The plan includes both stormwater management and drainage issues. I think what's being asked for is being provided, and I think we need to move on with the approval.
So do I have a motion from the board to approve this? The first is the
Administrative
the
subdivision.
administrative subdivision plan number 620230140. There were, and with the stipulation that the applicant will work with the DPS to make sure that this is done, but it's part of the normal process. So, do I have a motion for approval?
Move to remove the administrative subdivision plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The next is the Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval of the Forest Conservation Plan number F20240010?
Yes, move to approve the Forest Conservation Plan F 2024-0010.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. So I would, before you leave, Staff will give you the numbers so you can contact them, but this is just the start of the process, sir. Right? This is just the start of the process. This is not the final design, but it's the start of the process. They can't get to the next step without this approval. So we're going to take a 1-minute break, and we'll start with our next process. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the day, item number 10, permanent operating hours and extents for Beach Drive, work session, and action, where staff is recommending approve the permanent operating hours and extents of the Beach Drive Open Parkway for Friday, 9 a.m. through Sunday at 4 p.m. Standard time and 6 p.m. daylight savings time from Knowles Avenue to Cedar Lane. And today we have Andrew Tsai leading this discussion. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kyle Lucas. I'm a trail planner for the Parks Department, joined by my colleague Andrew Tsai. So quick overview of what we're bringing to you today. A staff recommendation to approve permanent operating hours and extents for the Beach Drive Open Parkway. We're going to cover that recommendation, some of the history of the Open Parkway program, some of the neighborhood cut-through traffic issues we've observed, some traffic analysis and potential detour routes, as well as an input, a summary of public input we've received. So as the chair mentioned, our recommendation is to approve the permanent operating hours starting at Friday at 9 a.m. through Sunday at 4 p.m. standard time, 6 p.m. daylight saving time from Knowles Ave to Cedar. If you're looking at this map, the extents we're recommending are the green extents, shortening it to drop the red dashed line. As far as just a brief timeline, we issued a press release in early May on the 8th, as well as opened a public comment period. That comment period went through the end of May on May 30th. Here we are today presenting to you all to highlight the kind of requested action. And if approved, we anticipate we could start as soon as next weekend. So to give you a quick overview of the Beach Drive Open Parkway, so this was launched in April of 2020 in response to the COVID-19 pandemic as a way to give people more space to get outside and recreate and follow kind of the 6-foot recommended spacing that was kind of being used at the time. 8 to 10 foot wide path doesn't really provide a whole lot of space for that. And so the initial and current stretch that's closed to vehicular traffic is a 2.9 mile stretch from Knowles or Strathmore all the way down to Connecticut Avenue. And since the program started, we've observed or counted with trail counters over 1 million users. It's been a very popular program. We'll kind of highlight some of the support for it a little bit later on, but did want to call out Resolution 19-892, which supported the open parkways as well as efforts to enhance these programs as appropriate. So while this program was extremely popular and remains extremely popular, one of the unintended consequences of it is the increase in traffic along Culver Street. So I've highlighted Culver Street as well as a small section of Delmont Lane on this map. It's shown in purple. And one of the main issues is without being able to turn onto Beach Drive, people tend to take the next closest turn, which is Culver Street, instead of going up to Saul Road. This is particularly noticeable when there's incidents on the Beltway. GPS unit tells you to get off the Beltway and cut through the neighborhood, and it's not telling you to go up to Saul Road. It's telling you to turn onto Culver. So Andrew's going to cover a little bit more about the increases that we've seen on Culver Street in a few slides. But in response to that increase in traffic in December of 2020, we reduced the hours that the program was active. So initially it did start at Friday at 9 a.m. from April 2020 until about December 2022, when we reduced those days to start at Saturday at 7 a.m. in response to the observed increases on Culver Street. I want to call out on this map, we've got permanent trail counters set up in 2 locations at Knowles Ave as well as Wildwood Road. And we separately set up a mobile counter to temporarily check counts in the section between Cedar Lane and Connecticut Avenue, close to where Carriage Road would intersect. So on the top chart here, or table, you can see the counts at Knowles and Wildwood for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Generally from April 2020 to December 2022, we're seeing 1,500 to 2,000 users on average. And from December 2022 to February 2024, we see those numbers drop a little, but we still see a ton of usage on the open parkways. So while this was a very popular pandemic program, it still continues to be a very popular program that has a lot of use. I mentioned we set up a mobile counter about where the carriage road would intersect with Beach if it were to continue. And when we compare that to the counts on Wildwood Road, we see slightly less usage. You can see it follows the same kind of trend line. So those peak days, for example, it looks like January 27th, that was probably a warm, sunny day in a cold month. People are looking to get out and use our parkways. One of the days where there's 133 or 34, I think it rained almost an inch that day and was 40 degrees. So it's understandable. But we do see less use between Connecticut and Cedar than we do between Cedar and Knowles. And so Andrew's gonna now talk about the Culver Street cut-through traffic and what we've done to try to address that since we became aware of it.
Good afternoon, Chair Harris, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Tsai. I'm an engineer with Montgomery County Parks, and I'm going to give a little bit more detail on the cut-through issues that we've encountered on Culver Street, as well as a summary of the traffic study we recently conducted to support a Friday closure of Beach Drive under this recommendation. We work with MCDOT to conduct traffic counts on Culver Street over the past several years, summarized in this table that you can currently see on your screen. We've found that over time, traffic volumes have continued to increase while Beach Drive is closed, even after we work with DOT and SHA to implement improved detour and closure signage around the area. In addition, as Kyle has mentioned, we observed that there are significant spikes in peak traffic on Culver that coincide with incidents on other major roads, such as the Beltway and nearby Connecticut Avenue. One example I want to highlight is in October 23 in the northbound direction, there was a PM peak of 104 vehicles per hour on that Saturday. And that coincided with a traffic incident that closed off one of the lanes on 495. So it does appear that drivers, as well as probably the navigation apps, are directing drivers to utilize Culver Street as a workaround when there are traffic delays and there are incidents on adjacent streets. Next slide, please. We met with our traffic engineering consultants, the Community Association, and MCDOT to assess potential feasible cut-through mitigation measures. We categorized cut-through mitigation measures into two categories: short-term measures, which are measures that we think we can implement within a pretty quick time frame at reduced cost, as well as permanent long-term access restriction measures, which are a little bit more involved to implement. I'm sorry, can you go back one slide? I just want to give a little bit of an overview. Some of the short-term measures we assessed included traffic calming measures. You can kind of see an example of those on the image on the top right there, which include curb bump outs, speed humps and speed tables, mini roundabouts. The goal would be to reduce vehicle speeds on Culver Street, knowing that there is an increase in traffic when Beach Drive is closed. Some of the other short-term measures that we considered to reduce cut-through was installing temporary barriers at the entrance of Culver Street on both ends, blocking the inbound lane with signage that says road closed to through traffic, and then directing drivers to utilize Saul Road and other approved detour routes. Long-term measures would be permanent access restrictions, such as signage that indicates that drivers cannot turn onto Culver Street at all. Next slide, please. But there were challenges to implementing any of the cut-through mitigation issues. With traffic calming, our own counts found that the typical speeds are about 24 to 28 miles per hour. So in line with the speed limit of 25 miles per hour. And while traffic calming could enhance the safety of the roadway, it's not likely to actually cut down on the cut-through traffic that the road is experiencing when Beach Drive is closed. Installation of short-term temporary barriers, as I just described, that block a portion of Culver Street would also be an operational and maintenance challenge. And in fact, MCDOT actually had a trial of placing these temporary barriers at Culver Street and at Delmont Street, and they actually found that drivers would get out of the cars or residents would get out and actually move the barriers out of the way. Regarding more permanent access restrictions, as dictated in Montgomery County executive regulations, the county does have stringent executive regulations that govern permanent access restrictions, including peaks of over 250 vehicles per hour and studies which confirm that non-local traffic exceeds 50% of the hourly volume. In this case, based on the data we have, Culver Street would not qualify for these permanent access restrictions. And of course, so the challenges in implementing these cut-through measures is the biggest factor behind the recommendation we have of reducing the closure segment length to Cedar Lane instead of Connecticut Avenue.
What is the significance of 85th percentile speed?
Oh, so that's just describing the speed that the majority of traffic is going. So it's not an average volume, but it's not an average traffic speed, but it's actually, only 15% of vehicle traffic is exceeding that range of traffic. So it's sort of
So the 85% is going under 24 to 28 mile?
Correct.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to add to that, for DOT's traffic calming to be warranted, I believe the 85th percentile needs to be 7 or 8 miles over the speed limit. So if we were to see the 85th percentile speed was 32 or 34 miles an hour, traffic calming might be warranted here, but we weren't quite seeing that.
Yeah.
Thank you, I got it.
We worked with STV Incorporated, which is a traffic engineering consulting firm, to assess the potential impacts of closing Beach Drive on Fridays. To kick the study off, we conducted traffic counts at 12 intersections throughout the area, as highlighted on this map over here, and I'm just going to describe sort of the western and eastern boundaries of the study. On the western end, at Maryland 355, Rockville Pike, and Strathmore Avenue, that's count location number 2, as well as Grosvenor Lane, count locations number 7. And on the eastern end, our counts ended at Maryland 185, Connecticut Avenue. And then we picked up intersection counts throughout the overall residential area, as well as on Knowles Avenue and Beach Drive, to make sure that we had a holistic picture of what might happen and to help us develop a synchro traffic model to assess the impacts of closing Beach Drive on Fridays. Synchro is a traffic modeling program that's widely used. It's a pretty standard program. Montgomery County Planning Department, as well as MCDOT, utilize it pretty heavily in their traffic modeling efforts as well. To summarize the existing conditions, we found, based on our counts, that most northbound and southbound Beach Drive traffic is being used to access Rockville Pike via Grosvenor Lane. It appears that drivers are utilizing Beach Drive just to avoid segments of Rockville Pike, which can get a little congested and pretty heavy traffic. It showed that all existing signalized intersections operate right now at a level of service of D or better. To sort of quantify what that means, a level of service D means an average control delay of 35 to 55 seconds, or in less engineering terminology, it means that some queuing and some delays are to be expected. And if any of us have driven through some of these intersections during peak hours, we know that there sometimes is some delay and some queuing and some backups right now on a typical day. Based on our traffic counts, we established the most likely detour routes that cars would utilize when Beach Drive is closed. Since most traffic is destined or originating to Rockville Pike, both the northbound and southbound detour routes use Rockville Pike and Strathmore Avenue, as seen from the 2 images on this slide. The northbound detour route utilizing Rockville Pike and then turning right onto Strathmore, and then eventually utilizing Knowles, where they can then continue either on Beach or travel to Connecticut Avenue, and similar route for southbound traffic utilizing Strathmore and Knowles to access Rockville Pike.
So how much it adds to the detour? How much longer is it, the detour?
Oh, I'll describe that on the next slide, but it adds a few minutes of travel time compared to just utilizing Beach Drive. So we fed the detour routes into the synchro traffic model in order to get an idea of the impacts to adjacent roads and intersections. The results first show that at Wexford Drive, which is a residential street just north of Knowles Avenue and allows a connection between Beach Drive and Connecticut Avenue, there's no anticipated changes in traffic along that road. The traffic model does show that there's potential for minimal cut-through increase on Parkwood Drive, which is a residential drive that parallels Beach Drive from Knowles Avenue down to Cedar Lane. We see some minor degradation in some individual turning movements at a couple of intersections, being Knowles and Beach Drive, as well as Strathmore and Maryland 355 because of the increased traffic volumes that will now be utilizing those intersections. However, we believe that minor degradation can be mitigated in part with some pretty minor traffic signal timing adjustments that we will coordinate with MCDOT and Maryland State Highways. Overall, all studied intersections still maintain a level of service of D or better with Beach Drive closed on Fridays. However, the travel time using the detours is a little bit higher than being able to directly utilize Beach Drive because of the existing intersections that vehicles will need to traverse through, including Rockville Pike and Strathmore, as well as Knowles and Beach Drive. In order to support the recommendation, there's a couple of future steps that Parks will undertake, which include continue to coordinate with DOT and SHA to install enhanced detour signage around the closure area and Parkwood Drive. We'll also coordinate with MCDOT and SHA to assess signal timing and intersection improvements at the couple of intersections that show minor degradation, which are Beach Drive and Knowles and Rockville Pike and Strathmore Avenue.
So I'm going to present a summary of the public input we received. So we received 750 comments while the survey was open through the month of May. Not surprisingly, most of those responses are from the zip codes immediately adjacent to Beach Drive. So we received 330 responses from 20895, which is to the right of Beach Drive, and 101 from 20814, which is on the left side of the west side of Beach Drive, as well as a little bit farther south. And we received another 319 from the rest of the zip codes. One of the things that was very apparent reading through those 750 comments is there's a complex variety of viewpoints. And so I'm going to try to explain these in this matrix that I've set up here. So there's essentially three positions on the extents and the operating hours. So for the operating hours, you could want Friday, Saturday, Sunday to be the new hours. You could want the program to stay just Saturday, Sunday, or no opinion. And for the extents, you could want the existing 2.9 miles that's there already, which runs from Connecticut to Knowles, or just the 2.2 miles from Knowles to Cedar, or no opinion. And so if we kind of rank those viewpoints, this would be the order it is. So the most popular opinion was to keep the hours just Saturday, Sunday. We had 197 comments suggesting that. And interestingly, those 197 have no preference on the extents themselves. The second most popular was to retain the full 2.9 miles and add Friday back to the hours, followed by expanding to Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and no opinion on the extents. And for the fourth would be the 2.2 miles and the Friday to Sunday closure, which is what our proposal is. So diving into that a little bit more, we had 302 people who spoke up in favor of doing a Friday to Sunday closure, and 275 opposed to the Friday to Sunday closure. So about 50-50, but skewed a little bit towards Friday to Sunday. And I think the thing that was most interesting to me was out of the 275 opposed to Friday to Sunday, about 53% explicitly stated their support for a Saturday Sunday closure. And so what that tells me is that people see the value of this program, even if they have a reason for not wanting it on Fridays. I'll also just note that 172 people had no stated preference on the operating hours. So some of the reasons for expanding to Friday through Sunday were that the open parkway is heavily used, there's limited car-free space in the county, the detour itself is minimal. Friday's a popular telework day, so maybe not quite as much traffic of people driving into the office. And bicyclists also commute on Friday, so having extra space for them works. Those who opposed adding Friday typically did so due to the increased travel times or inconvenience of not being able to access Grosvenor and 355. Concerns over an increase in neighborhood cut-through traffic. Some concerns that this program is so popular that people are driving to the neighborhoods and parking in the neighborhoods to access Beach Drive, as well as some concerns over the impact to emergency vehicle and school bus access, as well as Kensington Parkwood Elementary School is very close by, so some concerns that increases in neighborhood cut-through traffic coinciding with people walking to school is problematic. And finally, there's an existing shared use path. How necessary is this on Friday? I'm going to kind of talk through this map, and hopefully I can make it make sense. So in the pink is 355, which, as Andrew said, is one of the most common destinations from the neighborhood. And in the purple is the typical access routes. So on the north end, you've got Knowles and Strathmore. On the south end, you've got Cedar Lane and Summit. And then cutting through in the middle is Franklin, which goes right past Kensington Parkwood to Beach Drive. And you can see at this first red X is where you would typically enter Beach Drive to cut up to Grosvenor and head that way. And so the two streets that we heard significant concerns about cut-through traffic were Parkwood, which kind of runs parallel to Beach, as well as Saul Road, which kind of runs and connects to Beach. And so just calling that out to kind of explain some of the context of what the concerns over cut-through traffic were. The concerns were essentially that without access from the neighborhood directly to 355, it's a somewhat more circuitous route, and that some people are going to take Parkwood or Saul to access their destination. As far as the comments in relation to reducing the extents to just the 2.2 mile open parkway, we had about 40% or 157 people write in support of reducing those extents, and 60% writing opposed to reducing those extents. So the reasons for supporting it is the belief that it improves vehicular connectivity between Cedar Lane and Connecticut Ave by maintaining access to Beach Drive. With access to Beach Drive, there's essentially no need to cut through on Culver Street. It's a less direct route. You're probably not going to go, quite as quickly. And so by getting people off Culver Street and onto Beach Drive, that reduces the high rate of traffic volumes, which are somewhat unsafe and exacerbated by a lack of sidewalks on Culver Street. And then a lot of people also, commented that while they'd like to see the full 2.9 miles remain, if this program is being made permanent, that 2.2 miles is still a pretty nice stretch. Those who opposed it, similar to wanting the Fridays back, highlighted the limited car-free space. It's a reduction in about a quarter of the open parkway. The belief that cut-through traffic should be addressed through traffic calming, access restrictions, and improved detour signage instead of reducing the extent. And then that section of Beach in particular, many people commented on kind of some blind swooping curves that are a little challenging for motorists to see the cyclists, heavy use by cyclists, and the importance of the connectivity in the bike network in general. As well as just highlighting that the walking path, if all those cyclists are moving to it, is probably going to feel a little less comfortable for pedestrians having more cyclists riding there.
Can I just ask you about this section? Because I have ridden that place with my bike. One of the beauty of this was that you could just connect to DC and continue on Beach Drive on DC line and continue going, because they are closed also, they're open parkway. So what is the schedule for DC? Because right now, I understand why you're closing this section because of traffic, but it disconnected from connecting to the DC side. What is the schedule for DC side? What is their open parkway? I think we should sort of coordinate with that schedule.
Yeah, so, Andrew, if you want to.
Yeah, I know National Park Service has implemented a permanent closure of Upper Beach Drive Northwest in Rock Creek Park.
When is it? I didn't understand.
It's permanent. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It's all the time.
All the time.
It's
So
permanently closed.
Yeah.
So they don't have any traffic there at all. It's always
For the segment, for the segment of Upper Beach Drive Northwest, yes, permanently closed, no traffic. Yeah.
There are some sections where there's some access for cars to access, picnic shelters, or I don't recall exactly where, but there are some brief shared areas. But even with that section being permanently closed, there's still probably a probably 3 to 4 mile stretch between Connecticut and the DC line that is currently not closed through our Open Parkway program. So
Yes, it's correct. And I think that the other question that I have is that in those sections, and also this section that we are eliminating, still is a shared road for the bikers, and bikers still can use the full width, correct? And is this clearly signed what a shared road means? That means that bikes still can use the full length.
yeah, it is. And I think the difference is, you know, the cyclists who are going to be comfortable using Beach Drive in the road are going to differ from the cyclists, smaller kids or less experienced cyclists who are going to tend to stay towards the shared use path. So while I think, you know, the road cyclist is still going to probably feel pretty at home on Beach Drive compared to, say, a Connecticut Avenue, you're still going to have probably some cyclists who aren't going to feel comfortable.
That's true. I don't feel comfortable, but I rode it. And I think that during the weekend, Saturday and Sundays, is much easier to drive, ride my bike on that if I want to do it on a Friday, that would be there. Okay, thank you.
Yep. So this slide highlights, we thought since we had so many responses from 2895 and 2814, it was helpful to look at how the overall numbers kind of changed based on that. And, you know, not surprisingly, those in those zip codes, the opposition to expanding the Open Parkway hours go from about 50-50 to about 70-30. Compared to those outside of those two area codes, the support for expanding to Friday goes up to about 85%. So you can see how, you know, those living in close to this closure have a stronger opinion on adding Friday back. Similarly, in 2895, we see about 60% support reducing the extents. And then in 2814, that goes down to 33%. And then outside of that, it goes down to 21%. So again, those who would, you know, probably feel the impacts of that decision likely live closest to it. I also wanted to highlight there's 3 civic associations or residents associations kind of in the area that we've spoken to. And so the Parkwood Residents Association surveyed their members, and 80% of them opposed the Fridays. And like I highlighted earlier, the interesting thing is that 80% also supported the Saturday, Sunday closures. So I think people understand and value the program, even if they don't support adding Friday back. And then one of the positions that they also discussed was wanting improved access from the neighborhood to Grosvenor Lane, even during the closure. Kensington Estates Civic Association, while they did not have a formal position on the proposal, generally they had a similar stance, which was that, you know, generally it seemed to be opposed to Fridays, but supporting Saturday, Sundays. And finally, the Byford Rock Creek Highland Citizens Association supports the proposal. They found it to be data-driven. The increased traffic volumes and decreased parkway usage to them made sense to reduce this section. They believe it prioritizes pedestrian safety on Culver Street and is consistent with Vision Zero. And so kind of to summarize what we heard, you know, we found substantial cut-through traffic on Culver Street when the Open Parkway was active. We found that Cedar Lane to Connecticut Avenue was the least used section of the parkway when compared to the others. We found that eliminating this stretch resolves the cut-through traffic, which was the reason and the catalyst that we removed Friday from the program in the first place, and that the traffic studies show minimal impact to nearby intersections from the restoration of Friday, and that, you know, coordination with MCDOT and SHA is necessary to improve the detour signage and make traffic signal adjustments as necessary. And so again, just to highlight what our recommendation that we've presented today is to reduce the extents, so it's just the green on this map, dropping the dashed red section and expanding the hours, which currently start at 7 a.m. on Saturday through Sunday afternoon, to start at Friday at 9 a.m. as the program originally did. And
Is
that's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
just going to say that's our presentation, and happy to answer any questions you all have.
Okay, yeah, thanks. One question just about the actual hours, not getting into the days of the week yet. Has it always ended at 4 p.m. on Sunday? Has that always been the end time?
Yeah. In the winter months, with it getting darker earlier, it doesn't make as much sense to keep it going quite as late, though we did have a lot of comments saying that, the hours should be expanded to end, a little bit later, even in the winter months, so.
So, this may come up later on in the conversation about potential seasonality, but is there any consideration to during like the summer months, for example, when the daylight, it doesn't get dark until 9:30, really? Any consideration to extending the closure until later on Sunday?
We certainly could. I don't think, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Sunday is exactly like a high traffic volume hour. So I don't think, the impact there is going to be felt by the communities. And I know I live right behind Sligo Creek Parkway, and I know that sometimes at 4 p.m. when we've got a nice day in the winter, you definitely see some people get kind of caught on the open parkway. So that definitely could be something we could consider.
I think we would want to keep, for the sake of making this as easy to communicate as possible to folks, and also operationally manageable, I think want to keep uniform hours with Beach Drive and Sligo Creek Parkway.
Okay.
And these hours, they've been kind of standard for a long time. I think people know what they are, but we can certainly look at it. I think the deputy director may have something to add.
At least we could increase it. If you don't want to increase it, if you want to keep it the same all around, that not to worry about changing it. I think 4 is too early. Maybe we could make it 6 o'clock, and if it is dark on the winter time, so be it. People don't go, but we could make it until 6 o'clock. That would be more, because I do agree that in the summertime, it takes people off guard. Oh, it's finished, cars are coming in. And people are not going to leave at 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir. I think whatever you do, it should be uniform. But I don't know if you need to, one option is to approve what the other one, I don't know if you have to go back and public comment for, if you want to change the hours what is your process? I don't know, do you?
I don't think we need to have public comment regarding the hours. That's, an operational, we have it included here in the recommendation. We can take a look, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary to settle that question right now in order to move on with this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
This decision, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to move forward with, and then you can change,
If we made a change, we would communicate it. If we go back and we look and we thought that it made sense to make a change, we would make sure it was uniform and we would communicate it.
Yep, I think that would be, I more see the standard time than the daylight savings than the standard time, but you can decide once, once you've looked at it.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
For the record, Darren Flachet, Deputy Director. The original COVID era ending time was 5 o'clock, and we had safety problems with the visibility of our Park Police volunteers who open and close the gates. Were endangered by cars not seeing them because it was already dark by 5 o'clock. So for the winter, for safety reasons, we would strongly recommend retaining the 4 o'clock. It also gets cold and people are more or less hibernating at that point. The 6 o'clock summer hours has been pretty successful. We have heard requests for later, and we could look into that, but we wouldn't want to commit to that today without talking to our staff who do actually do the closures.
Oh, it's already 6 o'clock on the summer?
Correct.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and
I'm good.
okay, so yeah, think you could later, you can, whether you want to make it longer in the summer. I personally, for the data you've given, if you divide it into two, should you, the Culver, due to the issues with Culver, I'm fine because of the data that you had and because of the issues with the community. They don't have sidewalks. They have more cut-through traffic. I know I would be supportive of, closing, keep what, so far, what are we closing, what are we opening, but removing this section from Cedar to Connecticut. So I would, at a minimum, okay?
Yeah, I think my first instinct is that if there was a trade-off to be made, it could be that 0.7-mile stretch in favor of a long, 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, a lot of the reasons to keep Friday open are of course, compelling, and all the reasons that, a lot of the reasons that the people mentioned in the survey too. I think those really resonate, and I mean, it obviously serves a lot of our goals as well. It's a huge benefit to be able to take advantage of these roadways for longer stretches of time. And of course, as we continue to hear, the trail itself can get congested, and it's not always kind of a viable alternative for a lot of people trying to use that stretch in terms of being able to do so without a lot of conflicts as they go. So I think, yeah, I'm comfortable with, for the reasons that you mentioned and the people mentioned in the survey, I'm comfortable with chopping off that 3/4 of a mile stretch, and also keeping Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But I'm curious how others feel.
I'm comfortable with cutting the section that is parallel Culver from Cedar to, I think, Connecticut Avenue. I'm fine with that. In regard to 3 days, I see that it's like public opinion, because this is the first time that we are hearing about the public opinion. Is sort of 50-50, that to keep Fridays or not to keep Fridays. And my concern is that we close Beach Drive, especially in the winter time, and nobody really use it, and you have traffic. And it doesn't look good that nobody's on Beach Drive and it's traffic everywhere else, especially if there is an incident on the highway in the winter time. If you have a lot of snow or whatever that it is there, that is my concern. When the weather is nice in the summertime, maybe from April or May, that people are going to get out more, then maybe it makes sense that to have it a Friday to Sunday, I guess 6 o'clock. That would be nice because we have to go there, change it anyway. And maybe at least for the first year, we try to keep the winters open for on Fridays, open to traffic, and then see how it works and see that continue counting and see that if people are really using it as much in the winter time. And then we could decide that if we want to close it on the winter time and expand it after having 1 year, getting more data, for the sake of people that they're opposing having the road open.
So just, if I may, just so that I'm sure that I understand what you were describing, was a solution that would reinstate the Friday open parkway during summer months, but not during the rest of the year. Is that correct?
No, we have just just one on Fridays, but Saturday and
Oh,
Sunday.
yes, I'm sorry, that's what I meant, right.
Yeah.
So Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays during the summer months, and then
Yes.
Saturdays and Sundays during the rest of the year.
Correct. That's
Okay,
what
all right.
Have we considered closing Beach Drive all the way to Stony Brook and solving the traffic problem because you can't access it? I'm not actually serious, but I'm just saying that, you know, if we're going for it. I think the compromise is good. I'm willing to support either a summer only Fridays or entire Fridays closure. Either one. I like the idea of having as much of this space open to the public and open and closed to cars as possible. I understand their need to take out that extent, that piece from Connecticut to Cedar Lane. I have no problem with that, given we have documented concerns and issues, and that's perfectly fine with me. I support either one is fine with me. I don't mind either way.
I think, well, I mean, just to, about the issue of traffic generally on our parkways, I think, and we've had this conversation with Little Falls, we've had this conversation elsewhere. These are hugely valuable. The fact that we own these roadways is rare, and it's a rare opportunity that I think we should take advantage of. I think it's well past time, and I'm not suggesting anyone in this room is saying that these roads should be primarily used for cars, but I think as a community, it's well past time that we start thinking about these as kind of corridors to move cars through, and when they're unable to access, that's sort of fundamentally a problem. It's like, this is one of the best kind of creeks and watershed areas that, in the county. It's really sensitive land as well for those reasons. It's a highly used area for recreation, kind of across the board, extending all the way north, going south into DC. I don't inherently view it as a problem, and I'm not speaking to anyone in this room necessarily. I don't view it as a problem if these roadways are not accessible by vehicles. And so that's sort of, beyond this conversation. I think, it's well past time we've kind of sought out other opportunities for open streets, open parkways, particularly open streets, and this is outside the purview of parks, but open streets in other parts of the county that could really benefit from open spaces, particularly in the urban areas. This is one of those things that I think we sort of need to move through some of the predictable objections that we often get, and have something permanently in place that's predictable, that people can enjoy for that reason because it's predictable, and use this as a launching pad to kind of move on to the next project and the next project and the next project, and really showcase more of these around the county. And the trade-off here, which is kind of primarily for some of the safety concerns on Culvert, I understand, but I really strongly support keeping Friday. I think it sends a good signal that we're committed to this, and it sends a good signal that we're kind of ready to establish this program as something permanent, meaningful, and let's prepare to expand it even beyond this. So, I support Friday through Sunday. We can continue, I guess, talking about the hours, like the operational hours. Like if that's, I totally understand the concern from a safety standpoint when it gets dark. I think there could be opportunities in the summer months to go a little bit longer, particularly because it's super hot during the day. So after it cools off, people might want to use and enjoy this space, especially because it's going to be more shady in there. That's a question for another day. I get it, but I think that's where I land on this.
So Friday, summertime? On
Friday year round.
Friday year round.
Is where I would land.
Okay. So could you go back to the data on in the winter usage? Did it have some, or it didn't have enough data on winter usage?
So I don't have a slide on winter usage. I don't have a slide on the winter usage in particular, but I do know that the Saturday, Sunday, if I'm remembering, I was looking at 2022 counts. I think the Saturday, Sunday averages are like 1,400 in the summer months and fall down to like 950 to 1,000 in the winter months. So they're a little lower. You know, it's tough because somebody was just mentioning, you know, hot summer days. And so, you know, outside of the summer months, you know, a nice day in March or a nice day in January or September, you're going to get a lot of people out there as well. But, you know, there's definitely naturally a little bit more use in the summer months.
Okay. So I would go for definitely not can Friday, but, and so I'm generally indifferent whether it's summer, I mean, I know you should definitely do the summer months when people are out. And I'm just don't know, we're all for eliminating that one section. I hear you're for.
I would like to go.
Well, just to say that I'm not opposed to Fridays. I'm just saying that I would like, because there are people that are against this, okay? I would like to just see it for 1 year, that how it is being used, okay? It would be a little bit, you know, disheartening that, you know, we close it and there is traffic and nobody's using the road. And I totally agree that there are parkways and it has to be used, and still people can use it. It's shared use, you know. If people want to use it on Fridays, they still can. Well, but it's going to be traffic there. And if it is a lot of traffic that people are uncomfortable, then maybe it's a reason that on the winter time we let the traffic use it while there are not that many use. But you know, I'm not against having it for all the 3 days eventually.
Okay. I would go with staff's recommendation unless my
Year-round is stuff is a recommendation. I think we go. I mean, I would go year-round too, and we can keep counts and maintain some oversight of it and see what goes in there. But I mean,
Come back next year. Maybe we go with the staff recommendation, and you know, we come back with the report next year that how it is doing.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing then is the board has a consensus on reducing the segment from Knowles to Cedar, and on the issue of maintaining the open parkways, or rather reinstating the open parkways on Fridays, doing that year-round, but then returning in a year to report to the board on both traffic and usage, parkway usage on Fridays.
Correct.
Is that what we're hearing?
Correct.
I think that's right.
And you will still have the permanent monitoring system that you could. Is that would you create new monitoring systems?
Yes,
or you could,
well, from a trail and parkway count standpoint, we have the sensors still up, and then in terms of traffic counts, we would have to do that again.
Yeah, we could redo the traffic counts throughout the year.
but you can monitor. You could monitor people on the roadway, or are you just monitoring people on the trail? How does it go?
We have both counters set up on the trail. We have one at Wildwood that's facing the trail itself, and then we have a separate counter that's facing the roadway itself. So we're able to count both parkway users and trail users. The data that we've presented today is just parkway users. Yeah, not the trail users.
Okay, so that's yeah,
separate. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, we are continuing to monitor those counters. Again, we've got one close to the intersection with Knowles and one at Wildwood.
Great.
Also monitor the traffic on the neighborhood streets, especially for Fridays.
Are you currently doing that now? I mean, you have one or the neighborhood streets. Is that something you're doing now?
We've conducted counts as part of the study in support of the recommendation, and we've also conducted regular counts on Culver Street. But based on the recommendation that we're hearing going forward, we would certainly run regular counts throughout not only the 12 locations you see here, but we would add a few locations in the adjacent neighborhood to assess.
Do you need to do all that, like 12 locations? I mean, I'm just trying. I mean, we're not trying to create another. What I mean, is this just some general?
Just some
backline?
general count. We
Yeah.
don't need to have the constant, yeah.
But what would this count, what do you want to measure and in where?
I leave it up to them to do it the most effective way. It doesn't have to be really big. We don't want to tell you what to do, and you don't have to make it very extensive, okay? But just use an efficient and effective way that you could give us some ideas. It doesn't have to be 100% correct, but just gives us the magnitude and the intensity.
Yeah, I think, we heard about Parkwood and Saul were two roads that were called out as having concerns. So those
Yeah.
were ones that we could absolutely make sure to monitor. Yeah.
Exactly. Just use your judgment.
And we would plan to get, based on your direction, plan to come back in a year. Although I do want to say for the record, we're always monitoring this program and the impact, and, would be able to report back sooner if that were necessary.
Right.
That sounds
Great.
good.
And then a year is, maybe a year from approximately a year from when you have it in place, this, whether it's, September of 2025 or whatever, but, at some, okay, do you need anything else from the board?
We have to do.
Yeah, but are we
Just as a
clear?
matter of timing, given that it sounds like we're zeroing in on a determination, the folks in the southern stretch are eager for us to make this operational change.
Mm-hmm.
And so our intention was to do that in the next couple of weeks.
Sorry. Let me go back to our timeline. What we included in the staff report was if this were approved today, then starting this coming not this coming Friday, but next Friday, we would implement the change. So starting on June 21st.
Great.
So that would be both changes, the Friday and the shorter
Correct.
extent.
Correct. And you can do it that quickly, right? Yeah. Okay, great. So what I hear is the vote is the motion is to approve staff's recommendation to, in their report, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and close off the portion between Culver and, Cedar and Connecticut. And what we provide some, come back after a year or sooner, whatever you, on how is it working and the monitoring of that couple places where you talked about. And at some point, think about extending the daylight hour, consider past 6 o'clock in the summer. Is that?
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I will move, or yeah, if that was a motion, then I will second the motion. If that was not a motion, then I will move to do that thing and
And
approve
I
the staff
second.
recommendation. There we go.
Yeah, does our legal, do you have enough for that we did here, and are we all good?
Does the Parks Director, did you get all that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, then we're good.
All right.
So let's
Yeah,
vote.
yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 4-0. Thank you so much. Thank you for doing the analysis in response to what the residents were saying. Thank you for doing this survey. It was a huge survey, and we look forward to having an open parkway on portions of the Beach Drive. Thank you.
Thank you.
You should connect it to DC.